Oh, the wrong side. Hello, hello, hi, hey there. I'm Cyberchroma. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, hello. I started later than I intend to. Well, later today and later just in terms of how it's 12 minutes into the live stream, I'll be actually starting. Every time I go to Big Shark, hi. Hello, hello, hi. Every time I go to start the live stream, I'm like, okay, I think I have everything set up, and I start streaming, and then I'm like, wait, I gotta do this. I gotta wait for Unity to open. I gotta wait for this to open, and stuff like that. If you score 0 out of 0, do you get full points or no points? Ooh, interesting question. Well, you've met the highest criteria that you can hit. Therefore, that would be full points. I would say. Actually, I mean, technically, it's both at the same time. But if the criteria of this point system is that the maximum amount of points you can get is 0, and you have met that, then you have gotten the full, the most amount of points that you can get from whatever task. So, bam, answer. Yeah. So, I have... we're going to let this go for a bit. I'm baking the lighting in the scene. I meant to do this in between streams, but I forgot to. So, we're just going to let this go. As long as I don't go into play mode, then it's fine. But thankfully, we're actually going to be doing some stuff with this that shouldn't require going into play mode. So, perfect timing on that. So, recap, though, of what we did yesterday. So, first of all, this is what things are looking like now. I guess I'm not going to go into play mode, so that this can keep going. Do you always wear a lab coat in your streams? Yes, I do. I only wear this lab coat in these streams. It's the only purpose that this lab coat serves anymore. So, yes. Why? I don't know, because I decided to, I guess, in my first stream. I'm like, you know what? I own a lab coat. I owned a lab coat beforehand. I've had a lab coat for 3 years now. It started as a thing for a Halloween costume, and then it's like, I got a lab coat. Because I was like a mad scientist or whatever. And then, yeah. Although this is a legitimate lab coat. I purposely bought it from a place where you get, actual lab coats. So it's not just a Halloween costume thing. It is a real lab coat that I wore for a Halloween costume thing. And yeah, and then I continue to have it. I decided to make it a thing I'm going to continue to do this with my YouTube as well. With my YouTube and my Twitch stuff. Just, I don't know, have it be part of my branding, I guess, that I wear a lab coat all the time. Makes me slightly more memorable or something. Oh yeah, there's the guy that wears a lab coat all the time, I guess. I don't know how much it helps my branding or whatever, but I like wearing it, I guess. So I continue to do so. Even got animated meat. On my logo, I'm wearing a lab coat. It's also that kind of making me stand out, even in the smallest bit. So yeah. Anyways, though, so what was I saying? So what we did before, what we did yesterday, we've got our game working again. Our tag game, we've actually got it working in the high definition render pipeline. We struggled so much with that. Oh, I like kebabs. Hi, hey, hello, welcome to the stream. We're finally back to actually working on a tag game properly. We spent the last, eons and eons just experimenting with all this lighting and graphical stuff that I could still play around with more, but we'll see. And now we're finally, I have my tag game back up and running as it was before, but instead of in the default render pipeline, it's in the high definition render pipeline. So we fixed a lot of the issues that we were having when we were transferring from one thing to the other. So that's pretty cool. And even some other, little things. We made it, okay, I can't test this. I'm going to purposely try to avoid going into play mode before this blue bar finishes. Because then the lighting will look a little bit better once this actually gets to bake properly. You can't see this until I go into play mode, but we made a thing where the minimap there is more, desaturated and a bit darker, but then the, images of all the characters on top of it have, full color. So that was a cool thing that we did. Yeah. Oh, I remember the bad AI pathfinding, aka a spider web. Hate to tell you this, but it's still a spider web. Wait, ready for this? It's just the lines are disabled. But if I go over here and go blam, yeah, there's your spider web. Enjoy. Is the game already playable? So it is playable. Okay, except, okay. I meant to do this yesterday, but I'm doing it now. Oh God, yeah, it is crazy. And I had to set up a lot of this manually. But one thing I did, let me move myself to this side, is that I made some custom editor tools to make setting this up less tedious, to make it a little bit better. And this drawing the lines was part of that, so I could easily look and see a visualization of how all these things are connected. And you see blue lines and red lines, those mean different things, long story short. But yeah, the game is in a playable state, but the AI is like, it's a little buggy here and there, one. And two, I need to make the AI a bit more random so they don't funnel together so much, because that's a thing that's been happening. Right now I have this test scene where I have like 10, I think 11 AIs running around. So 11. What's the difference between the blue and red lines? Okay, so the basically red lines are going down. Sorry, more specifically, red lines are one-way connections. So when the AI is trying to decide where it can go, long story short, okay, it's hard to see, but the red lines, you notice they're just going down. So this waypoint here, there's a blue connection between these two because you can go back and forth between these two. But there's like a one-way connection if you fall down, because you can't go from down to up. You can go up to down. So that's what the red line is. It's a one-way path for as far as the AI is concerned. So yeah, and mainly those just go down. So yeah, that's that. Although, so a big thing what we're going to be doing today is revamping this pathfinding system, making it better. Funny enough, it's going to get even more crazy, but with a lot more stuff being done manually, or not manually, automatically. Do all enemies always know the player's position, or only when they see the player? Right now, they always know. They always know the position of every other character. That's just how it is. I could have it based on like a line of sight system. I just currently don't have it that way. I worry about that being very easy to break. If you have the player just like hide in one corner of the map and then the AIs can't find them, that easily breaks the game. So I would rather every character know where every other character is, for the most part anyway. Right now it does work pretty well. Funny enough, the chasing is almost too good. When an AI is chasing the player, it is hard to get away for right now. When you are chasing the AI though, catching them could be more difficult. But tomorrow I'm finally painting my room. I've been waiting to paint it for 2 years but never found the time. Ooh, neat. I have white walls. Well, actually I'm in a place where I couldn't paint the walls if I wanted to. But I don't know what color, if I had a choice of wall color, I don't know what I would choose. But I gotta go with my logo colors of the cyan, magenta, yellow or something. Do it like striped. Just like my shirt in my logo. No, that might not look good. But, wow. The enemies have to walk randomly to find the player and then they catch the player. They don't do that. But there is a bit of randomness in how they work. I have 3 white walls and 1 orange wall. Interesting. If you got a green wall, you could do like a green screen thing, maybe, just through your wall. That you could totally do that. Okay, but more explanation of the pathfinding real quick. So let me go back down. It's easier to explain if we just forget all the other AIs and I go down just to 1. Blah blah. A green wall in my room. Cool. So actually, let me go to another scene to showcase this better. Back over here, where our project started, where we were first. Oh, I don't even know if this is. Yeah, there it is. Where we first started doing this. The simple explanation. Oh, so I'm repainting my orange wall a dark blue and repainting the other walls white again. Cool. Why are you having one wall be a different color? Out of curiosity. I do whatever you want, yeah. But I'm curious of why you not have all 4 walls the same color. Why have one wall that's a different color? Okay, so I'll give a quick rundown here of how these the pathfinding thing works. So how it works right now, we're gonna be changing it a bit. So okay, so we got 1 player and we got 1 AI. Here's how. I did my research. Research into what? What does it have to do with wall colors? I mean, actually, there are certain scientific studies having to do with certain colors. Apparently, it's bad to have all walls dark. Oh, interesting. Fascinating. I'd never heard that before, but yeah. I mean, my walls are all white, so I don't have that problem. But anyway, so pathfinding explanation. So we got the player here and we got the AI here. So the AI has 2 states. Either it's running away or it's chasing. Let's say it's running away right now. So the player is the player is chasing, the AI is running away. So how the AI decides where it wants to go under perfect conditions, pretending like if it had perfect level difficulty setting, like basically what it does is so at any given time the player knows which of these objects it's closest to. So right now the player is closest to 16. Just there's some calculations that go on that just the player knows, okay, I am closest to 16. This one here, pathfinding object 16, that's the one I'm closest to. As soon as if it were to move over here, that's like, okay, now I'm closest to 17. The AI, all the AIs do the same thing, where it's like, okay, I'm closest to 6. Over here, I'm closest to 7. So first of all, that's one thing, that's one part of this. Oh, I'm missing chat. Every time you paint your walls, your room gets slightly smaller. That is a thing, because you go into your room with a bucket of paint and you never take that paint out. So yeah, your room does get ever so slightly smaller. But it's such a minuscule amount, but technically that is something. When you smell stuff as well, that the thing that you smelled got slightly lighter by the amount you smelled it, sort of, because little particles coming off the thing you smelled going into your nose, because that's how smelling works. My plan is in my room was to install LEDs to change the wall colors. Ooh, interesting. I could have some interesting results. Plan to add LEDs when I'm all done. Gasoline smells good. I disagree, but all right. That's interesting, coloring your rooms with LEDs. So if you just have pure white walls, then you just have tinted lights, then you can make it whatever color you want. Yeah. No, okay. Pathfinding though thing. I keep getting off topic of this. Well, I'm trying to also keep up with chat, but so how this works. Oh, one moment. Wow. So both the AIs and the player know which of these objects they're closest to. So the pathfinding works like this. When the AI wants to run away, it looks at, so which one is the player closest to? 16. On 16, which of these other pathfinding objects is the furthest away from 16? In this case, it's this one over here, 4. In theory, there could be like multiple that are the furthest away, so just pick one. So like at 12, like all the corners are the furthest away, so just pick one of them, it's fine. But at 16, the furthest away is 4. So now it knows 4 is the furthest away from the thing I'm running away from. So then it pathfinds its way to 4, and that's how the running away works effectively. And it is so good on performance. You have no idea. It is so good on performance. Other than it does a boatload of calculations on start going into the game. So when I go into play mode, it takes a while to get into play mode, but because it does all these calculations for the pathfinding stuff that it then just keeps saved because the waypoint's never moved. And then it's really fast on performance. So one thing I want to do is those calculations that happen on start, I don't need them to happen on start. I could have another custom button where I press that button, it does those calculations, it takes a while, but then it just saves those calculations, and then I can just go into play mode and it will be fast. So that's one big improvement I'd like to make today. I mixed all my moved all my furniture out of my room. It became way hotter. Huh. Interesting. I mean, that could just be from day to day. Our temperature changes outside. Right now it's cold outside here today. But I don't know if you had certain furniture like a mini fridge or something that would be providing some amount of cooling. Then that could be that. I don't know. I mean, also actually, if you have dark walls, then light gets more absorbed by them. So that could be an explanation. more walls that are exposed, something like that. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah. So what I just said, that's how the pathfinding works for running away. When it gets to its furthest destination, then actually I forgot. I think when it gets to furthest away, it then just picks another random point and then goes to it or something like that. So it does something when it gets to the end point to just choose another place to go. But yeah, and then there's also a thing where there's a bit of randomness. I'd like to kind of increase that randomness, but what I just said is like the perfect conditions of like run the furthest away from the player. There's also like a difficulty setting for the AIs where it has a random chance of go to furthest place or go to completely random place on the map. Pick one of them. So that's a thing. 10 minutes ago, before I moved them, it was cold. Weird how it changed that fast. Interesting. I don't know what the explanation would be, but yeah. Now I only have a bookshelf, bedside table, and shoe rack. Huh. Well, yeah, I can't tell you why that would be the case. Unless something was like maybe covering like event or something, or I don't know. But yeah, so then, so what I just said though, this is how the AIs run away. And then to chase the player, it's the opposite, where it just, rather than going the furthest from the player, it knows which of these objects is closest to the player, which one's closest to itself, pathfind from point A to point B. Hi, the real shortest room. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Right now, I'm explaining how our pathfinding works because we're going to be changing it. Because you just joined, I'll just give the quick rundown of, this was the scene where we were first testing our lighting stuff. Oh, shoot, I'm just realizing, I made a mistake in that, I made this skybox basically part of the player prefab. I need to not do that. Whatever, anyways, so the pathfinding works like this. So you see all these waypoints and where they are. Basically, the player, this is the player, knows at all times which one it's closest to. So right now it's closest to 16. And the AI knows which one it's closest to, 6. These lines have to do with which ones are considered connected to each other. These could have been connected diagonally. I just didn't do that for this map, but in theory they could be. I just manually set up those connections. So when the AI is running away from the player, the AI looks, okay, which one is closest to the player? That's 16. Which one's closest to myself? 6. Okay. Okay, I skipped a step of, so which one is closest to the player? 16. Okay, I want to run away from the player. Which of these other points is furthest away from 16? Well, that's up here. This is 4. Okay, so I want to run towards 4. The AI wants to run towards 4. So then it calculates the shortest path from 6 to 4, and it follows that path. And that's how that works. To chase the player, it just, its path finds its way from the point that's closest to it, 6, and the point that's closest to the player, 16. And then once it gets close enough to the player, then it just beelines straight to the player. But that'd be at the point where it's like just about to tag them. So that would stop, like, if the player is here, yeah, there's no pathfinding objects here. Once the AI gets something like here, it would just go straight at the player. So that's how that works. When I have multiple AIs, they all work the same way, where they try to run away from, they run away from the it character that is closest to them. So if there's multiple characters that are considered it, that are chasing, it'll run away from the one that's closest to him. Hopefully, maybe that makes sense. I had to do a lot of stuff to make this work when I have as many chasers as I want and as many runners as I want, and have it still function and work. Hi, I like kebab. GG indeed. That is, well, people have been using that more recently because now I've hit Twitch affiliate. I think that is one of my default emote things. I didn't make that. That was like some kind of default thing that I'll probably change at some point. Make my own emotes. Possibly, hopefully. We'll see. I imagine maybe next week or something. Late next week will be maybe when I do that. I gotta finish. Right now, my main priority is finishing this tag game. The demo of this tag game, at least. And then I can start doing more Twitch-focused things later on. Didn't I? Okay, well, one second. Let me just do a thing real quick. In my Discord, my stream notification bot is being very delayed for some reason. It's being more delayed than usual in terms of actually sending out notifications. Whatever. Okay, so that was this. Yeah, spam the emotes. Yeah. So that was that's the explanation of how the AI works here in this like top-down scenario. It is then. Okay, one other thing, jumping. So you saw how sometimes the AIs can jump. Right now, this is because I manually set up jump triggers where the AI path finds, ignoring like gaps or anything. It's like, I want to go from 4 to 7. Yeah, that seems right. I'm just going to beeline to 7. And then even though there's a gap in the way, I don't care. I'm just going to run that direction because that's what my connections tell me to do. And then spam all you want. Hopefully there's nothing that would like automatically time you out. I don't think so. I hope not. Yeah. Spam. Yeah, go for it. So when the AIs are running, he'll run like running this way. When he hits this trigger, it'll tell him to jump. Oh, yep, there we go. There's the spam. Woo. So what was I saying? So when the AI is running, when it hits the jump trigger, it manually tells it to jump. And that's how jumping is currently being done. Chill? You can chill or not chill, up to you. No, right? Yeah, I don't care about spam right now. If it were actually a problem was like, I can't read chat because of all the spam, then that would be a problem. But so far, I'm having no troubles doing that. So spam all you like. There's probably something by like, there's probably some metrics in Twitch where it's like, this guy's stream is getting a lot of like chat interaction and all that. I'm gonna promote this guy's stream more. That could happen, maybe. I don't know. It helps with the algorithms or whatever. I'm gonna go to sleep because I'm bored. Fair enough. Well, see you around, Big Shark 124. Good luck with your room painting stuff and all that. I'm gonna be, right now I've just been doing all this explanation stuff. Now I'm gonna get into actually doing things. Oh shoot, I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. I didn't, I wasn't supposed to change scenes. Now the chat is mine. Fair enough. I made a mistake, but oh well. I was gonna bake the lighting in this scene, and switching scenes or going into play mode stops that from happening. So, oops. But let me go into play mode now, since I can, I guess, since I already stopped the lighting from baking. See this? See how this is taking a while to go into play mode? That's what we're gonna be making be a lot better. So, yeah. But anyways, so this is, the game working as it should. So you got, well, sort of. There's some hiccups with it. Like that. Something was wrong with his pathfinding there. Mainly, like, when he falls when he's not supposed to, that's been doing some weird things. He tried to pathfind all the way up there through me because he, well, that was a result of him falling when he didn't intend to, I think. Yeah, so right now he's chasing me. And he tagged me. And now he's running away. Right now I just have it that, like, yeah, okay, there's still some problems. Okay, I tagged him. Now he's chasing me. Okay, so there's still some quirks with the AI stuff. That's where we're gonna be hopefully fixing a lot of that today and all that. But it works most of the time, so that's cool. And the fact that it works at all for having like multiple AI characters is pretty cool. He chases pretty well. So far there's been like no problems with the chasing, other than he like chases very well. He hunts you down. I can see him right behind me. If you look on that mini-map, here, let me maximize on play real quick. My eye. Okay, so, but yeah, there's definitely some times where he's getting like weirdly stuck. But I have to figure out why. It would be so cool if the enemies only catch you if they see you, then it would be possible to outrun them. I don't want it to be possible to outrun them. The point is, well, did things just slow down? Or why do I feel like I'm running a lot slower? Did something happen? Is that something with the frame rate? The frame rate did take a nosedive for some reason, but I figure that me streaming is a factor in that. So the one thing I'd be worried about, like, yeah, a field of view would be cool, but with what this game is supposed to be, it would be really bad if they can't find you. If it's too easy to get away, which I feel like that could happen with a field of view thing. Like in most like stealth games that have like a field of view kind of a thing, and you have to actually, why am I running so slow? I'm not sure why that's the case. Whatever. Games that have like a field of view thing with like guards and then you hide from them and all that, that is cool and all. But if it's too easy to get away, this game falls apart really quickly. Because it needs to be, or ideally, pretty 50-50 in terms of like the AI and you. Like, I want it to be this back and forth of you tag them, they tag you. That goes on for a few minutes. And there's gonna be more stuff going on as well with this. Like, I want to have some like weapons and like hazards and all that. Like right now, this environment just has running and jumping. We're gonna have a lot more in this, ideally. Like I want to have like, oh, here's like a slime hazard. When you're running through this, you run slower. Some ice that makes you all slippery and slide and stuff. Oh, here's a spring that like launches you into the air, and you like that's part of just getting around the levels. Like I want to have a lot of things to interact with in the levels to make them a lot more fun. So with that, and then ideally, hopefully the AIs can handle that. With that, yeah. So if if running away is too easy, because right now, if the AI worked based on a field of view kind of thing, I could very easily, where is he? He's up there. Wait for him to maybe fall. If I touch him and run to the other corner of the map, he's never gonna find me, because, bam, like I just tagged him, I run over here. Yes, he's gonna beeline towards me. Right now, I'm out of his field of vision. He has no idea where to go. If I run over into this maze, he's never gonna find me. So I could just sit here for a few minutes and then I'd win, right? So that's why a field of view thing wouldn't necessarily work. I could have some kind of like a 50-50 kind of thing where even though he doesn't, I don't know, there's maybe some stuff I could do about that, but it shouldn't be easy to run away. I maybe might make it a bit easier than what it currently is, where he is like, if he's right behind you, he is like right behind you, like, and it's really hard to get away. Ideally, I make it a bit easier than that. But we'll see. We'll play around with things. And then you chasing the AI, yeah, ideally I'd like that to be a little harder as well. Right now, well, mainly because he's breaking a little bit. Something with his pathfinding is being weird. Mainly, I think right now, right here, exactly what's happening is that he thinks he's on that purple platform. He thinks he's up there, so he's trying to run somewhere up there, but he's never reaching there. Yeah. And actually, with that, I think this is a problem that's going to be fixed if I have the waypoints, if I have more dense waypoints. Something that is part of what I'm going to be doing now, like as part of my improving the pathfinding system, is all those waypoints that I generated, or that I made manually, I'm going to try and have code manually generate all those waypoints and their connections. And if I do that, then I can make them really dense together, and hopefully that won't be too bad on frame rate and all that, on performance, we'll see. And then that should make the pathfinding a lot better. That should work out a lot of the kinks that we're currently experiencing. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Right, so, oh, and then the other thing I didn't explain, in terms of the win condition, you saw those bars. I don't know if I made it clear what those bars do. So there's two bars there. Well, right now, because it's me and the AI, so it's my bar and the AI's bar. And basically when you're not when you're running away, that bar is filling. If it fills up all the way, you win. Simple as that. When there's more than one AI, it's going to show you and then whoever's in first place. And then that will actually like swap out based on whoever's in first place. I think if you are in first place, then it shows whoever's in second place. I think. So yeah, that's that. And it's highlighted red if you're so you're not gaining points right now. And it's green if you're running away, so you are gaining points. Even on the mini-map, you can also see those things. One thing I would like to do that's not currently a thing is I would like to be able to look at the AI, look at that red capsule guy, and somehow be able to tell whether he's it or not. Because right now, looking at him, I don't necessarily know whether he's it or not it, other than seeing him on the minimap that he has the green thing around him. I would like to be able to look at him and be able to tell somehow just by looking at him, I'm looking at that guy, I can tell that I should be running away from him or I should be chasing him, other than the fact that he might actually be running towards me or whatever. So that's that. That's what I'd like to do eventually, but I'm going to probably wait on that until I actually replace these guys with like human characters. All right, I've done enough rambling. Let's get into actually doing things, shall we? I've been doing all this recap of like, yeah, how all this waypoint stuff works. Let's start actually making things. So our first order of business is that all the calculations that I said that happen on when you go into... So when I go into start, it does all these calculations that it saves and then uses those for the pathfinding. I want to set up a button here that I click this button and it does those calculations and then just saves them, and it doesn't do those calculations from going into play mode. So let's start with that. That will boost performance a lot. Mainly, there's the performance of going into play mode, not the actual like runtime, like once you're in the game. Okay, so with that, what code is that actually? So pathfinding editor tools. Let me open this up. Close a bunch of these. Oh, come on. All right, so. Oh god, now I have to go and now dissect code that I haven't looked at in a long time. I'm also gonna move me to this side. I'm also gonna do this. Yeah. Just to kind of line that up kind of with my head, with my webcam and all that. Okay, so this is our pathfinding editor tools. Oh god, yeah, it's been a long time since I've gone through any of this. This isn't the only script I need. Let me reposition some of the things here. Okay, so let me go to my scripts. I need to figure out what scripts I need to go through. I think, yeah, pathfinding, path calculator. Okay, pathfinding objects, yeah. So, okay. So I need to go and now dissect my own code and figure out what is it. This? I think basically this is the function. Yeah. Is it just this? I think so. So this function here that's being called on start, this is what's taking, this is all this code with like the triple for each loop. Actually, it's mostly this, but all this code is what's making it take a long time to go into start. And all this stuff is something that only needs to be recalculated if I make new waypoints, delete waypoints, or basically change anything about the waypoints. Which doesn't happen once I'm in play mode. So that's why I don't need to keep recalculating this. I only need to do it once per, like, before I even go into the level. More specifically, what this is calculating, I guess I should elaborate, is, if I remember correctly, it's making, so each individual waypoint, like this one that is 41, it's setting this value here, farthest object, so each waypoint knows which other waypoint is on like the opposite side of the map. So like what's the waypoint that's farthest from this guy? So it calculates that. I could set that up manually, but for what, like hundreds of waypoints, I obviously don't want to do that. I'd want it to calculate that for me automatically, which is what it's doing. So that's taking up some time. What it's also doing is, yeah, this isn't showing here, that this is more private variable stuff, but it's making a list where, so waypoint 41, it has a list or an array that for each of the other like 300 waypoints, it's going, okay, if I want to go towards waypoint 351, what is my immediate next move to go towards that waypoint? So what that means there with an example is, so if I'm at waypoint 41 and I want to pathfind towards waypoint 7, what is my immediate next waypoint to go to? In this case, it would be going straight to waypoint 7. If I say I want to go to waypoint 40, from waypoint 41 to waypoint 40, what is my immediate next step? It's going to be, well, it's going to be one of these two. They're about the same. It's going to pick one of these two. So that's like the immediate next one to go to. If I want to go to this one, 384, it's going to go like this. So its immediate next move would be 7. And it does that for all of the waypoints. That's a big thing that it calculates. Which again, it doesn't need to keep recalculating that stuff. Yeah, so that is what we are going to... actually, that is what's being... I think all of that is what's being calculated in this function here. So rather than this function being called on start, I'm going to have this function be called when I press a button and then have this information all saved. Sound good? Sound good. So first of all, I need to go and create that button. How do I do that? Oh, I have to remember. Pathfinding editor tools. I need to find, it's over here. This. Okay, so, and I guess I'm going to put that button over here. So I have all, oh, this is behind my head. Boy. Over here on the right side, I have these buttons that were helping me set up a lot of the pathfinding stuff really easily. Yeah, so that's that. So I'm going to have another button, I guess, below this. This. Okay, so first I'm going to make the button. Just, I think I do something like this. The button's going to be called, I'm going to call it calculates paths. Oops. Okay. And then this is going to call a function that I haven't made yet called .calculate paths. Yep. That's going to call a function here. No, on this one, I think. Why is this? This is very zoomed in. I'm just going to, well, I want to make sure it's zoomed in enough so you guys can see it. Oh, let me have to keep remembering to be on the right side of the screen so I'm not blocking any important information. Okay, so do this function called, whatever I called in the other thing, calculate paths. Okay. No, wait, you should be public. What? Oh. Hold on. Let me put this actually here and make you public. Okay. Okay, so now what's actually going on in here will be different. Basically, what I need this to do is just call this function here. This other calculate paths function. Or, okay, I mean, in theory, wait, can I just get this directly? Maybe. Pathfinding editor tools. This is path calculator. Do I have a reference to that? I don't. Do I have a path? Do I have a reference to it over here? Path calculator. You're in path calculator. Okay, so I need. Just making sure I'm doing this right. Otherwise, I'm gonna have some problems. So actually, if I just went private path calculator path tour. These are on the same game object, right? Let me double check that. Yeah, they're on the same game object, so that's fine. If I can do a unenable. Whoa, hold on. Path calculator equals get component. No, I said get component. Wait, can you not do? Oh, this is an enter script. Can it not do get component? Fine. I'll do that then. Although I don't know if I should be doing this through. I don't know if I should be doing this through an editor script. Just trying to make sure I'm doing this right. If I don't do it right, then I'm gonna have problems. I'm just gonna try doing it like this for now, I think. So actually, then just going path calculator dot calculate paths, calling that path that function, and I shouldn't need this. Other than I have to do this thing, this editor utility dot set dirty. I have to do that for it to track the changes in the scene view. Although, what am I have to do this set dirty thing on everything that changes. Everything that I'm changing in this code. Let me just turn off the other parts I don't need. So that would be, this is hard because I'm just having to dig through this code that, it was weeks ago when I wrote all this. So I'm just having to remember how I did certain things. So what in all am I changing? So this player, why do you have this? You don't use this anywhere, right? Okay, I might be able to delete this, but I'm not going to do just yet. But and closest to it. What? You don't use this either. Okay, right. From also different times of me changing my code, there's certain things in here that I don't think I need. I think this was like old stuff, but I'm not going to delete anything just yet because I might be wrong. So let me just first do this. But I 100% don't need this anymore. Or, yeah, if I'm going to calculate the path once, I don't need that thing. Okay, so, what am I looking for? I'm looking for what is X in this case? Oh, those are the pathfinding. Oh, those are all. Oops. Those are all of the hundreds of pathfinding objects. Oh, is that it? Is that all I change? Oh, okay. Let me just double check that. Yeah, that's all I changed. So I just need to mark all of them as dirty. So I just need to, where do I do that? So why do I have this? Is that just so, why do I have scene management here? What? Or that's so I can do this. Okay, sorry, yeah, I'm just, again, having to remember why I made certain decisions. Okay, so in that case, so I want this over here, and then I want to go and at the end of changing all this stuff, I then just want to go, actually, this is the last time I'm going through all these objects, right? Yeah, so what's the line? I can copy from over here. The thing where I just mark it as like, as dirty to say like, hey, this thing changed, keep track of that, of the fact that it changed. So probably just something like this. And I only need to do it at like the end, after I've done all of the changing. I think. Oh, oops. Okay. Right. Yeah, okay, that should work. Is there anything I've missed here? If there's things I've missed that will cause problems. Oh, yeah. I don't want this to be calculated and start anymore. That's going to be the test, sort of, that this still works. So let's go back into this view. Let me put myself on this side so you all can see the inspector. Now, ideally, when I press this button, things will be slow. Hopefully nothing will crash. And then I should see that a lot of values got updated. Please work. I don't think anything happened there. I can verify. If I go look on any of the waypoints, yeah. The fact that this didn't update, this would be one of the things that would have updated. Okay, this just flat out didn't work. Why? No. Excuse me? Did this not run? Or... What happened? Unless... Why? I'm just also going to turn off the lines for a minute. Why did that just not do anything? What? Oh, even stranger. It is calling this. Weird. Let me... Did I not change the thing that I thought I was supposed to change? Right here. Yeah, that farthest object. This is where I'm setting this. Is this not running? So this then? Huh, now I'm confused. I thought that... That's why I was trying to be so careful, like, to make sure that I was doing everything right. And yet things still aren't working. What I'm looking for, long story short, is that this thing here should just not be none. I don't care what it is, I just need it to not say none. I need it to be anything that is an actual value. This is not running. Or something like that. It's not, why? What? It's like starting this function, right? It did start the function. What? Now I'm even more confused. What? Unless... Is... Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Okay, this awake method is not running. So this list is empty. So that's what's happening. Because awake, I need, how do I, so actually, I should be able to go put this at the beginning of here. Because I do want this to be something that recalculates every time I run calculate path. I don't think I need this though, but I'm not gonna delete it just yet. Okay, now this should work. Right? I think so. All right, let's see what this does. So now, again, let me move myself to the right side. To the left side, but to the correct side. that I want to be on. All right, now this should do things. Yes, okay, that's good progress. The fact that it's like lagging, I'm expecting this to take a while to calculate, but then it only has to calculate once. Okay, nice. These have values now. Yeah. So this should mean, okay, well, I don't want to interrupt this. I could go into play mode now, and now everything, like the pathfinding should still be working, but I should be able to go into play mode really quickly now. But I don't want to break, or I don't want, I want this calculating to finish. And it says it'll finish in 16 minutes, but it's been going for like a while. I would like that to actually finish calculating. If I go into play mode, it's gonna stop that, and then I have to restart it. So I'm gonna try and just do other things that I can do, other sorts of like cleanup that I can do without going into play mode, and then we will test it all at once. But just the fact that this changed is a really good sign. The other thing I'm gonna do now, so I might be wrong on this, let me just verify. I don't think I'm using these variables anymore. So let me just see, well, okay, I'm using it there, but I don't think any other pieces of code are using these variables. So let me just double check that. If I get errors of like, hey, this thing's trying to, oh, yeah, it is, okay. Closest to it. Okay. But you aren't, okay, so this is setting it up. Character closes pathfinding. If, I'm not using this anymore though, right? This is setting this value, but nothing's reading that value, I don't think. Because I think, because that only worked, that was the system I had set up when I had only one character that was considered it. So it had this one variable that was like, what thing is the closest to it, the it character, that everything else accessed, all the other AIs. But then when I switched over to being able to have multiple characters that are considered it, I had to revamp that system. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure, I could do this. I'm not going to delete this yet until I've actually verified in play mode that this is actually still going to work. So yeah. All right, what next can I do? Pathfind. So I got this doing that. Okay, one thing I can do, just a bit of cleanup. I have a few places where I have some public variables that just don't need to be public. They were only public. Like this farthest object thing is only public so that I could see the value of it so I could test it, like right now. But it should be, well, public but hidden in inspector, I think. Wait, not you. Wait, can you be private? No, because other things access you. Unless I set up some getter setter methods, but not gonna do that. Connected objects. This, in theory, could be hidden in inspector eventually, but not yet. Because I'm gonna get that. This is something I have to set up somewhat manually, but this is something I'd like to get set up through code eventually. Because I'm doing this, I'm just gonna also swap the the order of these. Because I like to have, so publics, then hidden in inspector publics, and then privates. That's how I set up those things. And then, I mean, sometimes you can have privates, but like serialize in inspector, or serialize field, or whatever. I have that mixed in there somewhere as well. But those are the three most common, whatever, like making it public but hidden in inspector, and private are the three most common ones that most people use with that. I don't even know the last time I've used private but serialized field. Okay, that's that. Next, on each of the AIs themselves, Just go to them. Go to good old red. He has variables that I could be hiding. This cur destination and end destination for now. Like again, that was just public so that I could see the value of it. Does it even need to be public? I think this could be private, actually. Let me test that. Okay. I'm going to see if the console tells me any errors of like, hey, this other script's trying to access this. No, it looks to be fine. Cool. So then I'm actually going to move this. Oh, no. Never mind. I'm going to keep it where it is. Okay, cool. So, hey, kid. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi. We've just been doing some cool things. I'm finally actually working on my tag game again. And I just did something that's going to be a huge performance boost. But I have yet to properly test it because I'm waiting for this global, I'm baking the lighting in this scene. OMG, white theme. Yeah, white theme indeed. I'm waiting for this to calculate, and if I go into play mode, it'll make me have to start this from scratch, and it's already been going on for a while. So I'd like to just sort of stall doing other bits of cleanup and other just code things I can do that don't require me to actually go into play mode until that finishes. So right now, what I've just done though is well, when I'm able to test it, is that going into play mode will be a lot faster. Before, the performance of the game was good, but going into play mode, it took a lot longer than normal to actually go into play mode. But I just made that not happen because a bunch of stuff that was being calculated in my pathfinding algorithm, when you go into play mode, I had it calculate that in the scene, in like me being in the editor, I made it do those calculations and save them, and then just save those calculations. So now when I go into play mode, it doesn't need to do those calculations again because I only need to redo those calculations whenever I move these waypoints, whenever I like add new ones, delete them, change connections or whatever. So yeah, so that's that. So now that should be a lot faster. The next thing I'd like to do, I'm hesitant on doing it though before I've actually tested that the other thing is working. But I can like start setting this up. So right now, all of these waypoints, I had to place them all manually, and it took a while and was a painful process. But we did it. And this is how our pathfinding is all working. Let me actually do something real quick. Let me do this, so you can only see the ones that are close to the camera. Big brain guy, yeah. It is really cool how this pathfinding thing is, and yeah, hopefully it'll continue to I'm going to be making it even cooler now, because right now also the pathfinding does have some quirks to it where sometimes the AIs kind of break. I think what I'm about to be doing to improve the way the waypoints are will fix a lot of those problems. Hopefully all of them, but we'll see. So right now I had to position all of these waypoints manually. I want to try setting up code to get it to automatically make all of these waypoints for me and set them all up and whatnot. And yeah. And then more specifically, make them really dense. The denser, the better. Because that's the one thing that I think will improve our pathfinding. Is just the closer together our waypoints are, the better the pathfinding will be, and the less likely it will break. Now, one thing with that is that, like, if there's more waypoints, then that sounds like it's going to be worse on performance. But these waypoints are basically they're not meshes. They're just game objects that are storing information. They do have box colliders. They do have trigger box colliders on them. I'm hoping, I don't know how much that's going to tank performance, but the fact that they're not meshes, they're not like lights or anything, it should be fine to have like thousands and thousands of these and have it not tank our frame rate too much, hopefully. So I want to try, because it would also just be cool if I can press a button and have it set up all of these manually, because it means that I don't have to place them all manually myself. So when we get to real levels, that will save me so much time, you have no idea. And again, just having more of these waypoints will just make the pathfinding work better. Ideally, in theory.
It would be great. What would make it even better is if I could somehow have that these didn't have box colliders, but I don't have a way around that right now. So the reason why they all have really tiny. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. No, maybe not. Okay. They all have really tiny box colliders that are set to is trigger. Oh, why are you off the ground so much? That's weird, but maybe it's fine. Is because so. If I go to the player, this is our player. He has this big sphere around him. You see this big sphere? This is a thing that's boosting performance, where I need all of the AIs and all of, well, the player to know which waypoint he is currently closest to. I want him to always know, okay, right now I'm closest to waypoint 18. Oh, right now I'm closest to waypoint 170. I need that information. And there's two ways of me getting that information. Either I go in a for loop through all of the waypoints every single frame and go, okay, what's our distance to this waypoint? What's our distance to this waypoint? What's our distance to this waypoint? Do that all the time. That would be really bad on performance, and the more waypoints I have, the more that takes performance. Cool indeed, yeah. So I could do that, and that's what this was doing originally. Or my big brain solution to have it be better on performance is with by doing it through through trigger collision stuff, where there's this big sphere around the player, and it through on collision enter and on trigger enter and on trigger exit. On trigger enter and on trigger exit events, it knows which waypoints are in the bubble, are inside of this sphere. And then it only does that distance checking on all the waypoints that are inside the bubble. So it always, in a way that's really good on performance to not have to check every single waypoint. It knows which ones are in the bubble, and then it manually calculates the distances from it to all the ones in the bubble. And that, though, the cost of that is that all of the waypoints have a box collider set to is trigger. So that's the trade-off. The alternative, unless I can think of a third way, the alternative would be that it checks the distance between itself and all of the other waypoints all the time, which would not be good. The one thing that's actually would be cool is that if I have the waypoints get generated automatically and they're really dense, I can actually then decrease the size of this bubble. Because I have this bubble big enough so that I'm pretty confident that there will always be at least one waypoint inside the bubble. If the player is like up here, like I do have a safety net where if there are no waypoints inside the bubble, then it does just manually go and calculate the things with all of the waypoints. That should never happen because that will tank performance a lot, but it's better than the game crashing as a result, because that would be the alternative. So yeah, anyway, so that's that. But when I have the waypoints calculated all manually, then I could have the bubble be a lot smaller, so that's that. But it would be nice if somehow, if I could come up with a third system, a better way to have, let's say, the player always know which waypoint it is currently closest to without having, in a way that's really good on performance, and have the waypoints not need a box collider set to is trigger on them. I don't currently have a way of doing that, but yeah. So, well, actually, wait, no, I have an idea. Wait, I just got an idea. So it would require some coding though. So, okay, I'll wait on doing said idea though until I've done the thing where all the waypoints are being generated automatically for me. But if it knows which one it's closest to on start, so let's say that's some pre-calculated information where it's like it knows that on start it's closest to 18. When it does its pathfinding and says, okay, I want to go to, let's just pretend it says, I want to go to 163 over here. And then as part of doing that, actually, well, no, let's just say it wants to go to 338. So the player is at 18, it wants to go to 338 here. Its immediate closest path would be going from 18 to 197 to 338. So I could have it, if it knows it's at 18 and it knows its immediate next place it wants to go is 197, I could then have it just only look at the distances between those two waypoints, and then once it sees I'm closer to 197 than I was to 18, then it could switch over. Oh, Nine Man. It's like Pac-Man, but with numbers. Hello. Thanks for the follow. I just saw that. Why is that being really... I don't know what that was happening for you guys, but for me, it looked like the alert played like really slowly. I'm not sure why. Hopefully that was fine. But yeah, hello, and welcome to the stream. Hi. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. That brings us up to 52. Woo! Thank you. Right now, I'm making a tag game, and I've just been going on a long rant about how my pathfinding system works, because we're going to be improving it. And I just got an idea to maybe make it even more better on performance. What I was just saying, what you were probably maybe just hearing, is that, so as I said, if I only look at, like, if a character knows which waypoint it's currently closest to, and the one it's trying to go to, then it could just look at the distances between those two. My worry with that is that that will break if the player is on a ledge. Let's say, not a player, in AI, let's say. If the player is closest to, if an AI is closest to 40 and it wants to go to 134, and I'm doing this thing I just said where it's calculating the closest distances between these two things, but if it fails the jump and goes down here, then I need to somehow be able to recalculate this. So like, it was trying to go to 134 and it was at 400, but now it just fell, so now it's closest to 170. So how do I manage that? Like, I would need to somehow be able to get around that. But I don't have a solution to that just yet. Or I don't have a solution that allows me to not have box colliders set to box triggers on the waypoints. So whatever, I'm not going to worry about it for now. I don't know how much that's going to impact performance. Because they're all set to is trigger, I think that's better on performance. So basically what I'm trying to say is that, so if I have 1,000 empty game objects, and if how good is that on performance, or how bad is that on performance, compared to having 1,000 empty game objects that all have trigger box colliders? I don't know, like, how much is the additional performance cost in the second case. It might be very negligible, or it could be really bad. I don't know yet, so I think I'm going to wait until I see that being a problem and then deal with it then. If I can, I'll see if I even kind of have to come up with this better on performance way of doing this. That's my phone. Oh. 1 second, just kicked my phone charger. My bad. 1 moment. We're good. I plugged it back in. It's not what you want to do. All right, is this almost done? So it's going to take 6 minutes. I really don't want to interrupt it now. Here, let me just grab water real quick. Water. So, yeah. So, and also I'm kind of stalling a little bit where I'm trying to wait for. I don't know how well you guys can see this, but down here, this progress bar, I'm waiting for it to fill before I can go into play mode so I can test if the thing that I just changed with code is actually working. So how's your guys' days going? How is all going with you guys? Yeah. Hopefully, once this is done, we can, can start to actually implement the stuff that I was just talking about. Yeah. Well, actually, okay, no, there are some things I can do. I can do stuff with changing code. I'm just worrying about how much coding I'm doing without actually being able to properly test it. But I'm pretty sure my calculate path thing is working, so we're now going to transition to, I'm going to have a button that's going to say generate waypoints, and then it's going to do all the automatically generating waypoints. So I'm just going to go and make that button at the very least, even though right now it's not going to do anything. That is one thing I can do while I'm waiting. So that's over here. What code is that? It's this code. And funny enough, that should mean that I will be able to, that will mean that I end up getting rid of all of these buttons, in theory. But that's better. It's preferable to have this one generate waypoints rather than all these buttons were just to make it so that I could make all the waypoints manually, but make it like easier, make it a little less tedious. But having it be completely automatic would be even less tedious. No tedium at all, assuming it works. I would want to set some kind of density value, so I'll figure that out. But like how far apart the waypoints are going to be. I imagine. Let me actually, I guess, showcase this. So right now I have like this is how the waypoints are kind of spaced out. When I generate them automatically, I imagine I'm basically just going to generate them in like a grid-like fashion. So basically do this really dense grid across the whole level. Basically generate the waypoints that way. And then make the connections in a grid-like fashion. So actually probably... So a grid that's like out in the open, or a waypoint that's out in the open like this, will be connected in a grid-like fashion to the waypoints in the let's say just the 8 cardinal directions. Because I don't know if I'd have to connect the diagonal ones. I might not even have to. It might still work fine without that. I'll see. Yeah, maybe it might be fine just doing the 4 directions. That might be fine. Maj, I'm here. Hello. I am here as well. Welcome to the stream. I am okay. I'm sort of stalling and talking while I'm waiting for this to finish. 3 minutes left apparently. It's baking the lighting. The more high quality lighting than this. I don't even know if it's gonna look that different. We're gonna see. But anyway, so while I'm waiting for that, I'm doing some explanation about how my pathfinding system works and how I'm about to be making it even better. So we actually already. I'm waiting for this thing to finish before I can. That's loud. I'm waiting for this to finish so I can go into play mode so I can test this. But I just did one thing that is making the performance of this a lot better. I just can't test it fully yet. I'm pretty sure it's working. So now I'm planning the next thing I'm going to do, except I'm hesitant on. I don't want to start actually coding it yet until this is until I can test the first thing. Because if the first thing isn't working, then I don't want to start coding the second thing and then have to do all this finagly nonsense of just things not working. So, yeah. That's that. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, so we getting a Steam demo soon? Maybe. Hopefully, maybe. So, okay, that's the one cool thing right now, is that at the very least, I am actually making progress on this game again. Like, we're through all of our lighting and graphical settings stuff. Yesterday, we were doing all this fixing of a bunch of things that broke when we switched pipelines. Now we're actually doing things again. Now, technically, we're not really making a new thing right now, but we are improving our pathfinding system. So we're actually doing code stuff. So it's not really adding new features, but it is important programming stuff. Mainly, if this is successful, this pathfinding thing I'm about to do, it's going to make making new levels so much faster. Like, so much faster. And remove a lot of the tedium that would have came from making new levels. So I'm really, really hoping that what I'm trying to do, are all these empty game objects, all these waypoints here, getting some code to generate these automatically for me is my goal. And have them actually generate in a way that they're a lot denser. There's a lot more of them. That'll make the pathfinding a lot better, and it will make make it so I don't have to, because I had to, you may have missed this before, like this was weeks ago, I had to individually place all of these waypoints. I did it for all these like 300 or something, however many there are, and it sucked. It was very tedious. But I made some custom editor tools to make it less tedious, but it was still quite tedious, simply put. So yeah, hopefully we're gonna make this a lot better. Okay, so we also got a minute before the global illumination thingy finishes, and then hopefully this will be good. So as well, let me move myself back to this side. So one thing that I can just start to code is that I was going to make a new the new button that's going to be generate waypoints would be what this is. So generate waypoints. points. And this is going to call a function on this called generate waypoints. Yep, and then over here. If this also works, it will also be like it'll be really impressive if this works, I think. In fact, that like I was able to code such a thing. I'm hoping this actually, turns out well, because I might struggle. Like, I don't know if I'm actually gonna be able to pull this off. I'm having my fingers crossed that I'll actually be able to. We'll see if I'm able to actually, make this generate waypoint system actually work. So, in doing that, are you finished? Oh, you're almost there. Well, now you're also compiling the code that's making the new button that I don't want to click yet because that will cause problems. Almost there. 20 seconds. Maybe. I'm hoping that this will actually be the end of this thing. Oh, yeah, it's very small. I don't know if you guys can see it. Here's this progress bar that I've been waiting to finish. Yeah. So, are you there? Yeah, maybe. Possibly. I'm hoping this is actually going to make this look substantially different. It might not at all. Hoping settings are set right. I meant to do this yesterday. I meant to do this in between the last stream and this stream, but I forgot to do that entirely until I started this stream. It was like, oh shoot, I was going to do this. Oops. Yeah, okay, so also now it's doing some Unity things. It's kind of locking me out of actually doing Unity things. So I have to wait for that to be done, generating all these light maps and whatnot. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm running out of things to stall with. My Steam notification bot didn't send out. What? Why not? Hold on. There's actually something I can do real quick. Let me go over here real quick. One moment. Just trying to find something. My Steam notification bot thing. Hey, this finished? I think it did. Although I'm not noticing much of a difference, which is actually disappointing. It's actually disappointing, but why am I putting this off screen? This. Why did you not work? Or are you just gonna work really late? No, it's been an hour and a half. This should have. How did you break? No, what? You were working. Excuse me? Did it at least send the thing? No, come on. Did you run but just fail to? You failed? Why? There was a problem with the trigger. What? Oh, I've never seen that. Or, what? Excuse me? Trigger failed. There was a problem with the trigger. Oh, I know what the problem is. I have to when I signed up for like my Twitch affiliate thing, I had to set up a 2-factor authorization with my Twitch login stuff, and that's probably what's throwing this out of here. Like why this isn't working. I have to probably just re-log in or relink this to my Twitch account. That's probably the problem. I'm going to do this off screen because obviously I'm going to be like typing in my password and all that. Well, I can have this on screen until I do that. How do I do this again? Settings. But I know the problem, I think. No, there's a different place I have to go on this website. 1 second. Did they just do this troubleshooting? This is for how I have a bot in my Discord server that sends out notifications when I go live. Where was it? It's my services? Twitch? Yeah. Details, maybe? No, how do I there's a thing here I have to do. I forget how I do this, but I have to basically I don't remember how I do anything. Hopefully my password is all dots there. Actually, maybe shouldn't have some. Just in case some sort of password thing flashes, I'd rather that not happen. Where? How do I do? I thought this would be something I could figure out really quickly, but no. Linked account. No. Why is this being weird? I'm not. Or like, why can't I find this? I found this before. Where are you? No. Why can't I find this? No. Okay, fine. I'll find it another time. I was hoping I could find it quickly, but fine. Whatever. I'll fix that later, another time. Whatever. All right, this finished. Does it actually look any different? No, it doesn't really. Oh, I was hoping it would. Fine then. Well, whatever. Okay. Although I don't know how many things like broke from how many times I was redoing things. If I hit this button, if I hit generate lighting again, because nothing changed, when I generate lighting, it only regenerates like things that changed. So I'm pretty sure, because I didn't really move anything around, I didn't move anything static around. This should recalculate really quickly, I think. I think. Although, okay, it's actually doing things that I can't stop it. It's taking longer than I thought it would. Fine. All right, but then we can go into play mode and I can test that the other path calculation stuff was working successfully. Yeah. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. You're doing anytime soon? It's getting there. So I've been waiting for this to fill. Should not have tried to regenerate the lighting. And no differences. Fine then. Oh well. Well, now I know that, I guess. I wasn't expecting a substantial change, something more than what looks like nothing. Actually, I wanted to do something real quick as well. Something's on my mind with graphical stuff. In terms of the fact that this will, even in just this default scene, will look a lot better if it actually had like textures and stuff. I just wanted to try. In the other default Unity thing, there's this wood texture that's on one of the floors that looks really nice. I just wanted to try like going like blah and just seeing what that looked like. Oh, that's that with tiling. That with tiling. Not that much though. Maybe. Why do you lack shininess? Okay, fine. What if I, rather than just giving you that texture, what if I gave you... Well, there's also a wood normal map. Wood. Is it this? I don't even know if I'm giving it the right things. Okay, fine. Let me undo this. Undo. But then find, with the default Unity stuff, I want to find just that wood material and just drag that on to our ground here. Just for the sake of playing around with graphical stuff. Where are you? Materials, general, This one? That's wood counter. That's not the right one, is it? No. I mean, I can take this and then tile it. Is that the right ground? Maybe. I mean, okay, that isn't entirely getting the results I was hoping for. I mean, kinda, but yeah, not entirely. Ooh. I mean, the lighting from the scene is definitely doing a number on that. I don't know what this speckled dot stuff is coming from. I'll worry about that later. Give it this light one. I want to be careful about actually changing the material stuff here, but do like this maybe. Yeah. Actually that does look nicer, I guess. There we got. That would be that. If I can I rotate this at all, or well, I could rotate the ground, but interesting. Let's make it smoother. Although it's after doing this, then I could generate the lighting again. But yeah, I also wanted to find. Was it this one? No, it was not that one. One of the wall materials. Yeah, that's what that looks like. Whoop. Nope, not that. Interesting. Just wanted to play around with what different materials from that default scene look like on different things of these objects. Like, look at that. That's making it look less placeholder-y a little bit. I mean, still doesn't look great, but... Ooh, oh, that's doing weird, interesting things. I'm gonna undo all this probably in a moment. I just wanted to play around with stuff. While it was on my mind. Interesting. That's things there. And, yeah. Alright, well, wait, there's a... Oh, that doesn't look too bad. Interesting, interesting. There's, like, a rock material. Oh, that's not what I meant to put that on. Plant. Metal. Whoa. Weird. Interestingly weird. Alright. I have my fun there. Let me undo all this. Well, let me not undo too much. Yeah. The dangers of holding Control Z. Yeah, you want to be careful not to undo too much. All right, there, we did that. Now let me go into play mode. This should go into play mode pretty fast now. Pretty fast now. Yeah, okay, that was a lot faster than before. Oh, no. Oh, no, things did break. What? No. 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 Why not? So, wait, did I undo? I may have undone. Let me go generate paths again, or calculate paths. Let that do that again, and then go into play mode. So this was what I was afraid of. I didn't actually test the thing. I just assumed it would be working. Oops. Given key was not present in the dictionary. Well, what are you? Oh, no. Why not? So it's this shortest path dictionary I have set up. I guess that's not being calculated properly. So what's calculating that? This. Do I need to... No, you're expecting a whole object, not a component. Maybe I could go this dot game object? Is that the whole game object is needing to be, something to be saved? I'll try this again. Maybe it's actually save after I'd done the calculate path thing. No, that wouldn't probably be it. If I do save, I can go into play mode. I just need that to not be erroring. It's, yeah, okay. So, my theory is, I'm not sure. Oh, what? Wait, oh, no, never mind. Okay, so why is that not working? If I go to any of these waypoints, here, let me test something. Is there a way to, I don't think I can do this, but this, where are you? This dictionary here, I do have this set as public. Do any of you know, is there a way to show dictionaries in the inspector? Because I just want to see what these values are. Well, I can Google this and see if I can find something myself. Unity, because I don't think you can. Unity, show dictionary and inspector. Let me bring this over here. Do like a hack like you do for anything serious in Unity, expose a normal array. I don't like this. I don't want to make a custom inspector for this. I just want to see what the values are. Okay. Okay, so this might be hard. I don't want to put a bunch of work into making this dictionary something I can see in the inspector because I don't actually care for, like, I'm just trying to do a quick test. Yeah, this is with Odin or something, yeah. That's the thing for custom inspector stuff that I'm not gonna, mess around with right now. But I just want to see. So my theory, let me just to elaborate, is that oh, you are a dictionary of two weird types, yeah. So darn. So what I'm trying to do is when here, let me actually test something else. Let me make this public again. Because actually this would be another test, another thing I can test here. When I press that button, that calculate paths button, what I'm expecting to see is that all of these waypoints, well, this furthest object thing, this is getting changed to some number. That's a good thing. That's, oh, what are they, what? Oh. Why are a bunch being set to 400? What's 400? So this one's saying its furthest one is 400. I want to know what 400 if it's so popular. Just there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. This is a waypoint that is like a really far off spot to get to. So that makes sense of it treating it basically as the furthest waypoint. Oh, it's weird. That's because of shadow cascade stuff. Interesting. That's fine, but that's a thing making things good on performance. But what's happening though is, so this thing is getting set. Like when I hit that calculate paths button, these were all none. They all said none, and now they have values in them. So that's a good thing. That's something that's making me think that part's working. But I'm also at the same time changing values in this dictionary called shortest path. But that's seeming to not be changing properly, because then AI pathfinding input over here is over here is then trying to access values from the dictionary and not finding them. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. I'm pretty sure the error I was getting is that, like, it's looking for this value end destination and it's not finding it. So the fact that it's not finding it is making me think that the dictionary is just not being are not being populated properly. So I just wanted to see what values this dictionary was having in the inspector, but it's not letting me do that. So let me try something else then. Let me go void start, and here just print any value of the dictionary. Can I go key, pathfinding object key, let's just plug in this one. I just need to plug in any one just to see if I can find it here. Just to have another test, a double test. Print this, and I want to see it's either going to be null or it's going to be something. So let's test that out. I'm still going to get the errors from the AI, but that's... we'll see if these are... Those didn't print. What? Or did they not print because this ran first and once it had an error, it just kind of stopped doing anything? Actually confused. Why did you not print? Okay, what if... Wait. I can have this execute next, execute in edit mode, right? Isn't that a thing I can go like, execute in edit mode. And then I might see those values here. Because even before I go into play mode, they should have values that aren't nothing. Oh, trying to, what? Oh, trying to print the, oh, right. No, never mind, this makes sense. This isn't going to give me null. Yeah, no, it's giving me an error there. Okay, but now I can test it without going into play mode. So you are having values of nothing. Why? Let me go, is there a count? Let me print the count of the dictionary. Is it 0? Or is it actually like putting in the wrong numbers or something? Does it have a count of 0? Why did you not print? Excuse me? Awake, actually, I think is maybe what I want there. Or I could have it be update. This is just a temporary thing anyway, but yeah. What's a function here that's gonna run every time I build the thing? It's gonna be like on enable. Actually, on enable will work for if I turn on and off the object or any of these individual objects. So that's something. I could have it be update, but then yeah, there we go. Okay, 0. So my theory stands. So how do I deal with that? I have an idea. Let me go calculate paths again. Let me do this again and make sure that this just still isn't working. Not that I think anything will suddenly change, but so this dictionary being empty being a problem. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. I've been on the wrong side of the screen for a bit. Oops. Well, actually, no. Okay. When I'm in Unity, I want to be showing off the buttons over there, kind of, and values of things. When I'm looking at the code, I want to be on this side so my face isn't blocking the code. So I'm going to stay on the right side because I'd rather not block code than, yeah. So, so my theory... Let me Google this. So, but basically what I need to figure out is how to modify a dictionary in the edit mode, or not edit mode, in the editor. My theory is that dictionaries are maybe weird and it's something that you can't modify them until you're actually in play mode because of some weird stuff that might also have to do with why it's not showing in the inspector. Something like that, maybe. No, let me try something else real quick. I wonder if... So it could either be because it's a dictionary, or it could be because it's a dictionary of weird values like this. So let me just try changing a dictionary that has what we could call normal data types. We're just trying to do things that are going to help us find the problem. They're going to narrow down what the problem is. Test. String. So we're going to have a dictionary of strings and ints, I suppose. On enable here, I'm going to go test equals test.add. So I need a string. This is test. And then the value is going to be 12 or something. And then print its count. Well, actually, I should be doing this with the other one, but I'll do this first. Just out of curiosity, because, well, I don't know if that's going to be any different than when I was pressing a button. It'd still be doing something through the editor. I don't know if those are new zeros or old zeros. Here, let me go and on any of these waypoints. If I just turn it off and on, it should read. A key with the same value has already been added. So I went to add it twice. Oh, that could be an issue. Okay, so actually that's going to be a different issue where I want to make sure it's clear in the Right. Let me go if test dot. Or, let me just go test dot clear. At the beginning of this, go test dot clear. And then with that, I'm also going to just preemptively, at the part where I'm doing the calculating path thing, when this runs, I want to clear the dictionaries at the top. X.shortestpath.clear. Wait. So actually, okay, I'm just gonna do another for each loop. Actually, no, I can do it in this for each loop, right? Or hold on, I was trying to think of the best place to do this. Yeah, here. If I go this shortestpath.clear, that'll just prevent problems later on with once we get the dictionaries to fill, have data in them, not having problems with it adding data multiple times, adding the same number multiple times. But that still doesn't fix our initial issue. So, okay, this is working and being one. I think this was something that just didn't clear before. Oh, I don't have this checked for build on recompile. I maybe should have that. Okay, so what next? So that means though that this is adding right, but that might be because this on enable function that's running might be treated differently than how on the editor function button stuff is working for some reason. So the next thing I'm going to try is going back to this dictionary and adding some value and just seeing if that works. It should in theory. So I need to add. So the key, I just need any pathfinding object. So I'm gonna take, where is it? The farthest object. That's what I was looking for. Add this, comma, the value being a shortest distance value. So I'm gonna go like new shortest distance. It can be empty. I don't care about setting the things in it. I just needed to, add one. Add anything. So let me just see if that works now. If I get a bunch of ones printed, that's progress. Okay. So the data type the data types of the dictionary has nothing to do with this. It's it has something to do with the weird editor stuff. All right. So the question is why. So one thing I could try to do, no, it's helpful. This is a dictionary. So I know that well, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. So this value is being set correctly. So I know that just setting values in general, that's fine. It's setting these dictionary values that's being weird. So if I maybe tried to convert this to a different data type and was using lists or something, but I like being able to easily search. Like with the dictionary, you just search by the key and then you get the value. That's really helpful with what I'm using that for. So I would like to keep it being a dictionary, ideally. All right. So let me. I don't know. Calculate this. Go calculate paths again after I did that dictionary.clear thing. Although I can't imagine that that's gonna make any huge differences, but what do I know? And then just change anything so this recompiles so that all those on enable functions run again. And you're all zeros. Yep. That's what I thought. Okay. So next thing to try is what? So next thing I want to try is printing these counts at the bottom of the path calculator. Or more specifically, I'm going to try doing it here. And I'm printing x.shortestpath.count. Let's see what that does. GG. Oh no, the real shortest room. GG. Well, not GG yet, because I am currently in the midst of having problems that I'm not sure why they're happening, and I'm trying to figure them out. Mainly, it's trying to set a value of a dictionary in the editor. Why did I go into play mode? I didn't need to go into play mode for this. Wait, did that still print a bunch of zeros, or was that the zeros from before? I didn't get rid of this code, did I? I didn't. Let me comment this out, and then redo the path calculator thing. And I'm looking for, wait for this to do the do. Calculate paths. So I should now, in a moment, in the console, see a bunch of numbers that are like all of size 300. Or 401. Okay, yes. Okay, so... Weird. That's so weird. Why is that happening? So it seems to be happening that this is... what? What? Why is it setting the values of these dictionaries, but then they're getting, like, unset or something? It's getting, like, re-cleared out. I wonder... So I'm just going to do some Googling. So Unity set value of dictionary in editor. It's not just a matter of setting it, the value in general. It's, like, in the editor. Aha! Ha ha ha! I'm gonna clear this. Booyah. This is my problem. Oh, it cannot serialize dictionaries. You'll not be able to keep dictionaries live in both editor and play. Instead, you must use structures that Unity can serialize. Okay, so... Okay. So I could either do some things to manually, like, do stuff to serialize the dictionary, or I have a better idea that'll be faster for me to do, probably. Okay, so my idea is, so I want this to be a dictionary for when I'm actually using the values in play mode. So what I can do is instead have some lists. So what I could just have is a list of pathfinding objects and a list of these shortest distance things. Have the path calculation thing set up the lists, because those lists can be serialized, and then in start, then basically move all those values from the list to the dictionary, from both the lists into the dictionary. And that would work in theory. I want the actual AI pathfinding input to use the dictionary, because that'll be better on performance, so it doesn't have to keep searching through a bunch of lists. So let me just look at how I'm setting this up here. So where in all am I changing the value of X shortest path? Oh. Okay. This will makes it hard. What if I did all this to calculate the things with the dictionary, and then at the end of here, so a weird way of doing this, but then I move this stuff from the dictionary into two lists, and then when it goes, so that those get saved and serialized. And then when you go into play mode, then it, in the await function, then it moves all that stuff from the lists into the dictionary. But no, that's gonna not be great on performance. Okay, maybe I look into, okay, how am I using the dictionary in the pathfinding input? Let me look at that. Could I maybe, is there a way, wait, is this the only place I'm doing it? Wait, really? I'm only using it once? Huh. Wait, okay, in my head I thought I was using this multiple times in different places. Wait. No, hold on. Self-closest path. Where, okay, let me go entire solution. I want to look at all the places where I'm using the shortest path thing. Actually, let me go. If I search by this, go like this. So in all of my code across my entire project, other than the path calculator, that's going to be using this a bunch. Yeah, I get that. Let me move on. what other pieces of code are using this shortest path value? Oh yeah, this is being slow because it's linking through like my entire project. I just have to hit enter enough to get through all this. So again, I'm ignoring the path calculator in this instance. So 1, 2, 3. Because maybe I can. Because I might be able to change this. Maybe I can change it to not use a dictionary. If I'm only, I can have it use a dictionary when it's calculating. No. What? Wait. Oh. Is it looping? What? Can I at least just what? Well, okay, fine. Wait, so it's not being used in any other piece of code. I don't think it looped around to the top and it didn't open up any other files. So I think it is only being used there and here. Okay, that's good. So if I could just rewrite this line in the best way, in the way that's best on performance, to not use a dictionary, then I can not have it be a dictionary. I can have it be saved in two lists. Well, okay. Well, okay, I worry about this, because this is going to be a list that is like over 1,000 items long. So having a for loop that goes through things like these things that are like 1,000 items long, like having a list go through these like 1,000 items, that sounds like it's going to be terrible on performance. Especially this is something that's running an update, so that's not good. I would rather do my other solution where I save the list so they're serialized and then convert them to dictionaries in start, so that it might then be a little bit slower on going into play mode, but then it will be better on performance once we're in play mode. I would prefer that. Okay, so fine. All right. So in doing that, I guess I'm gonna go. I mean, these can be hide in inspector, but I guess that doesn't really matter. But well, yeah. Okay, let's do this. And hide in inspector. Clean up the spaces on this. Actually, we're gonna have three things here. Hold on. So I'm gonna have a list. I need two lists. Public, or not, lists, arrays, same thing in this case. So two arrays. An array of pathfinding objects, and an array of these shortest distance classes. Shortest path, pathfinding objects. Equals, hold on. New pathfinding object or array. What's wrong with you? Or might wait. Oh right, wait, darn. Wait, no, it does have to be a list. Because I have to be able to change the size of this. No, I don't. No, the size will be the number of other pathfinding objects. That, well. Yeah, so that's something I can set. I can set the length of. It can be an array, because an array is better on performance than a list. So that would be the preferable thing. So then same thing with this array of shortest distance stuff. Shortest path, shortest distances. Okay, so I do this. I set these up from the dictionary, and then on. It's gonna be awake. I'm gonna do this in awake, but get rid of the execute in edit mode thing. Then this is going to convert all of the data from these two things into this dictionary. Is what's gonna happen here. So shortest path dot add or okay, go for. But I also know that these are the same length. So for int I equals 0, I is less than shortest path Bois. I plus plus. Oh, okay. Shortest path. Dot. Oh, oops. Oh, dot length. I meant to go dot length. I said dot length. Typed in L. I think I did anyway. So shortest path. Dot add. This guy. I. Comma. This guy. I. Makes sense. Maybe. So then I just wait. Maybe I can do this in a better way. Or no, never mind. Okay, never mind. So then I go back to over in the path calculator. I let this still mess with the dictionary because it makes this faster and better on performance, kind of. But then at the end of this, I now need it to go and, before the set dirty thing, I now want to go and, so probably like x dot, I need to basically now set that list. I need to set up that entire list. So shortest pathfinding objects dot, equals new pathfinding object. No, wait, hold on. Why am I forgetting how this works? What? It's been so long since I've made. Isn't it like this? But then you put in like 5 or something. You put in like a length like this. That's how this works, right? Yeah. Except I need to put in the somewhere. I probably have the number of pathfinding objects, which is going to be this. Yes. Pathfinding objects dot length. Yep. And then I do the same with the other one. Except this is going to be new. This same length, and then I need to go for. Actually, because I can use the dictionary to my advantage here, so I don't need a for loop. Well, or I do, but I'm going to go through all the keys. For, isn't it like key? No. For the pathfinding object key in the dictionary. For each, I meant to go. For each. Is this how this works? Cannot convert, oh no, this dot keys or dot keys, okay. Then go, okay. Then add to the list, right? Dot, or this, not I, wait, I don't have an I. Oh, I need to, darn, this does need to be, yeah, I need this to be a for loop, a normal for loop. Yep, because I need that I value. I need that index. So for int I equals 0, I is less than the length, this length, I plus plus. Set up both of these, where this is going to be, or at I is equal to something. I'll figure that out in a second, and this is going to be equal to something. Okay, so I need to set this basically for each pathfinding object. Actually, why don't I just put in pathfinding objects? Just get all of them. Yeah. So that should be the same length, and then this should be the value from the dictionary. Where's the dictionary thing? It's over x dot shortest path at that point. Right? It's gonna be like that. Right? I think so. I think this would work. So now that's gonna supply that dictionary, and then it's gonna get cleared anyway. I could, I could clear it here. It's going to get cleared anyway. Might as well do it myself. So that I just, when I look back on this, I remember why I did the certain things, maybe. And now that I've done that, if I go back to the where am I looking? I guess actually maybe I should clear it before I do the set dirty thing. Yeah. Where is it? Pathfinding objects. This. So then on awake, then it sets up the dictionary again. Okay. In theory, that's gonna work. I worry about how that's gonna hinder play mode, but we're gonna find that out. I have an idea to make that better on performance in a real level. If when you go into a real level, if the game doesn't just start immediately, it has something where it, like, you know, cinematically like pans around the arena or something, or like some kind of a cutscene, or like at least a 3, 2, 1 go, I can do some of these calculations while that's going on rather than before play mode starts. So that has a bit of this like asynchronous loading or whatever. Okay, it still didn't work. Oh no. Aw, I thought that was gonna work. What did I miss now? What did I mess up now? But oh, you're still using the dictionary. Wait, no, but you should be using the dictionary. What? Gah. But is setting it in awake? Can I not set a dictionary's value in awake? Do you not like me doing that? Okay, if I put you in start, will you be more happy? Start should run before the first update, so this dictionary's value should be getting set because I'm setting them there. Come on. No, what? Why? I was so sure that was gonna work. So what? Wait, I didn't do running. I think I know why. I didn't run calculating paths again. My bad. I changed this code, but then I never had that code run. So of course it's not gonna do anything different. So let me do that, and now go into play mode. Now it should work. Because now those lists should be set properly. Or not. Hey! Okay, well, progress. Don't you dare tell me that arrays are not serializable. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Why? Do not tell me that arrays are not serializable. Unity set value of array in. No, I do change arrays. I change the waypoint arrays. Okay. I'll choose our list though, maybe. Set array in editor. That's not editor stuff. Okay, I'm not immediately seeing something that's being like, yeah, the arrays aren't. No, I know that I can change arrays, or at least I can change lists, I think. But I'd like to keep this being arrays. So why are these not? Also, I think I can change this back to awake. So why then? What's the problem here? So let me double check which of these lines were causing a problem. What? Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. This does have a length that's not nothing, because otherwise these wouldn't run. Well, like if this had a length of 0, it shouldn't be running this. So there might just be a discrepancy between the length here and these values, because maybe the array. No, the array's getting reset. I don't know. Let me just go into play mode again and look at the error again in awake. Whoa, no, we keep touching the wrong thing. Okay, so it is on line 23. Yeah, so which of these is causing the problem? Because maybe I messed up some other code and I'm setting one variable but not the other. So we just print the length of both of these. Print, this is one's length, comma, or plus, space, plus the length of the other one. Let's see this. Why don't you like this? Oh, because that's not a plus. So in theory, if this is working the way that I think it is, that it should be working, these should both have the same length. If they're off by even 1, that could be what the problem is. So let's find that out, shall we? You didn't even... What? Oh, you didn't even run. What? Object reference not set to an instance of an object in getting the length of the array? Even if this is null, shouldn't this... Wait, what am I doing? Why am I not just letting these be public so I can see their values rather than trying to print stuff with them? Just look at their values and then I can see what they're being set equal to. Yeah. Wait. You're showing one but not the other. Why? What? Weird. Maybe that's part of the problem? Oh! It's the classes. It's this I have set this as like serializable, right? Serialized field. Because it's 2 lists. It's in a list of this class, which does get serialized, I believe. I'm pretty sure it does. And this is a list of another class, or well, actually I don't know. Well, because it inherits from mono behavior, I think this gets serialized or something. This doesn't, but I think I had to do serialized field because this array isn't being serialized in the same way that we were having a problem with the dictionary. So doing this, or it might be system.serialize. No, actually, I think it's system. It's serializable or something like that. I might have to do it here too. I'm not sure. Maybe let's try that though. That's my theory. Because that's what tipped me off is the fact that I wasn't seeing it over here. There we go. Except now that I see it there, I'm gonna have to calculate the paths again. But then I should see that actually having values, and now it might be working. Great if it was. All right. So one thing I've also interesting. I just thought of something. One thing I could do if I wanted to, a potential way of getting rid of the dictionary thing entirely, is the fact that all of these like waypoints, actually even pathfinding objects. Oh well, these are in a random order, like how all this is. But with these having numbers, if I just made each one's like waypoint, like position in the array being based on its number, then if something wanted to find like, okay, what's the shortest thing for waypoint 18, then just go to element 18 in the array and that would correspond to it. I could set up something like that and then I might be able to actually phase out the dictionary, which would actually get rid of all this weird wonky stuff. I'm not going to right now though, because right now it's like, it works. Well, we're gonna find out if it works. If it works, then like that's good enough for now. That'll be another like optimization thing. Booyah. All right. Look who's running around, sort of, good enough. You're running around good enough. He's moving, and I'm good with that, frankly. Find that that's working. All right, cool. Yeah. And what frame rate are we getting? We're getting, hey, whoa, what? Why'd the frame rate go up? What? Oh, because I finished generating the lighting. Did that actually help with that? Or I don't know, but it's kind of achieving 60 FPS. Oh, it also does depend on what I'm looking at. Interesting. Because how many objects are on screen and all that. And, oh, all right. Also, I only have the one AI. If I had all the other AIs running around, that might factor into that a little bit. So that's interesting. One thing I think I was going to do anyway, though, in the project settings, go back down to medium for now anyway. Probably help it a little bit. I actually also noticed, I don't know why, there's definitely something a little broken, but for some reason, I noticed this earlier, that on high quality, it's doing this weird thing. I don't know why, but on medium quality, it's not doing that. Actually, let me see something. Is this something that's only happening in the... I think this was something that was only happening in the scene view. Let me run up to my guy here and have a look at him. Yeah, why is that something that's like only happening in the scene view? I'm not sure. Oh, what? Oh, something weird's going on with the shadows. I don't know what that is, but... But let me go down to medium anyway, though. Wow. Actually, well, just with the way the settings are, it makes the shadows look a bit crispier, because a bit crisper. Like more sharp. Yeah, but now the lighting thing isn't happening. Weird. So I have something, I think I have something set wrong in the high quality thing. I don't know why. Whatever. Actually right now, it looks kind of like medium is functioning a little bit better, and we're hitting like 80 FPS. Perfect. So we'll stay on this for now then. This looks fine enough. It looks basically the same. Oh yeah, we do have a bit of a problem right now with the, well, or minor thing, very minor thing. Gravity, I think, could be a little higher. I'll mess with that later, though. That's some tweaking. Oh gosh, I have to be careful with that, because adjusting that jump height, or like increasing gravity, might make it harder on making jumps. So I have to, I'll have to fiddle with that. Because I might have to then remeasure all the jump heights and distances, which might suck a little bit. Yeah. Ideally, I sort that out before I make the first real level. And it should be fine. All right, but cool, that dictionary stuff is working. Do I want to? It's now on my mind, though, that maybe I want to try and swap this out to use a list, because that's actually would be even better on performance than the dictionary, because well, I think it would be anyway. And then I would get rid of this weird back and forth nonsense that I have going on right now. So is that I don't know, maybe I don't worry about it right now. That can be something I do later. Yeah, maybe I do the other thing I want to do first. I kind of want to move on to the, well, it's maybe something I'll do if I get stuck, like while I'm waiting to try and maybe come up with more ideas with the next thing that I want to do, which now the time has come that I want to try programming the system that's going to manually set up all of these waypoints. Even if it like set them up good enough and then I was able to do some like cleanup. Ideally, I don't have to do any of that, but I, in theory, could. Once they're generated, I can move them around as much as I please. So I really have to remember like the stuff that I was planning for how I might do this and figure out how we're actually going to do this. So actually, the first thing I want to do, as just a borderline kind of a test, is I want to see basically how much... Oh, I'm about to sneeze, maybe? I'm good. Okay, so okay, so what I want to do, what was I meant to do? My sneeze made me lose my train of thought. No, all these waypoints. I want to see, as a general baseline thing, how much does the performance tank, and what kind of frame rate are we getting when I have thousands and thousands of
of these waypoint objects. So let me just go, even though this might cause some errors with them not being connected to each other, because I'm not going to do that. But if I just duplicate all this, move it up, and like duplicate it again, the actual gizmos on screen are going to cause a bit of lag, but that's not a problem once we're in play mode. So actually, let me just get rid of them. I don't need to worry about those gizmos if I get to a point where these are being generated automatically. So let's try this out. So now there's a lot, simply put. Oop, yep, it's chugging a little bit, maybe. But all that matters, and then if I go cleanup, now they're all this is gonna go through and make them all be named properly. So now I think even these later ones, oh, maybe it didn't do that. I don't know. Okay, well, it's fine because they're broken. They're not connected, so I'm not going to worry about that. So going into play mode might cause... I don't know if it's actually this is going to work in terms of just the waypoints not being connected properly, but I just want to see... So there are now thousands... Well, actually, yeah. I just want to see what we're getting frame rate-wise with how many there are here. Assuming we don't get error messages. If we get error messages, then things are... It's fine. Yes, this is a good sign. This is a good sign. Look at this. There are now like thousands of these empty game objects, and the performance is not taking a hit at all. Perfect. This is why I'm confident that if I can generate thousands of these that are all interconnected. But if it's doing it for me automatically, then that's a big time save. Perfect. Beautiful. Awesome. And then I might be able to even have those objects be even better on performance if I if I set up the... Actually, I have two things I could do. One is that this that's running on all of them on awake, if I do what I said, or if I can convert this basically to not use a dictionary at all, which I said I had an idea of doing that, then I can get rid of this code. So that'll be better on performance. And then right now they all have like box colliders on them set to is trigger. I don't know how much of a performance hit that's causing, but if I could come up with a solution to get rid of those, that would also boost this even more. Okay, but that's perfect. So let me actually, I can calculate this. How many sets of, how many things did I copy? So there was 400 and, so layer 1, 2, 3, that was making 401 waypoints. So 401 times, how many times did I duplicate it? 1, 2, so there's 4 of them. So, okay, I said thousands, 1,604. But still, like, yeah, it was perfectly fine. I didn't notice any dip at all, I don't think, with that many. So, it will take a lot before it actually starts to dip. Because again, there's all just empty game objects with trigger box colliders, and I might even be able to get rid of the box colliders. So if anything, they will just be empty game objects with some code on them. Or with mainly just code that's just, all this code is doing is just storing information. It's not like they're all running a bunch of stuff on update or whatever. So, yeah. Okay. So, I want to do something though now. If I'm going to be messing with the waypoint stuff, in case it goes really wrong and like doesn't work and all that, I'm actually going to just go into a new scene, just so if I mess up all the waypoints, because I'm going to be doing stuff that's going to be destroying them and then instantiating new prefabs of them. If things go wrong there, I want to be able to at least go back to at this point in time when the waypoints are all set up properly. So let's just duplicate the scene here. And we got test level. This is going to be improved waypoint generation or something like that. Where'd that go? Bam. A big mess with all my scenes in here. I will clean this up eventually. Again, I'll be hesitant to delete anything until our like demo is done, and then I can go and clean a lot of that stuff up. Definitely a lot of scenes here I don't necessarily need. Oh, it's nice to go back on, like oh yeah, this is what the game looked like when I was at this stage of making it. But in like the final build, I don't necessarily want those there. So, yeah. All right. So this is, wow, it looks the same. Who would have guessed? I mean, I would want to bake the lighting again, because I can just let that start to do. I don't know if that's gonna. Are you recalculating from scratch? Ooh, you are. I'd prefer if you didn't do that. Well, I'll just let it do its thing. I probably won't let it finish the whole way. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna take back what I said. I'm just gonna
bake the lighting in this scene with the super low lighting settings, it looked basically the same. So I'll just let it do that. Anywho, so with that, let's clear you. Okay, so what am I doing now? I have to figure out the actual process of how I'm going to be getting this thing to generate these waypoints. So, hey, whoa, what happened to your numbers? Oh, what happened to your numbers? Oh, it went the other way. Oh, when it did change before when I hit cleanup, that was supposed to rename all these objects. I thought because there was a bunch that weren't connected that it didn't actually do that properly, but no, it did. I just didn't. The top ones kept the normal numbers, the bottom ones did not. So let me go. For now, go and clean that up. Where I go like this. That will make the numbers go back down to normal. Yeah. It's nice here also that I can hit this button. All these get named individually in a way that like I don't have to worry about. So they're all individually named, but I don't care what ones are what numbers. Okay, so now. Okay, now the time has come. So how am I going to do this? So mainly, okay. I have an idea for like a flat plane of how we would do this, but when we get depth in there, that's going to be more complicated. So my idea, let me go back to my pathfinding testing scene. If you all remember this, let me do this. This. So this I set up manually, but this, but more condensed, is my idea of what I wanted to set up for. The manual generation, where basically, except a lot denser together. Like we're talking like, it's like really, dense. Where from a top-down view, I'll go like this real quick. From a top-down view, it starts at like the bottom left corner of the map, and then makes a waypoint, and then goes like up a little bit, makes another one, up a little bit, makes another one. Actually, it could snake around maybe, or. The best way of doing this, or because I need to make it in like a grid pattern. What I can think of, there's a difference between that. I can think of maybe ways of doing this and like what would be the best way. It's gonna be better on performance and all that. But essentially, the end result would be that it generates something like this. But if there's a wall in the way, like there's gonna be a lot of I'm expecting that when I hit generate waypoints, it's gonna take a while to do all these really complicated calculations. But then once they're done, then they're done. That's the idea. And hopefully I don't crash Unity too much in the process. So, so with that though, if I had like a wall in the way, like I'm going to have to, I think, do a bunch of ray casts is going to be a part of this, because I want to take the whole collision and stuff of the map matters for this. Oops. Like if I have a wall here, then, it shouldn't generate waypoints inside of a wall, and two, it shouldn't generate waypoints. It should generate waypoints inside of a wall, and then it shouldn't have connections that go through walls. So, all of these having little colliders. This might actually, how I gave them all little trigger colliders, that might actually help with this, because maybe that's something I use to test a lot of this by a lot of raycasts, go from like raycast from one pathfinding object to like the other. If that was a straight line, like there was nothing in the way, then it like makes a connection, something like that. And then that could be sort of how it does this. And I can decide later on if I want it to only like, if these points are really dense, I think I could get away with the connections only being up, down, left, right. I don't think I would need diagonal connections if they're really dense. If an AI wants to move in a way that's basically diagonal, I think it would just, like, because how dense it'll kind of, the waypoints it goes along will zigzag, but I think that will look like to the AI, it'll basically go in like a straight line. I think I could be wrong. If that is the case, then I can make it put connections on the diagonals. So yeah, so it does that. So I think few things with that is, how do I tell it where to start, and how does it know like when it's done? Is if it just keeps going. Let's say I already know that it starts down here. If I tell it like go up and over, up and over, up and over, or keep going up, keep going over, and then like I don't know, make all the points or whatever. then how does it know that when it's reached the end of the map, unless I define it that way? Unless I define, like, go from negative this to positive this. And then furthermore, well, yeah, so how do I define the edges of the map? So one thing is that in the actual level, there are big walls that go around the whole map, and that's going to stay being the case. The way that this tag game is, we're not going to have, like, falling off the map is not going to be a thing. You can fall to a lower part of the level, but you can't, like, die. You can't fall out of the map and have to respawn. I'm not thinking. And then, so there's going to be walls on the edge of the map. Even if, like, in the actual level, it could look like a, it could look like glass and like a transparent, like a force field kind of a wall, but it'll be a wall nonetheless. Something with a collider. So I could have, as long as this, like, starts somewhere in view, or in the level properly, then it could just keep going until, like, until somehow if it knows that it's hit the edges of the map. But then it also needs to know where to start. I mean, I could define the edges of the map, but if I did, my current level here is a square. But what if I defined the level to be like the edges of the map? It's like a circle or like some other abstract shape. Like if the arena's shape is not a square, how can I deal with that better? So my idea with that, actually, I'm kind of thinking of. Let me duplicate this scene real quick, just to test, just to showcase an idea. If I build a here, let's go like 0.25, then duplicate you, and just turn you sideways. Let's just pretend this is the borders of the map. Pretend that there's like actual walls that go around the edge of this. Actually, I want to make this thinner for the sake of my testing. For my explaining out loud to myself and whoever may be watching. So in this case, the pathfinding should be, well, actually, okay, I'm not going to set up the pathfinding nodes, but basically there won't be ones out here. But, oh, okay, I deleted light stuff. That's fine. This seems just a temporary thing. But, and even then, the pathfinding nodes in here aren't going to be like this. Like, they're going to be really, ideally, I'm going to have some kind of public variable that, like, I get to set this so-called density value, but it's going to be, like, they're really close like this, you know? Maybe it would be worth actually having these be, like, a point. Whoa. That's a thing I can do. Blah. Yeah. I might also actually change the names of these to say waypoint instead of pathfinding object, simply because it's less letters, so it also just leads to less clutter. Or I could actually have the names of the objects just be the number. I could do that too. But imagine though, basically, it's going to generate, like, this is how dense I'm talking about, where it basically keeps doing this all the way up. Except, you know, done through code, so it's more exact, right? Let me just do this a bit more because I can. And then once it gets to here, it would, like, split out a bunch, right? So it's really hard to, like, see, but I don't have to care how it actually looks in the inspector. I only care about once it's, like, about the background of, like, how it's working and all that. And then each of these individual ones is going to be connected to one, like, above it, below it, left, and right. And because these are going to be done in a perfect grid, I can do raycasts that are perfectly straight up, perfectly down, left, right, all that, ideally. And then it'll see if it's hitting walls and, like, if there's anything in between these pathfinding objects. Now, if I then have a cube, let's go 4 and, I don't know, 2. If there was a wall here, right here, then these ones wouldn't exist. Oops. Right? And the connections would kind of go around the wall. That one would exist, but again, these aren't placed very perfectly. Like, pretend this was more, again, an exact grid, so it would go around the wall a lot nicer. So that's how this should generate, right? Now then, again, somehow it should know the edges of the map. Although, here's an interesting idea. What if it doesn't care about the edges of the map? Or what if it does some cleanup with that afterwards? Where, imagine this. if I have the walls of the map set up like this, let's just, as a sake of example, like this, pretend, yeah, these are, I don't really need to be setting up all of these, but I'm going to, for the sake of, because I can, very roughly, just to get the idea across. Okay, pretend that there's ones here as well. Or I'll just do them real quick. Something like this. Just imagine that if this was placed more nicely, that these are the edges of the map. So it wouldn't place things in the middle of the map. Oh, One Hit Gaming! Hello, hello! Hi, hi. What's this? What is this? Oh, you've changed your name, I think. Is it One Hit __? Hello, hello. We are doing some things. Improving our pathfinding system. Right now, I'm not actually building anything. I'm explaining to myself and to the audience of what I'm planning, what I'm about to code, and also figuring out some things conceptually of like how I want this to work. Let me go back to my other thing and let me show you something. Oops, I am gonna save this for now. Wait, oh, come on. So, oh, it's doing its thing. Okay, come on. There we go. Okay, so what I've done so far today is that going into play mode is a lot faster. It should be. Yeah, well, okay. That was still a little slow, but it's a lot faster than it was before, anyway. And so everything's working now in terms of our game. It's working again. But now I'm making the AI pathfinding a lot better. In a few different ways. One, I've just made it a lot better on performance when we go into play mode, where, yeah, it's just better. And now I'm in the middle of trying to set up a crazy complicated programming thing to be able to, you see all these blue things? These are all individual things that I placed manually to set up how the pathfinding works. And I'm about to be trying to do coding stuff to get the game to automatically generate all of these for me. It's going to be really complicated and really hard, but if it works, it will save me so much time and like tedious work, and just having these nodes be more dense and closer together. Oh, I did rename these to waypoint. I forgot I did that. But anyways, having them closer together will make the AI pathfinding work a lot better. And I've already did a test where if I have thousands of these, it doesn't affect the frame rate at all. So I know that I'm good on being able to have thousands of these potentially, and it shouldn't be too bad on performance. So, yeah. So now going over to where was I just? I was over here. I'm just planning sort of conceptually, like, what I want the end result to look like. Okay, so in this scene, these were all named, they say pathfinding object instead of waypoint. That's whatever. Let me just do one thing. I turn all these to be like little dots like this. There. Now I can see better. In fact, this might be something I do. I don't necessarily need them all to be like if I'm not placing them manually, I don't really need to see or care what the numbers are. This makes it easier so you can see the points. Imagine for a minute that these are in a perfect grid. That's what the end result of this is going to look like. In fact, actually, now that they're like this, it's probably going to be a lot easier to... here, let me just do something real quick. If I take one of these... Wow. Yeah, this would be so much easier to place. Let's go like this. Go by perfect exact increments. Let's just pretend it goes by increments of 1. I ideally will set some kind of value in the inspector of like what the sort of grid measurements are. Could be 1, could be like 0.5. Basically, I can manually set the densities. Okay. Send something like this. Yeah. So, okay, I'm not going to place all of these. This is just to give the general idea. And by, like, yeah, now I actually have them more placed better. So, now I'll just keep going up this little, like, column. This is not that hard to be setting up. In fact, now I can probably just shift select all of these and go up even further. So ideally, in the end result of this, why was this color? Well, the color doesn't matter, but let's go like green. Actually, let me get all of them. Like this. Yeah, so pretend this was covering the whole area. This is what I want my code to set up, where it starts in some place and it basically starts instantiating all these empty game objects, going like blah and blah. There actually would not be ones here because it's not going to instantiate the objects there if it's intersecting with a wall or something, right? So this is a good example of like this is what this would look like if these were the more dense these are, the more it will perfectly shape around the wall, right? So at the expense of there just being more waypoints. So I want it to basically, however I do it, but like step 1, it's like generate all these points. Step 2, make the connections. Okay, in actual code, I'll probably do that sort of at the same time. But then indeed, yeah. So this is how the pathfinding is going to work. By the way, this is like for the AI. That's what this is for. This is for the way. Seems complex. It is. It's going to be really complex. But I think I can pull it off, hopefully. And if I can, like the trade-off here, the time I spend doing this is going to be, it'll be kind of interesting to like be making this and like, oh, it's cool, oh, it's working, blah, 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 as a trade-off for saving me so much tedious work down the line. Like the alternative is that I basically do a lot of this manually. I don't have to make it a perfect grid like this, but I did before have to set up all of, over in test level, like how it was in the other scene, I set up all that manually. Like all these empty game objects, I copied them, pasted them, like I duplicated them all around manually for all of them. So why is this? Oh, why are you not saving that you? Oh, hold on 1 second. Come on, go back over here and. Yeah. Okay. This you should be. Your number's smaller. Oh, did I not save them? There you go. Okay, so yeah, I had to place all these manually, and that sucked. It was really tedious. And when I have other levels, like the more levels I make, I'm gonna have to do this process again. The alternative is that I do this crazy complicated thing over. Come on. Oh, wrong. Wait. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I am in the wrong place. This. Let me go. Waypoint. Experimenting. Yep. Okay. Okay. But yeah, ideally, I get the code to set up this automatically. Okay, the other thing, let me go back once more to show a thing. On these objects, it's not just the objects. I also do this. Bam. Look at this. All these lines basically being drawn between them. And this is saying what waypoints are connected to each other. That's what this is. Yeah, so this is dictating like, yeah, what waypoints are connected to what other waypoints and all that fun, funky stuff. So I also had to set up this, although I did some editor tool stuff to make with these like fancy buttons on the side below my head. To make doing this a lot easier. In fact, I'm actually also just gonna like do this, make this. I like this to line up with my webcam a little bit. So ideally, so the other part of this is that I get to draw these lines. Now, okay, I say draw lines. These lines are visual. Like these are just for me to visually be able to tell what's connected, and it is really hard. But like, or it's hard to see. But you can see there's a line between this guy and this guy. That's saying that these are connected. And then there's this big spider web of all that. The red ones are ones where you like drop off and it's like a one-way connection. I'll have to figure out that. I'm going to do that, but yeah. So going back over here. I'm then going to have this draw those connections as well. It doesn't actually need to physically draw the lines. It will as a byproduct of the code I already had there. But it's basically going to say, like, this waypoint is considered connected to this one. And, like, this one's considered connected to this one. And, like, basically do that in a grid path. So the end result would be that you have these, like, lines also going in this grid pattern. Actually, they will look like this. No, like this, but really dense. That's what it's going to look like. Except for something like here, there would not be a line connecting these. Because I'm probably going to do some raycast stuff. Or it actually looks at the geometry of the level and like the collision, and it will know that there's a wall here, and it won't connect these two. Yep. Then, okay, come on. So it does that for the whole level. So the other part of this is, so how do I tell it where the boundaries of the level are? I've made a bunch of assumptions already of, like, assuming it can do this, then it will do this and this. Assuming it can do this, it'll do this and this. I have to, figure out all these little pieces. So how does it know where to start and, like, where to go, all that. So my one idea was basically, so if the map was a perfect square, I could start in the bottom left corner and work to the top right corner. Right now I'm doing a bunch of this planning, assuming that this is all top down and flat. I'm going to have to figure out how I add depth to this later. But first, let me just kind of do this one step at a time and figure out a lot of the problems with this being flat. So that's where AI can and cannot go. Yes, that's what that exactly. Unity does have this built-in thing called this nav mesh system, but I'm purposely not using it for reasons. It'll take a long time to explain, but I just purposely don't want to use it. I'm trying to make my own pathfinding system, kind of because I can, and kind of because there's certain things that the Unity nav mesh can't do that I would like my AIs to be able to do. Long story short. So I'm doing this. And again, I think I can pull it off. Oh, and then the other thing is that my system is a lot better on performance than the pathfinding system. By doing this my way, I could probably have like hundreds of AIs running around, and it would be a lot better on performance than Unity's nav mesh system with hundreds of AIs running around. So take that, Unity. But anyways, so this is basically defining where the AI can and cannot go. So yes, that is correct. This does not affect the player. In terms of the player running around, this has nothing to do with the player. Sort of. When the AI is like running away from the player, it needs to know where the player is as part of its pathfinding. Okay, so the player is kind of involved there, but it's for the AI. The AI uses information about the player for its pathfinding, right? Okay, anyway, so it's doing this. So what I was saying is that if the level was a perfect square, then I could like start in the bottom left corner and kind of boosh up to the top right corner. And I could like put in some variable that tells it where the bottom left corner is and where the top right corner is, and have it just go. The problem is what happens when I have a map that's like the borders aren't a perfect square. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no. But the problem, like, what happens if I have a map that has like these boundaries? So here's an idea though. If I did, let me do a thing. Let me just go wah. If I let it start I define a bottom, like the sort of dimensions of the map, and I let it define stuff out here, like make waypoints out here. But then by the end of all its pathfinding, okay, technically, hold on, wait. One moment, because I can, just connect these. So in theory, if it does something like this, along these lines, it actually wouldn't have, because it's still going to look at these walls existing. It would generate waypoints that look like this, and actually these would not be like that, and this, maybe I do just complete this map, just because I can, and this isn't taking that long. The connecting of them would be, and also in a more complicated map, it would take a lot longer. But so this could look something like this. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly, for the sake of my explaining, And then also, so I can have an eyeball like estimate of like, okay, even for a map this simple, how many waypoints would it make for this density? So it's gonna look something like this. 2, 3, 4, I think. Hold on. It's also very, wow, hey. What did you just do? What was that? What happened to the lighting? I have no idea. Did something finish calculating or something? I don't know, whatever. We're just gonna deal with it. Actually, if I do this, it'll... whatever, I don't care. That's bright. Whatever, it's fine. I liked how it looked before, but whatever. Something like that. Actually, hold on. No, let me do this. Oh, that's the... Oh, did I duplicate the... Did I duplicate the lighting? No? If I turn that off, it does that? Okay, sure, whatever. Fine, whatever. Anyways. So I do this, go up. I want to get this exact because I'm putting this work into it. I might as well make it exact. All right, so it would look like something like this. And then let me do this side. Also, yeah, I'm almost done. Did that line up perfectly? Is that perfect? No. Now it is. And then so much. But it's kind of cool. And then something like this. Wow. Okay. So if I let it generate, pretending this is top down again, like ignoring depth for a second, ignoring like up down. If I defined like a lower left boundary of the map and like a upper right boundary of the map, or more specifically like a, just like basically if I define like a square dimensions of the map, even if the map itself, even if the map itself had like a non-square boundaries, if the AI is at like this point, it will still calculate like that it needs to go like up here or something. Like it wouldn't use these objects in the pathfinding. So they can be over here and they won't break the pathfinding, I don't think. Now, it's ideally they're not there because this has just been a bunch of wasted empty game objects. Like ideally these aren't here. Oh no, I moved one. So the other option is that in the boundaries of the level, in theory, everything should be connected. There shouldn't be like in the final way of how the waypoints are, there shouldn't be any like disconnected patches. If there is, that's a problem. So what I could do is have it generate this and then delete all the disconnected patches, so it could somehow know to just delete these waypoints. But how would it know which ones are the right ones to delete? It could look at, if it knows all these different groups and then knows what's like the largest one, that should be the one that's like the level. It feels like the wrong way to go about this, though. There might be a better way. Ideally, it just doesn't make these to begin with. Oh, you know what? I got an idea. Okay, perfect idea. Okay, right. Okay, so here's how a waypoint could know if it's in the level or not, whether there's ground below it. If a waypoint's in midair, or more specifically, it could be in midair, but like if it casts a ray 100 meters down and it doesn't find anything, then it knows I'm off in the void, I'm outside the level, so don't generate a waypoint here. Otherwise, if it looks down and hey, there's ground below me, I must be inside the level. Okay, perfect. I think that solves my problem. And it would look at collision for that. So there could be like some environmental stuff outside the bounds of the level, as long as there's no collision outside the boundaries of the level. Okay, beautiful. Okay, that's actually better. That's a much better solution. So that would mean then it would know to not have these. Perfect. Okay, that's... I didn't need to then draw all these. It was sad.
it was satisfying to make, I guess. But yeah, so that's how that would do that. Okay, cool. Got a solution there. Next thing is how does it how does it note lol? Yeah. Well, I figured out a solution to a problem that I haven't programmed said solution. I figured out a conceptual solution. When I actually go to program it, I could have more problems. But yeah. So then the next thing is, so how does it know? How does it connect them? So I have a way to generate all the points now, I think, in my head, where here's what I do. So on some empty game object, let me go back to where that button's going to be over here. One moment. I have to do a lot of this planning out loud before I want to do most of this planning before I start actually making it, so I can solve some of these problems earlier, like before I start programming it and then have to change a bunch of code around. So this is going to be behind my head. Over to this side. On this game object, long story short, there's going to be a button. Actually, I have the button there. Generate waypoints. Right now, this doesn't do anything. Actually, I copied the code from cleanup. So actually, I think these two buttons do the same thing because of how I copied code. But anyways, I will be clicking this button, and then Unity will do a bunch of calculations, and then it'll spit out, bam, here's all these waypoints. Yes. So over in, where is it? Where was the scene? This one? Yeah, that's it. So what I imagine is going to be, so beside that button, I should say, next to that button, let me move back to this side. Next to that button, there will be some kind of, I think some kind of integer value that you can put in, or I can put data beside that button. I type in some numbers, and I think that's going to be two things, where I'm going to define the, okay, well, two things conceptually. So one thing, that's going to be a number value for the density of these points. Like, are all of these points like 1 unit apart? Are they half a unit apart? How dense to make these points? So that's one thing I'll define there. The other thing is I will type in a number that defines the boundaries of the level. So that could either be one number as like a from the center of the map, from the 0, point, going like left, like if I put in like 20, then it's like a radius, except not a spherical radius, but like a square, like an XY radius thing. There's a word for that. I don't know. Well, I guess it'd be like the perimeter of the map. But basically, from here, go 20 this way and 20 down. That's your left to right, or your bottom left corner. And then go like top up 20, right 20. That's your top right corner. So I could put in a number for that, or I put in an X value and a Y value if I wanted to have that customizability of like, this level is a big like rectangular shape. It's a really like long level. So I make the X shorter and the Y longer for a depth, and probably also the same. Yeah, I probably do want to do that. Yeah, so I'll put in an X, Y, Z of the dimensions of the level. That'd be easier. Okay, so that's 4 numbers, a density, and then an XYZ for the density of the level, right? Okay, so that's what's going to be input. So then our program's going to take those things as input, and then what? It's going to go to that bottom left corner, and then first, how will I do that? So then it needs to basically go in increments by the positions, where it goes, okay, look at, okay, like go in this kind of grid fashion like this. Let's pretend that it's up here, where it's at the first like real one that it can place. So it starts here and it's like, well, can we place a waypoint here? And it looks down below it like, yeah, there's ground. Okay, we can place a waypoint here. Oh, also, we're not in a wall. Like, we're not in a wall, and there's ground below us. That means, yes, we can place a waypoint here. So then it instantiates this pathfinding object. And then it goes up, I guess. It could, so just to place the points, it could just go in that grid-like fashion, like whoosh, 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 whoosh. And just do this calculation over and over. Can I place a waypoint here? Yes. Can I place a waypoint here? Yeah. Oh! And I think I got that. Actually, yeah, no, I think that will work. That will work, but then I also need to connect them, because then there'll be all these points that aren't connected. So then I have to go, okay, figure out how all these waypoints connect to each other.
And how I can do that is every time it makes a new point, because I know that these are in a grid fashion. Let's say it's at the point where it's made. Let me just pretend like this. So let's say it's made this line already. And basically what I'm saying, in case I might not be explaining things very well, apologies for that, but I'm understanding it enough in my head that hopefully then I'll be able to make it, and then you'll be able to see the results. But basically what I'm saying is it could go in like in a line fashion where it's like it generates this one, it generates this one, it generates this one, and it goes up like that, right? And it does that in a line over and over and over again, like all the way across the level. That's what I'm saying, is that what I'm probably going to do. But then to actually draw the connections, I can say each time that it generates a new one. So the moment that it generates, let's say it's at the point where it's generated these ones and they're all connected as they should be. When it generates this one, then it does a ray cast in all four directions, up, right, down, left, and it looks for another. It sees, oh, there's a waypoint here, and I connected to it. Like I drew a line from myself to it without hitting a wall. That means we're connected. Okay, draw that connection, and then same here. In fact, actually, if I know I'm going in a line, then I could just only look down and left. I say down and left compared to this view. When I make it like more 3D, we'll figure that out when we get there. But just pretending that like this is top or like up, down, left, right for the sake of my talking, for the sake of my example. Even though technically like in a 3D world, this is down, but just for the sake of my talking, up, down, left, right, for the sake of how each of these individual points work. But because I know, like so this new one could look only down and left. And like, okay, connected, nice. And now it makes a new one here, down, left. Down and left. And that will make it so that like it's, like this one now gets its connection going up. Like when this one connects to this one, it also connects back. So it could do that. All right, and that would work in theory. Yes, so that should work for then making all of these points. Let me undo what I was just doing here. Bring all the ones I deleted back. So that should, in a map like this, it will make all of these points and they're all connected. Now, now I have to figure out how do I 3D-ify this? So if I change nothing else other than what I just said, then this would probably, well, it would do this. I duplicate, go up by 1 unit. Or what? Wait, hold on. Oh, there's that 1, so then put these at 2. Do this and go up a lot. How many is this so far? We've crossed over 2,000. So it could do this and go up a bunch. And it would draw a bunch of points like that. Yeah, so in theory, again, in a flat level, this would... No, there's a problem with this already. Because I don't want this to try and pathfind up. Because if I have, let's say I put ground like here or something. Let's go actually like 5 and 5. If there's a platform here, pretend there's more level that like wraps around and there's like stairs or something. How do I deal with the pathfinding of this? If you can be up here and you can fall, but you can't jump back up, I have a system in place to be able to have one-way connections. But basically I'm saying, so how do I do this? So first of all, I think it's a waste to, I think it's basically a waste to have all these points that I don't need. So, okay, what I could do, when I go to place a new point, I could also look down, and is there another waypoint right below us? And if there is, don't make a new one. That way it doesn't, it wouldn't make these ones, because I don't want them to. In theory, if our level looked like this, just pretend that there's like, I'm not gonna make this right now. Pretend there was like stairs or something that like wrapped around to this platform up here, rather than it just being alone in the sky. This should, here, like just let me make myself what these waypoints should look like, and then figure out, okay, how do I get my program to generate this exactly? So it should have something that looks like this, probably. Whoop. Yeah, it would have waypoints that look like this, and then how do I connect, how do I do the pathing between these ones and these ones? So, and they should be one-way connections. So I can't raycast between, like, a raycast from this node to one down here would fail because it would likely fail because it would clip the bit of wall here. So how would any of these points know that they're on the edge of a platform? They wouldn't, unless unless I okay, if these did draw points in midair, if I let that happen again, let me be like this on all sides. Let's say, let me just do this on all sides for sake of example. So if it was like this, then if somehow these ones raycast down and found one below them, okay, how about, okay, maybe that's what I could do, is that, so I said, like, if there's a point that tries to instantiate itself in midair, it looks down, there's ground, but it looks down and it finds another waypoint. Rather than just deleting, like, don't generate another waypoint, like, on top of another waypoint. Instead, it generates that waypoint, but then it has a one-way connection going down. Yeah? Okay, but then how do I both, okay, but then I could maybe I have the density, maybe I have two densities. I have the like left right, the top down density, the density that we have here, and then I have a vertical density, and I make those different. Maybe. Or maybe I have a so-called mid-air density. Ooh, there's an idea. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I could do. So rather than this generating like every one unit, like so, I could have what's called a mid-air density, where, because these actually, they can tell, because if a waypoint looks below itself and it sees another waypoint, it knows that it's a in mid-air waypoint. So the waypoints themselves, oh, interesting. Okay, the waypoints themselves could know if they are considered like waypoints that are on the ground, or whether they are, what am I trying to say? They could be able to tell whether they are waypoints that are on the ground or in midair. I don't know if I actually want to store that information. I don't know what the AI could do with that, but maybe there's something I can do with that. Make player teleport up. In this case, I don't want to do that. I don't want the player to just, well, I need to be held to have ground that you can fall off of, but you can't jump up. Okay, that's actually another thing I need to figure out, is if there is ground that you can jump up to, I do stuff for that. But here, I don't want just random teleporting like that. That wouldn't be good. I don't think. I can have teleporting. Let me clarify. I might actually have. I might do something with teleporting, but in a more controlled way. Like there's this thing that you touch and then you teleport somewhere else on the map, like Pac-Man. But yeah. So what I was saying here though is that each of these points. Do I want to do that? Maybe I do this. I'd have to play around with this, but maybe I do all of these points that can tell the fact that they're in midair, they make one-way connections with the waypoints below them. So then I have this, these duplicate and these keep going up. 3, And here, or let me, and actually, for the sake of my testing and all that, let me color these different. They go like, bam. These ones are considered in midair waypoints. And let me just, because I'm curious of how many waypoints I'm gonna get out of this. Because if I have all these waypoints like flooding the air like this, that's gonna be a lot, and I might not want that. Yeah, it's starting to lag in the scene view. Although that's fine. It doesn't matter if it's lagging the scene view. It's lagging the scene view because all the gizmos. It's trying to draw all these gizmos. It might not lag at all in the scene view from this. Let's see. Okay, one moment. Let me actually do this. If I go with this, then not all of them are going to be shown. The ones that are like far away don't get shown. So now it's not drawing as many. Okay, do this. I just want to get up to the height of that platform for the sake of my testing. Because now I might not actually do it this dense in the actual levels. I just want to see how many I'm getting out of this. How many objects I'm getting by doing this. I'm over 7,000 for this small of a map. Fun. Okay. Almost there. We like two more rows. Crossed 8,000. Yeah, this is definitely being slower now. That's for sure. Okay. So ideally, I don't do this. Okay. So that's basically there. Well, okay, there would be one more. Oh my god, that's a lot. So, you know, ideally this isn't how this is. I just thought of a better idea as well. So, well, okay, so this would probably go up one more layer, and then but it wouldn't be where those guys are. There also wouldn't be waypoints in the middle of that platform, like that are intersecting with the platform. So if it was like this, and then actually, okay, this ring around would also be red in theory. So I could do this, and this seems like not a great solution, because even in this environment, how many do I have? 10,000. So ideally, I don't want this. I just did it because I could. Here, let me just... so I could do that, or, I mean, I could do this with a lower density, where, like, let's say I removed every second one. And as soon as I do this, this is already speeding up. Oh, sort of. Let me just shift select all of the ones I want to delete. Do it all at once. Something like that. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Almost there, maybe? Okay. In a minute. Almost there. Just waiting for this to delete themselves. Okay. So I could do it like this, and then, you know, it's like, yeah, less objects. This is maybe better. But it's maybe still not what I want. One idea I just thought of that actually would mean I get rid of all of this. Just do that real quick. Just get back my speed. Come on. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. Are you being slow? Are you being extra slow now? What? Excuse me? Okay, well, I'll talk while I'm waiting for this to do whatever it's deciding to do. It's basically, what if I had these error nodes? The error nodes can only exist if it can connect itself to one ground node. And then if I did it that way, this might work, in theory. Maybe. Oh, come on. Come on. What are you doing? Why did this freeze? Okay. Ah, there you go. Okay. I was getting worried there. Don't know why I was doing that, but whatever. And I'm going to delete these ones as well. This was a mistake. But it was. I just wanted, like, what I got out of that was just seeing, like, okay, how many objects do I have if I duplicate that many? And it was 10,000. That seems quite excessive. Especially if I can come up with a better solution. Remember, well, the goal of this is to ideally have, like, as few of these pathfinding objects as possible. Not really. I mean, have this dense grid-like thing. For the ground, I'm fine with this. Let me put this way. For the ground, I'm fine with it being this dense with these points. For the air, I want to have as few as possible. I think would be the better way to think about that. Let me take these and make these red. So what if instead... This is just for visual purposes. Okay. So what if basically an air node can only like make itself exist if it can connect itself to one ground node? Because that's how I can do this test. So like one will not be made way out here because it can't connect itself to any ground node without going down. But these ones, actually technically even if I'm doing this only like up, down, left, right, these diagonal ones would not exist unless I choose to make them exist. But yeah, if I do it this way, of like if one node decides, oh, I'm about to be instantiated in midair, it could look in all directions and be like, oh shoot, wait, no, there's a problem with that. If I'm generating this in like a line, as I said, okay, for the sake of my testing, let me just not delete these, but just to hide them. No, I want to hide you. What? No, hold on. I'm trying to just. All of these. Hide. Oh, they don't... hiding them doesn't get rid of their, like, waypoint thing. Okay. Un momento. I'm having to delete those for a second and then bring them back. Why is this being so slow in doing this? I don't know. Okay, no. I'm going to bring them back in a minute, but just so I could top-down look at this. So, as I said, this is going to generate in a line-like pattern. So, if I delete these guys, once it's at, so in the ideal world, it'll have generated these ones, but like it's going to generate like this line pattern, up and up and up and up. So, but that means that these ones will exist before these ones, but that means that won't happen because this one will go to exist and it'll be like, hey, there's no ground ones around me, so I'm not going to make one here. Same with this one, and then this one will be a ground one, ground one, ground one, ground one, ground waypoint, and then I think this was the one that was in midair. This one will like, hey, there's one below me, so I'm going to exist now. I'm going to make one here. But these ones and this one won't have existed. So only ones that are like up and right will exist, which is a problem. So what I could do then to counteract that, and let me now undo back to the other ones existing, is basically do two passes. That might suck, but yeah, it might be a problem. Where I do one pass where I make all the ground nodes, and then I do another pass where I make all the midair nodes. Actually, it's fine if it's bad on performance as far as like in the inspector, because again, I'm going to be doing all these calculations to do a bunch of calculation, or I'm going to be doing all these calculations to do stuff in the inspector, in the editor, but without going into play mode. And then those calculations will be done, and that will not affect performance going into play mode. Yeah. So that can work then. So I do one pass where I do all the... Oh, in fact, I could... What if... no, that might be hard to do. I was about to say that the only places where I would be making, I'm going to call error waypoints, would be connected to ground waypoints that have edges. Like all of these ones on the edge, like the edges, I could, if there's a way I could like skip them, that could be something maybe. But Or better idea. Okay, actually no, better idea to make it a one pass thing because it happening in one loop through would be more ideal. And just what if? No. So what if I did both things basically? When I go to make a node, because again this is going like from bottom left to top right, where it's going like what. If I by the time that these kind of look cool, just the way that this is. When this one generates itself, actually things will look like this. That one won't be there. And then when it gets to this top right position, it'll see, hey, there's this one below me, so I'm going to be a waypoint node, or an air one, and I'm going to exist. It can do that for all of the top right air nodes. For all the bottom left ones, these guys, these guys, the ones that are to the left and down, what I could do there is when I generate this one, when it's not there yet, meaning this one won't be there, I can generate this one, and then once it gets generated, then look to my immediate left. It looks over here, and then it sees there's no wall here, but there's also no node here. That means that this is an air waypoint. Because I think that's the only condition where that would happen, right? So if the only time, that's a good way of thinking about it. The only time that a waypoint is there are only 3 scenarios that can happen for each of these individual waypoints. Either it has a connection on all sides, so it's like, I'm going to say it has a full connections, or whatever, however I want to word that. Either it has connections on all 4 sides, and again, we're ignoring the diagonals, we're ignoring the diagonals. So either it has a connection on all 4 sides, so its connections are full or something like that, or there's a wall in the way. If there's the only 2 reasons why it would be lacking those 4 connections is because there's a wall, which it knows that there's a wall if it does something called a raycast, or it's in midair. There's a midair thing, and if it basically does this raycast and it's like, there's no waypoint, but there was also no wall, then this should be an air one, and then it could generate them that way. So actually, I could do that for all 4 directions, because that would probably just be easier to do. Okay, so that's what I'll do then. So, right? Yeah. Okay. So generate the ground ones like I've been doing this whole time in my thinking. I haven't started programming any of this, but in my methodology. But then, as soon as we generate a ground one, then it looks in its 4 directions, and then it looks So when it looks in its 4 directions for connections, it'll look down and see, hey, here's a green one. Okay, connect to that one. It'll look this one. Wait. Oh shoot, no, that's a problem. That's not a problem, but oh no, I do have to do both scenarios. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this one's a good example of what can happen. So when this one goes to generate itself, and this is at a point where these ones won't exist, these ones won't exist. When this one generates itself, and actually this won't exist either yet. When this one generates itself, it'll look down and say, hey, there's another green one here, connect to that one. And then it'll look left and say, there's not a wall, but there's also no green one there. So I should make a red one there. So this one will spawn a red one here. And then it'll keep on its merry way. But it will not look up or right, because if I have it look up and it'll do that same thing, it would make a red one here, which is good. That's what we want in this scenario. But it would also make a red one here, which we don't want. We want this one to be green because this is where there's ground. So it'll only look down and left to potentially spawn to make connections and to potentially spawn a red one. And the ones that are spawned like above, that'll be like, actually that would be in the next iteration, where then it looks at, that's one that's like on the ground, so that's because of the white thing. I don't know if I'm explaining anything correctly here. I'm definitely what I'm explaining is very complicated, like extremely high levels of complicated. So anyone feeling lost, don't worry. I only understand what I'm explaining because I'm the one who's coming up with this stuff. Either way, I think I have a solution now for I have an algorithm in my head to be able to get all of the nodes to generate like this, and to have these ones be connected, and then all of these red ones will have a one-way connection with the ones below them. And I'm just here listening lost. Fair enough. Well, it's not a problem. I understand that what I'm saying it might be very confusing. It's confusing to me almost. But this is I'm half explaining to the audience and half explaining to myself. I'm basically just thinking out loud here, planning all the different pieces of this before I start making it, because I want to have this pretty planned out before I make it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to recode a bunch of stuff as I realize like things are going wrong or whatever. So, okay, so that would deal with this. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a problem if, so if these ones are connected to the ones below them, that should be fine, right? I want to say that it should be fine. Like these red ones not being connected like diagonally down, I want to say will be fine. Hopefully. Well, I'll experiment with this. This might be fine. It might not be. I might have to basically have just more error nodes going out. We'll see. Yeah. Now, the other scenario, so this works for the most part. I think we've covered most cases. No, we haven't. Okay, next question is, okay, just keep going. I'm just going to basically keep going through all of these edge cases and basically try to solve them one by one. So slopes. I think what I've made so far in terms of my, again, I haven't programmed anything, but in terms of my imagining, like my algorithm that I've been saying out loud, if I programmed it like I've explained it, can it handle all of these other situations? So if I had a slope like this, these nodes would be generated, so these ones wouldn't exist, but there would be ones like this, I think. It would generate like this, basically. Let's get the position of these right. It would generate something like this, effectively. Yeah, long story short, it would do something like this, I think, and as long as the density is high enough, actually even like this should be fine. Or is it? Oh, wait, no. I'm just realizing, yeah, no, there is a problem with this. Yeah, okay, wait, so would this generate? This one would not generate here. So the problem with this is just basically I would need, as long as these ones can know to connect to these ones, this would be fine. But how would I do that? Unless I basically looked diagonally. Okay, I can do that. Yeah. Okay. So when I make a new green node, I can look in the diagonals. How about? Yeah. Yeah, I was probably gonna want to do that anyway. So how about I do that? I bite the bullet and do that. So I'm gonna say now that each of these, they're gonna look, rather than just connecting up, down, left, right, it's gonna look in the 8 diagonals as well, but also like the whole quadrant of all around. So I mean, like, I drag this over here. Like, I'm talking doing, or hold on, let me do this. One moment, just drawing something up to explain more things. So this one, make this blue for the sake of my explaining. Okay, that's blue, I guess. So this one, when it looks for things to connect to, it'll look in all of these directions, like the up, down, left, right, and the diagonals. But like That doesn't mean it looks like all 360 degrees. It just looks like, all around this way, all around this way, all around this way. Whoa, that's all that stuff in the distance. So it basically looks in this like kind of box around it. And that can work. Actually, it doesn't need to look up, right? Okay. So one thing as well, it doesn't look up or right. Like it's not going to look in those directions because of the way that it's generating line by line. So it would only look in these directions. But I'm also pretty sure, do I ever need it to look up? No, because those up ones won't exist yet. So it would only need to look like this. And even, what if I have a checkbox? If I made a toggle for whether it looks diagonals or not? No, I'd play around with that. So what I was saying before is, right now, actually, even if I just did this, that might be fine. It shouldn't. So right now, basically, it was looking in these two directions. But I'm saying for slopes to work, look in these directions as well. And actually, that might be fine. Right? Yeah, this would make slopes work, I think, if it looked in those two directions. But now I'm also saying is maybe I bring in the diagonals just for more, make the pathfinding even better, maybe. And that might allow me to actually reduce the density by doing that and have it still work right. I'm not sure. I can play around with both of those options. So it's going to look in all these directions. But then specifically, this one's special. It looking below it is going to make it decide whether it's a ground node or an air node. Ground waypoint or air waypoint or something. So, okay, so that's how I can do that. Okay, so that if I make it do that, that's fine. Let me go back over here now. Okay, so in theory, slopes would work. And it would generate the waypoint something like this, except at the edge of this, they would be air nodes, and at the edge of all these sides, it would do that too, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, now let me just control Z the slope away. All right, so slope should work. Now what about jumps? Shoot, jumps might be harder. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let me set up an example for a jump. Actually, let me just set this up in midair over here. If I have two platforms like this, what's the jump distance? Hold on, I have a thing written down of like what's the distance that our characters can jump. I just need to go find that real quick. I want to say it was like 8 units. 8 units across, 2 units up. Not that one. I made sure I wrote this down. Yeah, okay, 2 meters and 8 meters. The meters corresponding to just like unity units. Okay, so 8 meters is the longest jump it can make. So let me just kind of place these. Basically, I mean, like from here to here being 8 units. So if I put this and then go, let me do something. This is going to make this a lot easier for right now. The snap settings, there's a thing called snap settings. If I set this to, what, you're on 1? Wait. Oh, move is 1. Put that on 1 for now. To just match with my examples here. So now I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is the longest jump that a player can make. And the AIs, ideally. Apparently, they can kind of make 9 in like a pixel perfect sort of way, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to have jumps be that hard. So, how do I get the pathfinding to work in this scenario? Because based on how it is right now, these are going to connect. They're going to have points like this. But these won't consider to be connected. So what I need is for these ones to be considered connected. It's almost like I want to connect. So okay. What if I have another type of connection? Or like, so right now I have 2-way connections and I have 1-way connections. What if I had a special type of connection that was called like a jump connection or something like that? So then somehow it could know these two are connected, but you have to jump to get from one to the other or something. Or it could just know that by the distance. Hold on. Okay. So when it generates an air one, let's say like once it's generated this one, what should happen is that this one should connect to this one in a connection that says that this is a jump. Or at the very least, maybe I can handle the jumping another way. But because I could just tell the players to or the AIs to, when you run off the edge of a platform, jump automatically. Maybe I could do the jumping in a different way. But just for the sake of the AI being able to pathfind its way from here to here, despite the fact that there's a gap. So I could raycast again. I know that, this gets weird as soon as I have jumps that are a bit different. But the grids will be the same. Ooh, okay. That's something I can maybe handle. So I could have the pathfinding. So when I generate this node, I can raycast one unit all around, and then to determine those connections. And then after that's done, any ways that haven't been filled with connections. So this one will have found this air node, so that's fine. It'll look this way, one unit, and it didn't find anything. So what I could then do is an air node could then be like, okay, I said that the max jump height was 8 units. So look 8 units this way. Actually, you'd have to be maybe a bit less or something. Or I'd play around with the exact amount, but look this way a certain number of units that is a safe jump distance. And then if it finds an air node, then that means hey, here's a platform over here that's close enough for us to jump to. So make a connection there. And that's what it could do. Does that mean that would only ever be air nodes? In that case, based on my understanding of my own thing here, that means for gaps like this, it would only ever be air nodes connecting to other air nodes. That means that it's a jump. Interesting. Because this wouldn't have a ground node connect to an air node, I don't think. Although, okay, so that would work for this scenario. Now the question is, what happens if this is 1 up? How do I deal with this? Because now it's going to look left and it's not going to find it. I can, and I worry about looking at on an angle like this. Seems like a problem. What if I could almost, no. Oh yeah, I got the bullet to move with mouse input. Ooh, nice job. 1 hit. Cool for you. Awesome. Nice. Yeah. With what I'm trying to figure out, what I was about to say is, what if it could figure out that there's nodes connecting these? I was gonna say that what if it could make more nodes to connect these or something? Like so. Would I want this? Or I don't know how I would make it do this, but if I did something like this to tell this that this is a jump, if it did something like that. Although, no, I don't know. Just a connection from one to the other would maybe be enough. But if I do... But again, how do I deal with this? If this is up... Well, okay, let me put it a bit closer. So, in a real scenario, this is a jump that a player and an AI should be able to make. There's ground below, so there isn't actually nothing. So, how would these two know to connect to each other? So again, I could, I could do, so, okay, here's an idea. So not looking diagonally, just looking straight, specifically to connect, let's say, for an example, this one to specifically this one. I could look more in, instead of a straight line, do more of like a whoosh, kind of like a look all the way over here at all the angles. Somehow, that might just be doing a bunch of ray casts, which I wouldn't necessarily want to do, but if it works, it would maybe work. Or do more of a cone kind of a thing. I think there's other types of like raycast things that you can do that rather than just being an infinitesimally small line, having it be like a more of a shape going out. I could do something like that. Maybe. And then connect these. The one problem now, okay, so that could work. That I could play around with. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that is a potential solution. Now, here's another problem. This. You could jump from up here to down here, but you can't go from down there to up here. If these were like this is dealt with by the fact that these air nodes would be connected to these ground nodes, so that's fine. But if it's like this, how do I handle that? Let's put this a little bit further away. So again, I could do the same kind of... Okay, maybe I have a degree of... Okay, I could have some level of... Like, these ones shooting out this, like, ray thing. And maybe it starts going straight down and slowly, like, curves upwards until it finds some air nodes. And then if it does... Then, this is weird. Maybe if it okay, here's an idea. So it could do the same raycast thing that I just said before, where it just shoots out this like cone of, this like it's like a slice. It's like a slice of a circle. To find a connection. And if it finds one, then it looks at the y difference. Maybe that's what it could do. It could look at it looks at the actual distance between them. Like, okay, I found this thing that's kind of far away. How far is it? And how far is it on the y? And then it can do some calculations there to determine like if it's possible to jump from one to the other. So then this should look at like, yeah, the y height is larger than 2 meters. So make this a one-way connection. If it's like this, then like, yeah, this seems jumpable, so make it, then make the connection. So I could do some math in there. Okay, but that seems doable. Okay. So in theory, that could work. Here's a question. If I had something like this, okay, this would be, actually, I wasn't even thinking of this example. I don't know if I would actually do this in a level, but what if I did something like this, where you could jump off this and fall like into here? I don't even know if I would do this. If an AI can't do this maneuver, I might be okay with that. This seems like it would be a complicated maneuver to pull. Well, okay. What? Oh no. Here's what could kind of happen is that an air node could look straight down and see another air node and be like, I'm connected to a ground node and this is an air node, but I see another air node. So what do I do there? It could connect itself then. Okay, yeah, there we go. It could connect itself. So like an air node looking down could connect itself to another air node. Because then that could mean that like the AI could maybe go blah, blah, blah. And hopefully in its falling, I'd really have to play around with that hopefully it could twist around and deal with that. I'll fiddle with that. If an AI can't do this, I think I'm fine with that. But, I mean, it'd be cool if it could. The player could do something like this. I mean, this would be very dependent on me setting up a level that does something like this. I don't even know if I do. This kind of jump, like, this could be a common thing. So, yeah, fine with that. Okay, next thing. I think we're almost done with my all my test cases. The last thing is, let me delete those. Actually, no, I take it back. I'm going to keep them and... is what happens for like a jump where there is no gap. A jump where there's no gap. So if I have ground that's like this, And this is a surface that you can jump up to. Or something like this. Yep. So first thing would be that the nodes on the inside of this would get deleted because, or they wouldn't have spawned to begin with because, yeah, how this works. I should be maybe writing down a lot of what I'm saying, but hopefully it'll be fine. I'm hopefully going to be making most of this today. Well, today and tomorrow. We'll see. So let me just set this up. So, if this was like this, oh wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on, let me just bring those back real quick, because rather than deleting them, it'll be just faster if I just move them up. Because I'm now gonna then make the points on the top. Oh wait, I have an idea of connecting these, but I'll 1 second. Or I mean, like just doing this jumping thing. So if I did this, yeah, so that's how those would connect. But then on the edge, it would have the same red ones. So let me just make them real quick. Okay. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Okay. So in theory, an incline like this where you have to jump. I'm back. Hello, Malaj. I've been doing a lot of planning and I haven't been programming stuff. I've had this like environment where I'm conceptually figuring out what I'm about to code for this pathfinding thing. Mainly right now, a lot of like edge cases are like, okay, what should the pathfinding thing do in this scenario? What should it do in this scenario? I've been doing that with a bunch of things. Mainly concerned with jumping and like gaps and stuff right now. So we're almost at the end of this. I think this is the last thing really that I wanted to do. So, which is the case where what happens in a situation like this. So the AI, so right now, how the code is currently programmed, or how it's conceptually programmed from everything I've said thus far, is that all of these guys would be considered connected, and these red ones that are in the air would consider themselves connected to these ones below, as a one-way connection. Like this platform's here, which would mean that you could the pathfinding would work for falling off of this and like running around, but for jumping up onto here, what I could do is if when these ones make themselves and they look down and they see ones that are down there. If it's less than 2 meters, because 2 meters is the maximum jump height, if the distance from here to these is less than 2 meters, then it could make it a two-way connection, and then that could mean that you can jump up them. Except that would maybe be especially when the density is higher, that might be too close for doing that jump. Ideally, like in AI that's running away should jump when it's like here and it blah. So how could I set that up without my jump triggers? Let me back up. I can at the very least, what I've just said would work for them being connected. So at the very least, it could find its way going over here and up here. And if it at the very least jumps when it's like here, yes, it would be like pressing its face against the wall as it jumps. But it would jump up here successfully. So that would work, in theory. It would just be nice if I could tell the AI to jump sooner. And right now I do have that sort of set up with my jump triggers that are set up manually. And that's fine. I can keep those jump triggers there. But it would be nice if those could basically be generated automatically as well. What if... Oh, no, that may be hard. But okay, I was about to say, what if... when it did all this stuff, what if it actually instantiated those jump trigger objects as well? Interesting. Okay, maybe that's something I could play around with. Ooh. Okay. That could be a potential solution. Ideally, it'd be nice if I didn't need them, but yeah, okay, that's at least a solution. What I'm looking for right now is not necessarily the best solution, but a solution that works good enough that I can start to program it, and then I can maybe think of a better solution later. Okay, so I think that's good then. I think I'm now at a point where I think I'm done with my planning, and we're gonna actually start programming now. I think I have figured out sort of all of my edge cases with this waypoint generating system. I didn't write down any of it, so might be in trouble there. But I think I, for the most part, remember a lot of what I want to do. Let's back up back to the initial idea. Let me do this so I can see all of them. And I guess I can also recap for people who like Maj, you're just dropping in. Let me turn off all these. So what this pathfinding system, this isn't the pathfinding system. It is sort of, I'm designing the algorithm so that I can press a button and it will generate basically all of these objects for me. I've made this manually kind of as a test, like testing the ideas sort of in my head. That a new map? No. Isn't even really a map. It's just a sort of X thing. We could have a map that has this kind of shaped arena, but yeah, that's not current. This was just like basically an empty scene where I'm just been playing around with the ideas, planning out how I'm gonna make my how I'm gonna make my pathfinding algorithm. How I'm gonna make my waypoint generating system. I've basically been planning it. Like, what do I want it to look like? Like, this is an example, sort of what the end result should look like. So how do I get my code to generate this? That's what I've been doing, sort of. So what this should do, to sort of recap back to the beginning of what I'm saying. So in order, let me write this down. If I write it down, it'll be so much easier to actually code. So I'm going to have a button. So I'm going to have this generate waypoints button. I'm going to have some input fields beside the button. And those input fields are going to be a density. That's probably going to be a float. And then in a density, and then like an what's the word? Like the size of the map. Map size as in XYZ. XYZ. So once I click the button, here's what's going to happen. Algorithm will start at position like -x, -y, -z from this map size that I defined there. So basically, in this, it's going to start down here, right? So I would tell this that the size of the map is like, what would it be? Let's say, to go to the edges of it, 25. So I put in a size of 25 on all sides. So it's going to start at position -25, -25, -25. Then it's going to basically loop through X, loop through Y, loop through Z. No, actually, the order, okay, the order doesn't matter that much here, but I would like it to generate in a, what's the line here? This would be, so Z, then X, then Y, actually. But, technically, this doesn't matter. I think this could be in any order, and it might still work. And basically, why I'm saying that is that it's going to generate these points in a line fashion, where it's going to go blah, 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 blah. So it's going to generate like this one, then this, right? So it's doing it in a line. Like line, 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 line. That's how it's going to generate them. And it's going to get here, and eventually it's going to go like blah, blah. And same thing going up. Like it's going to generate like one layer, and then it's going to go up and do the same thing. It's going to go up and do the same, up to the top. So that's why I'm saying this direction is the Z. So that's why I'm saying loop through the Z, then the X, and loop through the Z again. and then once it's done that, then like go up the Y. So that's that. Next, so on each iteration, it's going to, at that position, like at that grid increment, like at that grid increment, or wait, all going up by density until we reach map size. So that's just gonna be how it knows that it's reached the other end here, and it goes up by that density amount. So at that position, do stuff. So it's going to first. It needs to know that it's in the bounds of the map, like that it's in here and not out here. And how I've said that I'm going to do that is I'm going to shoot raycast down by map size. Actually, let's go double map size. Double Y map size. If no hit, we are outside map. If hit, we are inside map. And what this means is basically at each point, before I decide if I'm going to make one of these little green dots, it's going to literally just look down. Is there nothing below me? There is a void below me. That means I'm outside of the map. There is like actually something below me. There is ground. That means I'm in the map. Even if it's like way up here, it'll look down and be like, eventually, like it's really far down, but there is ground. There is ground down there. That means that I am inside the map. And I know that this will work because I am defining this, or like when I build the real levels, assuming nothing goes wrong and there's no like glitches and all that, you can't go outside the map. I mean, if you fall out of the map, that's, a bad thing. But I'm not going to have bottomless pits in my levels. For this tag game, you can't die. There's no then like dying and respawning. You can fall to a lower part of the level, and that can be a bad thing that you have to work your way back up. But you can't fall, like you don't fall infinitely into a pit where you then have to respawn. That's just, a thing I've defined. And then there's also going to be big walls going around the edge of the map that you can't escape from. So I know that if we look down really far and double the Y map size should be far enough. I think you can shoot a ray infinitely, but whatever. But that should be far enough to be like, yep, we are outside the map. In fact, even just Y map size not doubled. Actually, this should be fine. I'll leave it like that. Anyways, so then we are outside the map. If we hit something, that means we're inside the map. So that's just like an if thing, I guess, of whether we want to generate a point. So that means that we are inside the map. Next thing is we want to determine, are we on the ground or are we in the air? Are we a ground node or are we an air node? So this means I'm going to shoot another raycast, but that's all right. Shoot raycast down by increment. Wait, what? Or by density, I mean. Shoot raycast down by density. Yeah, shoot raycast down by density. No, wait, hold on. Actually, no, I think I can do this in a better way. Rather than, hold on, I'm just thinking about the best way of doing this. I might actually be able to do this so I don't have to shoot a second raycast. So when I do this shoot raycast, if I hit something, I can get information about the thing that we hit. That's just the thing you can do with the code. So first I should say, so instead I'm going to say like, did we hit ground or another waypoint? So do that test. Because if we're in the air, if we're at the point where like we're like this, if we look down, we're gonna hit this waypoint first. So I want to look. Did we hit the ground? So this is like, yes, we hit something. what did we hit? Did we hit the ground, or like did we hit a waypoint? And I can look at that. I can know that by just I think probably just seeing, is the thing we hit literally named waypoint plus some number. Somehow I'll be able to know that I hit a waypoint. Anyways, so did we hit a waypoint? If ground, and then we go like if waypoint. There's two scenarios that happen here. Okay, so if we hit the ground, then what do we want to do? Then we want to, so generate, we hit the ground, that means we're generating a node here. We're going to put a green dot here. Cool, good. So generate node. Generate waypoint. I keep using waypoint and node interchangeably. I'm meaning the exact same thing. All I'm meaning is one of these green dots. I'm calling these green dots a node or a waypoint, but generate one of these green dots. But it's all the same thing in how I'm using these words. So, or not generate, well, in spawn waypoint, I'll say spawn. Spawn waypoint. Okay, another idea I had in terms of the name of it. So in my scene, like this doesn't matter that much, but I'm gonna do this. The name of the object doesn't really matter, but I'm going to name the waypoint based on its XYZ position. So this one's name will be waypoint -23 1. Oh, that's behind my head. 1 second. This node's name will be waypoint -23 comma like 1 comma -3. Right? I think that's so it gets named based on where it spawned. I think that's good enough. Yeah. So name waypoint based on position. And in brackets, I'm gonna put like so waypoint -23 comma 1 comma -3. So I go like so, e.g. So that's how I do. I don't even know if I need waypoint in the name. I could just name it based on the number, but I'll let it be like that. Yeah, the name doesn't really matter. That's just for me seeing it in Unity. Okay, so now it's generated. Just this alone would generate all the ground waypoints. But now I need to know how they have to connect, how I define what nodes are connected to each other. And how I'm going to do that is, let's say I look at this one. I'm going to do a raycast down and left, and maybe diagonal. I'm undecided if I want to do diagonal connections. I can fiddle with that. But let's just say for right now that I'm going to go, let's say I will do the diagonals, okay? So down and left, look in those directions and see if there's another waypoint there, or if we hit a wall. Just do a raycast down by the density amount. So for down, left, and diagonals. Well, actually, okay. 3D-ifying this for back, down, left, and diagonals. Sort of. Well, no, like, actually not down. So technically this would be back. Down would be like down in the y-axis. So for back, left, and diagonals, raycast to raycast. I put by there. By density size, or by density. Now what are all the scenarios that can happen? Then what did we hit? If hit another node, another waypoint. Actually, on this we might do different things depending on if this is a ground. No, I think even if it's an. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no. Even if we hit an error waypoint, I think we would still connect to it. Yeah. If we went down by density, yeah. So if we hit another waypoint, then make two-way connection to that waypoint and self between. Okay, I don't know if any of you are following along, but this is going to help me actually program it. I'm basically writing out the pseudocode of what I'm about to program. This will make this a lot easier, probably, hopefully. So make two-way connection between that waypoint and self. If hit wall, do nothing. Do nothing. So this won't be an actual thing that happens there. Is the stream okay? I just gotta... Everything fine with the stream? I just got another... in the OBS thing, it did the welcome to the chat room as if you just joined the stream. Or for me, but in my OBS thing. I don't know if... is the stream still going? Yeah, it looks like it's still going to me. Yeah, okay, I'm going to assume so. OBS is still looking like it's good in terms of, I can see the green over here. I can see the green fit square that's like, yep, everything going good. If that turns yellow or red, then that is a problem. Okay, I'm just going to assume that it's fine. All right, so next, hold on one sec. Okay, next, so if we hit a wall, do nothing, but this is, we're not going to actually code that part. That's going to be like, yeah. So so the other scenario is if we hit nothing, that's actually whoops, if hit nothing. This means, I forget what this means. Oh, I'm gonna say I'm gonna do this part later. Come back to could have to make error node. I'll come back to that, but long story short, this could mean this would be this scenario. This could mean this scenario of having to make a node in the air. I'll come back to that. Let me just, nope, no, and this. Okay. Okay, next thing. So if we hit a wall, do nothing, make no connections. Yeah. Also, the ground waypoint should never have to make one-way connections. Right? Thinking. I want to say no. Right? If it goes by density, then 100% no. Yeah. Doing a raycast by the density amount should never have to make a one-way connection. Okay. So I think this is all that happens if we are a ground node. If we hit a waypoint, wait, what was this? Oh, shoot raycast down. Did we hit ground or another waypoint? If hit ground, so this is, remember, this is the raycast that we just sent down. So we send a raycast down. Did we hit ground or did we hit another waypoint? Then what to do there? So if we hit another waypoint, if we looked down from where our current position is, if we looked down and we found another waypoint, that means that we're in the air inside the map. And yeah, we might not want to spawn, because we're trying to avoid spawning a bunch of useless waypoints in midair, even though they're inside the map. We don't need those. Oh, I'm hearing fire trucks. That's a thing. Okay, so if we hit another waypoint, then this means what? So I need to know the distance. I can get that distance, right? I'm pretty sure when I do a hit, I can get, no, I 100% can get the distance between the two waypoints. So what else do I want to do with this though? Okay. So and I'm just trying to remember like all of my use cases here, mainly like the ones I was testing for in the air. Did I really get rid of that platform that was in the air? No, I hit it, didn't I? Yeah, let me just bring that back real quick, so I can look at it and remind myself of what I'm missing. I think I'm forgetting something. Where is this ground that was in the air? Where'd that go? Oh.
Wow. Oh wait, that's not that. That's not what I want. These two, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's what I was just trying to bring back. So in the condition of this one, like this node specifically, what needs to happen? When we go to make this node, it looks down, it sees one of these green nodes, and it's like, there's a green node down there. So what does it do? It could be, I split this in two of how I make the error nodes. So could be, so that means, like this space is in the air, so that's just what that means. But it doesn't mean we're gonna spawn one. We only spawn a node in the air if there's a ground node to connect it to, like just on the on that plane, like not looking up or down, just on the front, back, left, right. Is there a ground node around us? Would we already be connected to that one though? So. Well, no, we won't already be connected. Never mind. But okay, so then go. So for back, left, and diagonals. I'm going to do the same thing here. Raycast by density. What did we hit? Well, okay. This comes more. Well. Yeah, well, raycast by density, and then go if hit another. It has to be a ground one specifically. We don't care if we hit another air one. If we hit another, oh shoot, I didn't think about that. Shoot. So well, that's not a problem, but we need to. Does that mean that I want to actually keep track of the nodes? So right now I've been like coloring these for the sake of showing it, which ones are considered in the air and which ones are considered ground ones. So I might have to actually keep track of that. Like each waypoint, knowing whether it is an air one or a ground one. Right? Yeah, I think so. Hit another ground node. Yeah, if hit ground. Okay, so actually, I'll put that here. So set waypoint as ground waypoint. Yep. Yes. And then if we hit another ground waypoint, so that means I actually have to go and know the type that we hit. If we hit another ground waypoint, that means that we're an error one that we want to spawn. So spawn, do this whole thing. Oops. I miss doing this. This might be confusing or whatever. I'm enjoying this a lot more than all the graphical lighting stuff that we were playing around with before. I miss doing this. I'm enjoying doing this with the fact, well, this is being successful so far. If I start struggling with this a lot, then we'll see. But no, yeah, going good so far. And we're getting close to the point of actually, we're going to code this. I don't know why I've been putting some punctuation on some places, but not others. Okay, so set waypoint as an air waypoint. Okay, so we did that. And now we have to know what we have to connect to. So, wait, no, hold on. Shoot. No, because if I hit 2, I don't want to spawn 2. So I'm already in the place that we're in, that we're checking currently. I'm looking in all the directions and then determining whether to spawn one. But then once I've spawned one, is there a way I can avoid having to look, like to raycast in the directions again? I mean, it's not a lot of directions that I have to look in, but when we're multiplying this by like thousands of waypoints, it adds up really quick, because raycasts are not great on performance. Ideally, like, I don't have to worry about the performance of this too much, but ideally it doesn't take a bajillion years to run. So is there a way, so I could,
I mean, I'm only checking, at best, I'm checking one, two, aren't I only checking 3 directions? Maybe this isn't that bad. I'm only checking 3 directions. Right? Yeah. Maybe I can avoid raycasting where we've already raycasted, but continue to raycast where we haven't. So, and back left diagonal. Okay, so okay. Actually, this might be the back left diagonal as well, but yeah, no. This one has more diagonals. This one doesn't. I think. Wait, do I want to look in those directions? No. Oh, wait, no. This is different. In terms of. Shoot, no. I'm having to remember my my bits and pieces of my algorithm. So if we had another ground waypoint, spawn waypoint, name waypoint, waste on position, blah, set point as air waypoint, and then okay, I'm just gonna do it like this for now, and I'll come back to that. Okay, so yeah, then go back left in diagonals. Raycast by density, what did we hit? If we hit another waypoint, make a 2-way connection. In this, we don't care if we hit a ground one or an air one, just make the connection. If we hit nothing, come back to this. I'll fill that out later. If we hit a wall, do nothing. I'm missing some parts to this, I'm pretty sure. Oh, well, okay, the come back to part. Oh, right, the scenario for jumping. All right, yeah. Okay, let me do this bit first. So if we are, this is to cover the case where, let me do this. Well, I want to just look at the top ones. Come on. Okay, I just wanted to look at just these. So the now we're covering the case where. Okay, so this will cover the scenario of these guys. Because these ones we'll be able to look down and left and diagonal at the nodes that are already there. In fact, actually, this will make it so that there's ones on the diagonals here, but which actually I think I do want. So I'll let that happen. But so then this is going to work for these nodes. No, it'll work for these ones and these ones, but not these guys. Right? Yes. Okay. So now, and the reason for that, again, is because of the way that this spawns the nodes incrementally. I could do like 2 passes through this, where I look through the whole thing, spawn all the green ones, and then look through again, spawn all the red ones. But to not have to do that, going through the whole thing twice, I could basically spawning this as a line where it's going to spawn this one, then this, like that, right? That's the order that it will be spawning them. By the time it spawns this one, these ones don't exist yet. So it doesn't know that there's green ones over here to potentially connect to. That's why this doesn't work for these ones. But at the point where it's made this one, that's why I'm only looking down and left, because it's looking in the direction of the ones that it's already potentially made. Rather than the directions of the areas it hasn't looked at yet. But when it looks down and left, it'll see this one, so it knows that this is an air node. So for these guys, and this one actually, what I'm going to do is basically have this one spawn this one. So it's going to look at this spot and determine that it does not need to spawn a node here, and it'll keep going. But then once it spawns this one, then it'll look this way and realize, we need an air node over there. So get on that. So that's how I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Right, because I don't think I have a better way, simply. But this should work. So that means that, so if we are on the ground, actually this probably won't be that, but I'll come back to that. So if we, because the only scenarios that'll happen, again, looking at one node, the only scenarios that happen for when it looks in these directions, these 8 directions, are either it finds another ground node, it finds a wall, so it hits something, or if it hits nothing, it should be an air node. A ground node will never have an empty spot. It will never have an empty spot here. This will either be because there's a wall in the way, or because this is the edge of a platform. So that's something I can take to use to my advantage. Is that, like, basically if I look in this direction and we hit nothing, that means that there should be an air node there, because those are the only possibilities. So that's why I know here I'm spawning an air node there. So if we hit nothing, that means that now I have to actually go and, so first I actually have to find out what position that is. Based on direction we raycast did, get corresponding position, spawn waypoint there, do this stuff. Then this one's going to be an error waypoint. And now at this point though, now we have to then run through all the stuff that we do with an error waypoint at this point. So I have to do that, which means I'm basically going to then copy some of this. So although we can skip some of these steps though, we don't have to do all of it. So now I want to go back left and diagonal. No, so at this point basically, so at this point. So now, or to do connections, basically, that is what I want to do. So first of all, I want to go make connection between current waypoint and new and spawned one. Make two-way connection. Yep. And then now there's some steps I can skip. Well, to the extent on air waypoint. To clarify this, I'm gonna call this ground and spawned error 1. On error waypoint, raycast down to find below ground waypoint, make one-way connection to it. Put that in 2 just written lines. So actually, no. Because, well, yes and no. So this would work. If they're really close, though, it should make a two-way connection. So raycast down, but I know for certain that there will be a ground waypoint. There shouldn't be nothing. I'll maybe have some if-else stuff to avoid errors, but there shouldn't, this should hit if it raycasts down far enough. So raycast down by double Y map size. to find below ground waypoint. And then go... Then make... Okay, actually then... if distance to below ground is less than player jump height 2, then let me go else if distance is greater, make it if it's greater, make a one-way. If it's less, then make a two-way connection. Bam. So that should deal with that. Now that air node, it will have to shoot. Okay, so it's going to have to connect to those other. Do I want to connect those? I think I do. Like one air node should connect to like these two should be connected, I think. Should they? I'm gonna say yes. Yes, they'll be. So like those two will be connected. So on that other air node, I do then need to. So I did this step. This will connect it to the ground one below itself. Now I want to connect it to the potential surrounding ones. So at this point, it's going to run code down here, which means I'm going to have some stuff that I maybe could combine into one function that gets called or whatever. But for now, I'm just going to basically copy this. I go like that and then go. Okay. So now it does this. Raycast by density. What did we hit? If hit another ground waypoint. What? Wait. Wait, this is wrong. What? Oh, I did something in here wrong. Oh, I'm skipping. Oh no, right. This is just looking for connections. Yeah. Okay, so for back left and back left diagonal, raycast by density. What did we hit? If we hit another ground waypoint, actually, if we hit just another waypoint, just make two-way connection. That's all I actually should do there. Make two-way connection. I think that's all I want here. That's all I care about. Yeah. Do I check those other diagonals? Shoot, I'm just realizing, I made a little bit of a mistake. Just in that, when I'm looking at the diagonals, so if I'm saying the density from here to here is like, if this is 1, here to here it shouldn't, like it would raycast a distance of 1. The diagonals are not a distance of 1. The diagonals would be a distance of like, the whole Pythagorean theorem thing. I think this would be, if this is 1 and 1, this is the square root of 2. Because, well, it's this squared plus this squared square root of that. So it's going to be 2 squared, yeah. So I say by density, I'll have to know if it's the diagonals to do it by the densities, like that Pythagorean blah 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 blah. If anything, I should only calculate that once. So up at the top. So go like calculate diagonal density. I'm just gonna put this in. So I'm actually going to do Pythagorean theorem here. That's kind of funny. And they say you don't use what you learn in school. Okay, this should be enough to remind me when I'm actually coding it. Although maybe I could just get this to work without the diagonals to start and then bring in the diagonals later. Okay, I don't know if I necessarily need the diagonals. This might work just fine without them, but it might work better with them. So, okay. So is this all good? So if let me go through this again a bit. So at our current position, if we hit ground, we spawned a ground waypoint, and then look at those other directions, and then what did we hit? If we hit another waypoint, that's another waypoint. Make a connection, a two-way connection to it, and then we don't care if that was an air waypoint or a ground one. Just make that connection. For back left and diagonals, raycast by density. What did we hit? If we hit another waypoint, make two-way connection between that waypoint and self. Yep, and then if we hit nothing, then get that position, make a waypoint there. It's an air waypoint. Then basically on that waypoint, make a two-way connection between the ground, between the one that just spawned and the current one. On air waypoint, raycast down to find the one that's on the below ground. Then to make a connection to it, determine if it needs to be two-way or one-way. And then on that air waypoint, look at the surrounding ones laterally or whatever. And then make other connections there. Is that all the air one needs to do? Oh, I missed anything. Maybe. Hopefully not. Let's see. Okay. So now back down here. If we know we're an air waypoint to start, I actually still need to do this bit here, but so go in this space is in the air, go back left, for back left and right. Determine if we are close enough to another ground point to have ourselves spawn. Oh no, I'm just realizing I made a mistake. Well, no, it's fine. Okay, never mind, it's fine. I'm just realizing that on slopes, we're going to have some air nodes, but I think that will be fine. I'm just realizing that I was wrong in that on a slope, we would have potentially had a scenario where a ground node isn't connected to another, it is not connected to anything on the sides. But if we put air nodes there, if I just let that happen, that should be fine in theory. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah. So, So that should be fine, I think. It'll make a few more waypoints, only on slopes. It'll make a few extra waypoints that it would be nice to not have, but that should be okay enough. And again, this will be something that's only. It'll only be on slopes, and it'll be the steeper the slope, the more it happens. So even a really shallow slope won't have that many extra nodes. Okay, that's fine then. So then raycast by density, what did we hit? If we maybe diagonal density as well. So if we hit another ground waypoint, if we hit another ground waypoint, if we hit another ground waypoint, that means we're in air one. Spawn a waypoint, name this, and then I need to do the whole looking down thing, but I haven't done that yet. Then look in the other directions. What happens? No, this doesn't need to make another air node. This is wrong. If we hit nothing, then we leave it that way. So actually, if we hit a wall, we do nothing. So this is just, we're only looking for if we hit another waypoint, make a two-way connection. Otherwise, don't do anything. And then then I need to do the whole looking down thing. Where was it from? This one. This way. We're going to copy this. So this I might be able to make into, when we actually code it, we'll make it into a function that we just So, not coding it twice. We'll see. So then, raycast down by double Y map size to find below ground waypoint. Didn't we find this already? If we had another waypoint. No, we have this already. I don't need to do this twice. If distance to below ground, the below ground waypoint is less than the player jump height, make a two-way connection to it. Else if distance is greater, make a one-way connection to it. For back left diagonals. Then I'm already doing this, right? Yes. Okay. Well, in that case, I might as well make this exactly the same as the other one. All right. This might be our algorithm might be complete. Is there any other cases that I've forgotten about? The jump. Oh, dang. The jumping one. The jumping scenario. Okay, we're almost through this, and then we gotta code it, but we're getting there. So, yeah. Well, I was expecting this to be hard. Let me save this somewhere so I don't lose this. If my computer suddenly something like a power outage or whatever. So I haven't saved this at all. So let's go path waypoint. What is it? What would this be? Waypoint calculator. Calculator, sure. Calculator algorithm. Okay, so now the scenario we haven't covered here, and also so if hit wall do nothing, I can get rid of that, because that's not going to be an actual thing we code. That was just looking at all the different scenarios in our planning. So the next part here is what happens. I need to see if... Oh, the weird cone projection thing. Right, that's something I'm going to have to figure out. Basically, the fact that I could have a scenario like this. Let's say like this. And these two need to understand that we can jump between them, despite the fact that there's no nodes in between them. So, how do I get that to happen? So I have two things I could do. Either I find some way to generate nodes in between this sort of jumping, but my other idea is to somehow... I know you can do raycast, like a box raycast, or whatever that's called, and like a sort of a sphere raycast, and you test for overlaps with that. Something like that. I would like to basically do a sort of raycast that's in from the side would almost be like a partial circle shape. Maybe from actually maybe like a half circle. Not straight up though. I'm not sure. Or, okay, is there a better way of doing this? Because in terms of... Maybe, okay, actually... maybe there is. In terms of these air nodes, this only has to happen on the air nodes. Them sort of scanning out to try and find, is there another air node that we should be connected to because we can jump to it? And in this case, so what's my best way of doing that? Because is there some way I could calculate this kind of angle to raycast in? That seems unlikely, especially also this would be a very specific case. This could be like this or like this. I at all of these angles. Although I'm holding control. It's not every angle, but it's like every angle to do with its density, it should be able to pick up on these connections. Even a connection like... actually, no. I know for a fact that I'm never going to have something like this because a player can't fit under here. So I'm not going to have geometry like that. I could have something like this maybe. But then, no, I already have that. That's the same as just jumping that's like on the ground. But I'm not going to have this. Yeah, okay, so I know that that's not going to be a scenario that I have to deal with. But even just, so if this is like this, actually these will be connected. So that's kind of interesting. Interesting. And even like this, actually, then these would share nodes like that. Fascinating. Ignore that these ones are missing the diagonal ones. They should have them in theory. So how do I deal with this scenario? I kind of thought up a solution before, but I'm not too certain of it. Because I need to, and I wouldn't just raycast here to here. I need to raycast like far enough to check like the jump height, or to check for like the jump distance. So our characters, just a reminder, I guess, our characters can jump 2 units high and 8 units out. So that would be like from here, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So from this distance, I can imagine just do a raycast 8 units out, and if we hit something, connect these by like the fact that we can jump between them. Yeah. From above, connect these in a way that's like it could look like 2 down or something like that. Even like this. Actually, I don't know how makeable this is. But as soon as you get more diagonal like this, it might become a bit harder to be like, yeah, can we make this jump? Is this too far? So I'd have to figure out how I map that out. But I could kind of just play with it. Because I can't just... if I draw a circle that's sort of like if this is sort of like a sphere thing going out that's like 8 units out, 8 units out this way, 8 units out up, that breaks quickly. It almost would need to be some kind of, if you imagine like if I open up Paint real quick, like a circle that, well, like an ellipse. That's a amazing circle. A circle that is too high and like 8 out and let that smooth around. That might be good enough. But I don't want to draw this in every direction. So first of all, we'd scratch out the fact that we're not looking right. We would only be looking, so again, in the sort of top-down way that this is. We're only looking left, straight, actually, I don't even know if we want to look. Looking diagonal might be weird with that. But let's just ignore the diagonals for the minute and just say we're looking pure left and we're looking pure right, or sorry, pure left and pure down. And but actually those are going to be 2 separate chunks of code. So when we say, so I want to basically look left and then some kind of like a circle from like here or something. So is there some kind of almost like a 2D raycast spotlight kind of a thing? Let me look up if something like that exists. So Unity raycast spotlight raycast. Ooh. Not a light though. You can raycast from any point in space. I could have, so you can use sphere casts. What other types of, so raycast, like, yeah, raycast, it's casting array. Types of casts, or something like that. I just want to know the different things, and maybe there's one I can use. Because a sphere cast. Okay. Well, I don't know if a sphere cast would be good or not. Well, a sphere is going to go in the same direction in all directions, and I can't have like an ellipse. Because again, looking back on Paint, it's like, yeah, I would ignore all of this. So actually, I'm just going to draw the two over here. Ignore all this. So I basically, if anything, I want to basically look for other air nodes. And actually, I guess I would only be looking for air nodes, not ground nodes, that are in these directions. Except not pure down and not pure up. So something from like this point onwards, where it's from a circle that was like 2 high and 8 out. And kind of do this orbital ray cast that's pretty flat, so it doesn't hit anything diagonally that I don't want it to hit. But again, if there was some weird math I could do where I could ray cast like here, and then ray cast there, and do it like that in a way that's not terrible. Is that lightning? I think I heard thunder. So let me look at what other types of cast things there are. I saw box cast. Capsule cast? Box cast. Oh, you get to return all the hits, so like everything that it hits. Interesting. Castle cast. Now, I don't know if a capsule would be good enough because I need it to be like flat. On line cast, okay, so that's actually more similar to what I'm doing. I guess not a ray cast, but a line cast because it's like a ray, but it has a distance. Oh well, okay, max. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Is there any collider intersecting the line between start and end? Oh. Oh, I don't have to. Oh. This could make this easier. Okay, this could do it. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, interesting. This could be the solution to my problem. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Because. So when I'm casting a ray, I have to do that in directions, which is why I needed the density stuff. I mean, I still want the density as a variable to say how far apart the things are. But if instead of doing a ray cast in these directions, and then I don't have to do the Pythagorean theorem stuff for diagonals, I just say cast a line between this point and this point. Did we hit something? That makes that so much easier. Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to refactor this then. So I don't need... And then I think I can get this to work for the jumping, because then I can just test all those points. It's so much better. That's so much easier. Oh my god, yes. All right, perfect, beautiful. Okay, so shoot. Line cast is what we're gonna do. Line cast down to like negative y map size. Yes. All right. Well, now I'm going to go. So rather than raycast by density, so I don't have to do special things for the diagonals, or not necessarily. Instead, go line cast from here to those potential waypoint spots. What did we hit? So that's effectively what this would be doing. So let me just also look for any other, based on direction we've raycasted, we line casted. Ha 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 ha. All right. Great. I'm glad I discovered that exists, because that's going to make this makes this so much easier. I'm pretty sure it will. Line cast down, down to negative y map size defined below ground waypoint. If distance below ground is raycast by density instead. Line cast from here to those potential waypoint spots. Output by density. Yeah. Okay. Same thing here. We're almost done this, I think. Almost done this planning. Then I got to implement all this code. But it should be a lot easier. Like I'm basically making most of the pseudocode here. So hopefully then actually coding it, we'll see what troubles we run into along the way. I hope I don't immediately start and like almost immediately go like, oh no, there's a big flaw in my reasoning and all of this is garbage. I hope that doesn't happen. We're gonna find out. But definitely this planning has helped a lot. I think this will have made this a lot easier than if I had just jumped straight into the coding. So, yeah, we're getting there. We're almost at the end of this planning. I just have to again figure out that jumping problem. So, okay, did I all the parts that said ray, replaced them. Okay. So the scenario where we have to test for that sort of jumping scenario is going to be, so if we are an error waypoint, actually I guess it's going to happen up here. These bits of code that are the same that will probably be in a function is going to be those pieces. So it's going to be down here. So how do we know? So if we had if you had another ground, so spawn spawn error waypoint. Density, what do we hit if we hit another ground waypoint? So determine that we are an error waypoint and then set up our connections. And now, once again, for wait, hold on, no. So let's just do it for like one of the directions. So for left, we'll want to go, but then I'll repeat this again for the other directions. Line cast from here to potential jump spots by max jump distance. And that's 8. And then what did we hit? Or like, okay, well, let's see, yeah, what did we hit? Just word it the same, I guess. And I think I only want to connect to other air waypoints. I don't see the need to connect to another ground waypoint, I'm pretty sure. We'll see. If hit another air waypoint, so it has to be an air waypoint. Make... Oh, I have to... Oh, I have to know if it is a one-way connection or a two-way connection. But in this scenario, if it just goes left by a max jump distance of like if it goes left by 8 and it hits something, then we're good. Shoot, I also need to make sure it ignores the if it already got a connection in these directions. But then okay. Back to my paint drawing real quick. So. Absolutely beautiful art. So let me if I just kind of erase most of this, good enough. Just ignore everything of there onwards. Good enough. I could have done this in like Photoshop or something, but whatever. Just pretend that's fine. So. So what we can do, though, is rather than basically drawing this sphere outwards, we know that there's basically a bunch of points. Okay, not like that, but however, like in a grid fashion, there's a bunch of points in this so-called bubble that could potentially be other air nodes that we want to connect to. right? So we could loop through just testing all of these, which sounds like a lot, but I think it's a necessary evil for this. And when we test for these, we could also go and there would be some threshold in here of what is going to be a one-way connection and what's going to be a two-way connection. Mainly, anything like here down, these are definitely going to be... No, wait. Shoot. There's also... Wait, let me back up. Two-way connections and then one-way connections, and then like which way is that one-way connection? So what I was going to say about that is that there's going to be probably some I have to figure out that like math, but some threshold in here and like here where these, if it's a node in here, it's going to be a two-way connection. And actually if anything, the lines would actually be more like this. And like this, you know. Wow, that doesn't cross this point there. Where the nodes that we can jump to in here are going to be... wait, hold on. No. Am I getting this right? Because what if you have like a really long jump? Right, shoot. Wait. No, this... Okay, no, better idea. Better... Well, wait. I just realized another scenario that could be a problem here. And that's this scenario. What if this is really far and down, but you can jump from here to there? Ah, darn. How do I handle that? Well, yeah, okay. Well, let's think. What could I do? What would I do to handle this? So, when I generate one of these error nodes... Okay, so it can look in a certain radius here of that it can jump to another error node. Yes. So then this would have some threshold down here of whether to make a two-way connection or a one-way connection from here to there. No. Because I still want to... I need to know both scenarios. Okay, so back up more. It has some... So this range with some criteria of it being a two-way connection. Put it that way. This range of it being some way of it being a two-way connection. Oh, it's going to need to test like 3 times. No. Okay. Maybe it goes through all the nodes and then has some criteria of whether it's going to be... There are 3 scenarios that can happen if it finds another error node in a certain range. Either it's... the 4th scenario is that it doesn't make a connection if it's too far away. But ideally, it never checks those ones that are too far away. Either it makes a two-way connection because you can jump both ways, or it makes a one-way connection from here to there if we can jump there but you can't jump back, or it makes a one-way connection from there to here if we found somewhere that could jump to this spot but this spot can't jump to that spot. And that's mainly going to be from a sort of a y difference. If the y... Oh, interesting. Oh, that might be sort of what the threshold is. Interesting. Okay. So what this can do then? Trying to think of maybe there's a better way to do this. So what if I could do one big sweep to just get what are all... Because again, I don't care about ground nodes in this test. So that lightens the load, I guess, of what I'm trying to test. But just looking pure left, what if I just went... What if I could make some cast where... looking at this node, let's say, this node, get every single other error node that is to the left of this one. So I could do that with a box cast that is really tall in the y-axis and then just goes that way, except I actually do want to ignore ones that are directly above and directly below. I think. Do I? Wait, do I? Maybe I don't, actually. If I had the scenario of this, yeah, I'd want this to make a jump thing. Okay, so yeah, I get above and below. But something like this. Wait. Shoot, how do I handle this? Oh no, wait. How would I handle this scenario? Oh no. Never mind. No. This would have the one-way connection going straight down. Never mind. That's fine. And as I said, we're never gonna have something like this. Well, if we do, once these get close enough, then these will be ground nodes. Then these will be there'll be ground nodes connecting to one-ways to those. Okay, no, that's fine. That's not a problem. Okay, so we're already dealing with that somewhere else. So in a scenario like this, from each of these individual nodes, do this big box sweep to the left, and get all of the nodes that are to the left of them. Which means, so first of all, just get all the nodes, and then we'll for loop through it, and then look at just the ones that we care about. So it'll just be easy to start to just go like box cast, get all the waypoints. So first of all, so let's say from this one, it's going to go blah, and it's going to get all these waypoints. So then it's going to go through them, and then each of these waypoints that already exist, they know whether they're an error waypoint or a ground waypoint. So it's going to first go, okay, is this a ground waypoint? Skip it, move on. So then now we're basically going to be going through just the error waypoints. So in this case, it's going to go through just these two. Oh, shoot. Do I want it to include this one? Because then it might include, it might say that that's a jump. Ah, no, and what if there's walls in the way? I didn't think about that. Wait, is that fine? Oh, wait, darn. No. It might be fine. No, darn. If there's, come on. There's got to be a way. Okay, how do I deal with this? What's the best thing I can do to just cover all of the use cases? I keep coming up with scenarios in my head where the code breaks, where it's not going to generate things properly. This is like the last piece of the puzzle. For the usual case, something like this, I can do this. I just raycast by a distance of 8 and like bam, cool, it connected. Nice, make that connection. Once it gets far enough away, it would not make that connection. And I've even got like jumping up 2 things. That's dealt with. And like jumping down a little bit, that's fine. Jumping down really far, like straight down, that's fine. That's dealt with. What's not dealt with is basically like a jump like this. How do I handle this? Well, in terms of telling it that this one's connected to this one. And then the certain threshold where now you can jump from this one down to here, but you can't jump here up to there. So then how do I tell it to be able to do that connection? I thought line cast would be the answer. No. Maybe I can go back to that. How about I go back to that scenario? Yeah, you know what? No. I'll go back to the line cast. That would probably work better. Okay. So here's what I do instead. So in this scenario, starting at this look at all the error nodes to the left of this. How about that? Okay, yeah, just starting at this one. Look at all the error nodes that are to the left on the same, in this case, if we're looking left, on the same x-plane. So it's going to look at this one and this one. And then do a line cast to all of those ones, like to those error nodes. Look at only the ones that hit. So in this case, actually, this one would hit and this one would hit. It would make that check. And then look at the distances between them. Look at the x distance look at the horizontal distance and look at the vertical distance. And then from that, determine if this needs to be a one-way connection or a two-way connection. So here's how we do this, I guess. If the distance between them is larger than our max jump distance, which is 8, if it's larger than that, then then look at the y positions of both objects. If those y positions, whichever one's larger or whichever one's up higher, make one-way connection from that one to this one. This one's higher, one-way connection from that one to this one. If it's within the range of 8, then make it a two-way connection. Although that might break in a scenario like this, but no. Then look at the y height. If the y height is larger than 2, no, but then there's some math like in the middle of that. There are certain thresholds, and I think we can figure out. I think I can math that out. If it's like, okay, but I can do that test, and then I know I'm testing with the right nodes. Because then what I'm trying to avoid, and I think this will work, is that this node will not make a connection to this node. Because if it does line cast stuff, then this will be in the way. And that should work. So I do that going left, and then I do that going down. I could do it going diagonal. Oh, that feels... I probably should, though, otherwise it might not work well. Actually, yeah, shoot. Because what happens in a real level when things aren't so nice and perfect, and if I had tried to have a jump like this, this would be, that would have the diagonal pieces there. Let me just put those in. Because I just want to make sure that the things that should connect actually do connect. So how would I get... In theory, this one should connect to this one. If it looks up, it looks up and left. Okay. You know what? That will be fine if I can get it to work on the diagonals. No, yeah, that's okay then. And then like this one would connect to this one maybe, and yeah, okay, that's all right. Yeah. So, but that means that I do have to make it work diagonally. In fact, not only that, I think, yeah, that will make it so that these all get connected diagonally. Like this one will get connected to this one. This one will get, like, they'll connect all diagonally and stuff, I think. So, but that's fine. Yeah, okay. So programming of that now. Okay, so for back left and back left diagonal, that's that stuff. So that's making the ground connection. Wait, what? Line cast from here to there by density. Yeah. Okay, so then back left and diagonals, like just like all the diagonals, like the down and up ones as well. So line cast, yeah, line cast to all of the potential potential jump spots by max distance 8. Actually, no, because for testing for the ones that you could fall to, it can't be by 8. It would need to be by, like, frankly, it could be from the one map, like from one area in the map all the way to the other. So I need just by like, wait, just test all of them. Just test all of them. Okay, so for all waypoints made so far, for all okay, basically I'm trying to do get, this would be, no, how do I make this work on the diagonals? You know what? No, don't do this by left, back, and diagonals. Just do it all at once. Because I only care about the distances, I think. Yeah, okay, that makes that easier. Okay, that makes it easier to comprehend in my mind. So, go through all waypoints made so far. It's made so fat, yep. Get all air waypoints. Wait. Just get all the air waypoints. That's going to skip right and up because those ones don't exist yet. Yeah. Okay, that's fine then. Actually, yeah, just get all. So yeah, go through. If you go through all waypoints made so far, get all the air waypoints. However, I do that. Basically, actually, if waypoint is air waypoint. Okay, almost done here. Maybe. Okay, line cast from here to there. From here to potential jump spot. From here to. I'm just gonna say from here to there. Here to there. Line cast from here to there. Did we hit it? Did we hit that waypoint? If we hit another one, then we don't do anything. Like, we need to hit specifically that one. Did we hit that waypoint? Yes. Then I need to calculate jump distance stuff. So then get distance between this waypoint and that one, I guess. And then now we need to do our complicated jumping math of how far. So I'm just gonna say, for now, I'm just gonna say if y distance is basically if other waypoint is greater in y position by 2, is greater in y position by 2, or by player max jump height, then make one-way connection between if that one is higher, from that waypoint to self. Okay. If the other way around, if this waypoint is greater in y position, make one-way connection the other way. Else if, I guess. From self to that waypoint. Else. Maybe I just go for just else if horizontal distance is less than player max jump distance, which is 8, then make a two-way connection between make two-way connection between. This will need to be refined, but this will work good enough for now, I think. It's going to make a few impossible jumps, but most of them should be fine. Or for the AIs. The AIs might have some impossible jumps, but it should be fine for the most part. In fact, I could lower this a bit more, and that might be fine. Yeah, there'll be some other maybe stuff to do with that, but this should be okay. This I think is going to be good enough, because this is also very much it's kind of an edge case. So we should focus more on getting the rest of it to work. All right. So with that, I'm going to actually make one more little change with this notepad, in that this code and this code need to be the same. So I'm just going to make that a function. Error connections or something like that. If this is like this. And that's going to be, what code do these share? It starts from, let me just double check.
Just looking that on. What? Wait, where's? Wait, what? Where's the I am missing something here, I think. Where do I connect to the ground one in here? Did I not do that here? I don't think I did. Wait. So if we hit another waypoint, this is for one that's potentially in the air. It hits one that's on the ground. It's like, yep, this one's in the air. Then look for a connection. If it makes one connection, then it makes itself exist. If we hit another ground waypoint, then we spawn the waypoint. Name this one. Set it to being an air one, and then no, this is the making that connection. Okay. If distance to below ground waypoint is less than player jump height, make a two-way connection to it. Else if is greater, make a one-way connection. Yes. And then line cast from I'm just trying to find. I'm trying to combine these bits. Set waypoint as air waypoint. Make two-way connection between ground and air. How do you know that there's a? I'm it's confusing myself here. Okay, hold on. Why do I do this? On air waypoint, line cast down to find ground one. Okay, so this is the special thing that happens. Okay, if the distance is less than the jump height, make a two-way connection. If it's greater, make a one-way. It's at this point where they combine, right? Yeah, okay. So here and here are the same. Well, they should be. I didn't put this part here yet. No, wait. Here, actually. And then... But then this one needs to know to break out of this for loop early. Because otherwise it'll instantiate more than one air node in the same place, which I don't want. Okay. So then I think I can copy this into like here. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2. Okay. Then in theory, okay, this would do that. Does this need to pass anything into it? It might need to. Then, but then up here, then afterwards, this will break out of this for loop. Okay. In theory, this one. Wait, this one should also break, shouldn't it? Oh wait, no, this is the one that needs to break. Or wait, do they need to both?
No, this one doesn't break because it might need to spawn multiple of those air ones. So that, okay, I had that backwards. I think. Okay. So this, if all my calculations are correct, this took a while to make, but now hopefully coding this won't take too long, because I basically then just need to turn all this into C# code and hope nothing goes wrong in that process, which probably will. So I think this should be our algorithm for our waypoint calculator. Just trying to think, is there anything else that I've missed? Are there any other scenarios that I haven't accounted for? I don't think so. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I've gotten this pretty good. Let me just bring back all this because I can. Oops. Or was this ground? Oh no. Nope. Uh-oh. This one? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, my walls. These ones? Yeah. All right. So I think, as I said, actually, technically, this isn't correct. Wait, did I actually turn these all on? Nope, I'm missing some. They're probably these ones. Yeah, they were. Okay. Yeah. So for this map, I think now, I think, hopefully, for a map that looks like this, if it was set up properly with the walls and all that, this is what it would set up. Shoot, wait, okay, one other situation I'm just realizing is that it might put waypoints on top of these walls here. That's fine, no. These walls will extend to the top of the map. No, that should be okay. We should be good there. I think so. Okay. All right. But I think based on this algorithm, this pseudocode should, in theory, spawn all this. Oh, you know what? Okay, something it's also going to want to do is do some clearing. I forgot about that. When I go generate waypoints, it should start by going delete all waypoints from last calculation. I can spell. What other data does it need to clear? Just this, I think. Yeah. Okay. I would like, actually, what would be neat, I don't have to do this. It would be neat if how these are different colors. It would be cool if I could have these different colors actually show up like this in Unity. Let me just do a quick Google search just to see. If I can't, it's totally fine. I don't even know what this is called. This icon, okay. Unity editor change icon. Oops, I have to spell this right. Not those icons. I want to change. Yeah, I could draw some kind of custom icon thing, but it would be nice to just say, like, set it to one of these that exists. That's cool, I can give it its own texture. I saw something that said assign icon. Where'd that go? Assigning icons? Ooh, yeah, this. Can I change this in code? That is my question. I'm also going to go to the most recent version of Unity with this. Ooh, setting icons. Okay. Um, okay. You can assign custom icons to game objects, prefabs, and scripts from the inspector window. Custom icons appear in the scene view in the same way as default icons for items such as lights and cameras. When you assign an icon to a game object, the icon appears in the scene view over that game object and any duplicates. When you assign to control, or to control, Unity draws custom icons in the scene view. Never mind. For a second, I thought that was going to do a code thing. Never mind. Darn. Can you tell me how I would change this in code? Aw. But it would be nice if I could just change this in code. Ugh. Darn. Okay, let's go. This is what I'm looking for. Duplicates, see my answer? Ooh. Hey, I got another follower. Dim, what's your name? Hold on. Wait. One moment. Oh, that's long. Dimitri Maximov Galahad. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're finding it interesting. Perhaps I'm at the very end of doing all this planning. We're about to be doing a lot of interesting code stuff. I basically just wrote out this huge, not this. That was some planning. It's this massive algorithm that we're now going to be implementing in code. Oh, one hit lol. Yeah. Yeah, I did my best at pronouncing that name. But I just been doing all this planning for this waypoint system thing that I'm about to be programming. That, if successful, which hopefully it will be, will save me so much time and tedium when it comes to building levels with my game. So, long story short, in the end, I placed all these manually, mainly just duplicating around. This didn't take too long. But we're going to have code basically instantiate a bunch of empty game objects in all of these positions and then connect them. Each one of these will know which ones are around it that it should be considered connected to, and all that sort of stuff. And it will ignore walls. It won't instantiate ones out here in the void. Ones that are considered near the edge of a platform will be considered different, and all that sort of fun stuff. Certain things basically have a one-way connection, like these. And yeah, that's a lot of what we're going to be doing very shortly. I'm just trying to figure out one last thing, which I think I was maybe just about to find out, which is just that when you select an object, you can change its little icon here to be different colors. I don't need to do this, but it would be nice if, like what I have here, how for my testing I made the things different colors, having the ones on the ground here be green, the ones that are considered in the air being red. It'd be nice if I could do that in code. So I'm just seeing if there's an easy way to do that. If I can't, that's fine. So I know label icon. Can't find this. There's a way to. I'm aware of, because what I'm looking for is to programming assign a label icon. So label icon, the thing that, that's not there anymore. Okay. In my case, I didn't want a custom icon loaded via resource or whatever. I wanted to programmably access and set the game object's icon that we see in the pop-up when we click the top section. It's easy as long as you know where to look and where to find it. Ooh, okay. Set textures. Ooh, okay. Okay, this is things. Previous example draws the large label icons. There's 8 of them. Possible string values. Weird. Interesting. Very old question. Please take a look here. Interesting. Okay. Set icon for object is just internal, not public. Interesting. Okay. Hopefully I'll be able to figure this out. If I can, it's fine. I'll worry about that when I get to actually coding it. But let's just see. At a part where I set a node as being a node, as being a ground waypoint. Okay, so here, color waypoint. Color it green, and then at the air ones over here. Set color waypoint red would be good. And I'm going to do that also down here. Oops, this one's also red. Okay, cool. All right. Can I combine some of this, though? I might be able to actually combine some of this. Where... Make two-way connection between ground waypoint where on air waypoint later define below. Wait. Define below. Wait. Air what? If distance to. I need this, there to be actual input into this function. That's the one thing I was missing. So if distance to below ground waypoint is less than the player. So I need to put in basically ground or below ground waypoint. So that needs to be input. Okay, that's one thing I was missing, but this... Wait, this... oh, no, yeah, this would be getting the ground waypoint from here. Okay. Right, I'm just like making sure I'm doing this right. If I don't do this right, we're going to have a lot of big problems. So sorry I'm being a bit silent. I'm just like... in the zone, just like looking at like, am I missing anything here? This is gonna be below ground, like the waypoint. It is the pseudocode. I don't really need to be like typing this out, but just so that when I'm coding it, I understand what I'm trying to do here. So these should both do this. And now that I've done that, I should be able to combine more code into over here. Is what I was trying to do. Actually, I also need to pass along the self waypoint, I guess. This air waypoint, I guess. So something like that. And then I can delete this because it's doing there. There, I was just able to combine some stuff. And it also actually say this this stuff. So actually this one though is like new air waypoint, and this is going to be self air waypoint. That's the differences between those. All right, good. I think we're good on this, and now I can move on. I'll see if I can actually change the icon thing later. But okay, this took a while. That's okay. Now we are going to try and make this actually happen. Should I stick to this scene? Let me do something. I'm going to duplicate this. Not this. Wrong scene. Oh, this is our scene from before. Person with long name, Dimitra Maximov Galahad. This is the scene we've been working on before, where we're making tag, but extreme with cool AI pathfinding stuff. And this is our test level. This is not necessarily what our real levels are going to look like. Although we did do some interesting lighting things here. When I turn on gizmos, you can see this mess of waypoints. This is what we're making better. Let me do this so that you're only seeing the ones that are within a certain distance from the camera. But basically, go to this. All these waypoints in this level currently, I actually placed those myself. I placed those manually. So that was tedious and all that. And there's not that many of them. Well, there's 300, but I mean like not as many as what we're now going to be having in the other thing. How you saw there was like hundreds, just like very condensed. That's where we're going to be replacing this with that other stuff. And I've already done a test where I can have thousands of these empty game objects in this scene, and it doesn't tank performance at all. So I know that we should be good there. Yeah, because it's just basically empty game objects that are storing some information, pretty much. So yeah. All right. With that being said, I didn't mean to come to this scene. I clicked on it by accident. This scene, I wanted to. I'm actually gonna go back to this being like this here. I wanted to duplicate this scene because rather than when I press the button, it's gonna take a while to do all these calculations. I'd rather just be testing this code in a smaller scene. This one, namely, but I want to keep what I have here as the test, basically. So this waypoint experimenting, let me go waypoint planning. this was the planning scene. This is our execution scene, I guess, or something like that, just to have the two scenes exist. So now I do need to. Okay, so I do have this. Most of this, like I don't think I can go into play mode on this scene. I think things will break. I did delete a bunch of other things. Like there's no camera in this scene. That's okay. I just need to test these all doing what I'd like them to. So I think I'm now at a point where I'm going to delete. I won't delete these yet. But what's going to happen now is I'm going to click this generate waypoint button, and it's going to do that algorithm, ideally. Best case scenario, that's what it does. So now we're going to start actually programming this thing. And actually, I think I'm going to put a rename function here. Right. Okay. Okay. This function, I already did some of the work where I made the button exist. Now let's do, actually, wait, no, I'm missing some things. So to start, I actually want some things that I can input into before I press the button, and that is a density and a map size. So that's actually 4 integers, but yeah, two separate things. One thing being a, but yeah, basically it's 4 integers effectively. Or no, floats, they'll be floats. So let's allow me to do that. That's gonna be our starting point. All right. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, now we're actually coding this thing. It took a while, but now it'll be worth it. That planning was worth it. That will probably have saved me a lot of pain and suffering when I was actually coding this, and it probably saved me a lot of having to keep refactoring my code and like erase a lot of things and all that. So that was 100% worth doing, I think. Okay, so what am I doing? What am I looking for? I'm looking for the where I call the function. So right here, this is where I make this button. I need to actually make those numbers. So I put that like before. Okay. Actually, okay. This doesn't matter, but I'm just thinking like, how do I want this to look over here? I'm thinking I might go like, so either the numbers are like above or below, or I might have like generate waypoints and then a space and then the fields to type in numbers on the same line there. How I structure it doesn't really matter. Whatever. Let me just get the numbers to exist. I can worry about the spacing of it afterwards. Okay. So let me go dot. Dot start horizontal, or is it begin horizontal? Horizontal. Yep, and then I want to make, I did this ages ago. How do I do this? How do I make a, so with a custom editor, making an int field, isn't it like editor, I could look it up, but I'm gonna just, I think I remember. It's like editor, yeah, GUI layout dot, float field. I keep saying int. And then I put float value. So that's gonna be, well, I need to, okay, actually I need to make the float then. I guess this could be public, but yeah, we'll have it like, so it's like with the thing on there. So private, density, private, float, yeah, density, and then a private, actually, I mean, this is gonna be a vector 3. I can't make a vector field, I don't think. That's not a thing, right? Vector 3. It is! Oh, well, that's news to me. I guess we're gonna do that. Is this 3D? Hi, by the way. Hello, Ippo. Hello. This is 3D. Blam! The Unity game engine. Wow. I am in the middle of doing some really complicated math stuff where, look at all this mess. I basically spent the last while doing are you using rigid body? I am for some things, not with this specifically. Actually, I can show you 1 second. I'll show you the actual game thing we're making. There's more progress on it than this. But specifically, I've spent the last however long I've been doing this live stream doing a lot of planning and writing a bunch of pseudocode that we're going to be making into actual code. Let me go over into Shazam. Wait. Shazam. Yeah, actually, no, let me go into play mode. Let me show the people that are here what this game actually is. So it's tag, but it's extreme tag, or that's where it's going anyway. Let me go into maximize on play. 1 moment.
No, I didn't mean to go to play mode. No. Hold on. One moment. I went out of play mode. Basically, you see there's this AI here. We can chase him, and he runs away, and he has pathfinding stuff. Did I break his pathfinding? Maybe. No, wait. Something break his path? Hopefully not. Hopefully it's fine. I'm gonna hope that's fine. Oh no. Look away. It was working so much better before. Something actually broke with it. Why is he? Oh, that's with his difficulty level. Oh, I know what's wrong with this. That's fine. Okay, actually, that's just a one integer value that I have too high that's making him change directions very often. Let me go to my another thing over here. A scene that looks exactly the same. One moment. Technical difficulties. Please don't leave. No, 1 second. I actually, yeah, we do this, and now you'll see some cool things in a moment. So this is tag. We can run around and play tag with a whole bunch of AIs. Here I have actually 11 running around. So take a look at this. All these AIs are running around. They're doing some pathfinding stuff. They're going different places all around. They can jump, as you noticed here. Look at that, jumping. And yeah, I was doing a lot of experimenting with like graphical stuff. In terms of the like art style, that's going to be changing quite a lot. So it's not going to be all colors like this. Ideally, I'm going to have some actual human characters. But yeah, so I am currently considered it. You stopped me hovering over the X button. Now you're making me wonder if you're doing magic or game deving. One of the two, hopefully, maybe. Also, yeah, space. I didn't make the skybox. Let me just say that. I assembled it into a cube map, but I didn't actually make it. I found just the images online. But yeah, so we can run around. Ideally, I'm going to be replacing these characters with actual like humans soon. So that'll be cool. Lol. Yeah. Yeah, so right now I'm considered it. I'm not doing a good job at actually tagging anyone. But if I run over and tag Pink over here, I got you. She gets stunned for a second, and then, oh, there's like all the AIs here. Okay. Okay, they're trading back and forth being it or whatever. Jump scare Easter egg. Yeah, I've literally been jump scared by my own code before. The red guy over there at one point, like, jump scared me pretty, okay, not like actual, like, I didn't like scream or anything, but like, I was very caught off guard and very startled. Oh, by the way, over down here, look at this. Do you recognize the lab coat? That's an animated version of myself. I made that in like 2.5 months, basically. So yeah, that's that guy. This might be the kind of art style that our characters have. This was just like testing some lighting stuff. So is your character controller fully custom, or are you using rigid bodies or built-in CC? I'm using rigid bodies, like physics stuff that's pushing around all of our characters here. Not using the character controller thing. He screamed? Kinda, not really, but it's like I pretty loudly, I guess. I don't know, but yeah. So this is using rigid body stuff to push the characters around, to make them turn using torque. But yeah, and also a really neat thing is that actually the player and the AIs share a lot of code. They share like a lot of code in terms of how they actually move around the map. Did someone highlight that? Yeah, it's one of my oldest clips. It's called like Red Sus. Okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, my oldest clip, I think, it's called like Red Sus. It's me getting jump scared by the red guy when I was first doing the pathfinding stuff. The reason I was caught so off guard is because he wasn't supposed to move at all. I thought I had disabled his movement, so he wasn't supposed to do anything. I was testing something completely different, and then he just comes charging at me, and I was very startled. So yeah, also we got a mini map in the corner. We got like in the lower left, that's progress bars of like who's winning. It's like the score thing. If you're not if you're running away, you are gaining points. Right now, red is winning. Actually, he won. Right now, I don't have an actual proper win condition. That'll be happening soon. But basically, when your bar fills up, you win. Whoever's bar fills up first wins. If you're not if you're running away, then it starts filling up. And yeah, that's how that works. These characters, ideally, like they're not going to stay looking like this for now. This was just experimenting. Placeholder art. All of this is placeholder art. This entire environment is placeholder stuff. Ideally, we'll be making some environments that like look like actual places, like, oh, yeah, this is a forest level or something. That's the idea. So
with the general theme being like secret agent versus like cartoony villains. So that's that. Yeah, with some actual like human characters and all that. So, and to prove that I am hopefully capable of doing this, I have a thing. You look at, if you see my logo, I made that, but also, bam. Oh, that's going on the wrong screen. Bam. I made this in 2.5 months, right? Something like that. No, like yeah, this whole thing in 2.5 months, not just the character. The character took 48 days to make from start to finish. And this whole environment and a little animation I made with it took 24 days. I had those numbers recorded. Yeah, so this is a thing. I don't know if the game art style will be like this. This was in Blender, but yeah, so that's a thing. Yeah, and I made that completely myself in the, yeah. Following a lot of like tutorials and all that, and yeah, it turned out pretty good. I made music for this game. Oh yeah, Maj is helping me out a bit with music stuff. He's also showed me a program that I might experiment with music stuff myself. Right now, there's no music actually in the game right now, but also, oh, that's not the right image. I also made this. This is in Unity, so this looks quite nice. Okay, full disclosure that this and that character are the two coolest things I've made in Blender in regards to 3D modeling. Nothing else comes close. I don't have like some backlog of all of this cool art stuff that I've made. It's those two things and that's it. So, but over this last year, I've been trying to get better at a lot of 3D modeling stuff and whatnot. My friend actually started Blender 8 months ago and already put 400 hours into it. Whoa. He does, sculpting stuff too. Could probably make your character in like 2 or 3 days. Don't get me wrong, it's good work though. No, I'm aware of that. My character taking a long time was mainly because a lot of trial and error and like, this doesn't look quite good. I'm gonna like, I don't know how many times I like started over, but definitely like it took a lot longer than it maybe should have, or if I were to do it again. It was also pretty hard to like kind of match it to like make it kind of look like myself. That was its own unique challenge where if I was just making a character for a game, he could have looked a lot different. But here, I actually have a thing. But yeah, I'm aware that like professionals could like make this guy in like an hour, and like it's crazy. Maybe I could have reached such levels at someday. But but yeah, no. I'm just looking for this. Where do I have my renders? Image renders. Bam. So this is a quick little, the sort of almost the timeline of this human guy being made. So this is how we started. This was made using sculpting tools. Actually, this was made from copying my face. I took like mugshot pictures of me from the front, me from the side, and made this. And then it became this. Somewhere around here is when I think going from here to here, I did some retopology stuff. I think. They became this guy. Then it became this where I redid the hair, and became this, and then this where I started to do with body stuff, and then this. From here to here, the face definitely, I think, becomes more looking like me, I guess. But there's nothing wrong with this face necessarily. Or I mean, a little bug-eyed, but this like could have worked. But I think this looked a bit more like me and gave him a haircut. Then I experimented with like a bit of a comic book kind of art style thing. I ended up dropping that at one point. Then this is him with like clothes and stuff. That at this point he got a different shirt, and he got the lab coat that I copied from myself. See, having real life references helps quite a bit. Be able to see stuff from all angles, mainly with the hair as well. And then him in an actual like a bit of a pose. Him in another pose, but definitely like things were kind of breaking in the middle here. And then here, this render I really like. Actually, even here, yeah, the fixed stuff with the mouse. Fixed a lot of other things. Yeah, I quite like this render on its own. This is it being basically done. And then there's this guy. Interesting. I like how your character's body was made. Cool. On 4 screenshots ago. Yeah, I can go back to it, but I'm just gonna finish going through this. Then you got like this explosion, which. Up to you how much this looks like an explosion. I really struggled with this. I struggled to make this look more explosion-y, but it looks good enough for what it needed to be. And then this was making my little intro animation. That is a lot of my like social media stuff now. There's this, then had the numbers, and then had all these jars, and then it got these lines on the side, and then I brightened it up a lot and improved a lot of things. Bam, 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 bam. End result. Well, actually, Oh, whoa, no, almost exited out of OBS. That would not be, oops, that would have been not good. But yeah, then this was the end result of this. All of these jars are for all of the tutorials that I've made on YouTube, where each one is like like an object from that tutorial, with the idea that when I get back to making tutorials, I'm going to, each tutorial I make, I put a new item in the jar and push everything down, which does mean I'll have to re-render the animation, but I'm fine with doing that. And then over time, it'd be cool to see the jar slowly like fill up more and more. That'll be hopefully cool when I get back to that. Yeah, so that's that. Now, can you make some animations for your character? So this guy actually does. Okay, these are just screenshots, but bam, here. Okay, well, so this normally has music. You're gonna see this without music. This is the intro animation. Well, okay, the first second of it got cut off, but hold on, wait, hold on. Well, okay, then this is the outro. What's happening? Okay, well, okay, there's the intro again, but okay, this is being very scuffed at how I'm showing this, but whatever. And this was the outro. These have music, but the music files are different from the video files because I assemble them in my editing. Because of them, they have like fade-ins into them. Like the music starts before the actual video starts for these animations. Yeah. This end scrolling part, there's like the YouTube things. This would be probably better if I showed like the actual it in the context of a YouTube video. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Because there you saw the examples of him being animated. You'll notice that the intro animation and the outro animation have the same exact same animation. Yes, that is the case. And I might, this is my VOD channel. One moment. I'm looking for a specific video, and then you're gonna see this with music. Marine. This is the video that I spent 7 months making. Like 3 months of which was making that intro and outro. But technically it was 7 months from the day I started it to the day it launched. Although days spent working on it is different than, like, the day it started from the day I finished it is different than, like, number of hours spent doing it. Okay, can you hear this? You can't. Why can't you? What? Wait, I can't even hear this. What happened? Wait, you guys can't hear this, and I'm not sure why. Do I have this muted? No, I can't even hear it. What? Wait, hold on. My headphones connected properly? Wait, hold on. Now will this work?
There, I'm Cyberchroma, and
there you
today
go.
We're making a submarine turbines that
There are a number of topics.
So this is my intro with context. This was a video I made. Oh yeah, lab coat.
Without further ado, let's get started.
Bam, intro. Yeah. I made that music myself. I struggled a lot with making it. It maybe could be better, but it good enough to the degree. And then this is my outro with music as well. I did not make the outro music.
I'll
See you around. Whoosh, and then I dive off screen. Yeah. So that's that. And yeah, so this has moving stuff and all that. And then now, yeah, this has the these things in the corners. So yeah, I made all that myself, and yeah, pretty snazzy. And then you can see where that comes from, my profile picture. So yeah, that's those in context. Hope you thought that was cool. And yeah, so with that, my person was made for that, and I might use him for other things. We'll see. But yeah, that's basically how I spent my summer. That's actually, it literally is just how I spent my summer, was making all of that. The video, the animation, and all that. I like wrote a script for it, did a lot of editing and all that. It was a 20-minute video. Yeah, I'm hoping to maybe make more stuff like that someday, but we'll see when that when I get the time to do that. Right now, this tag game is my priority, because this is actually for a school project. For those unaware, I'm in university right now, and I'm taking this one class. It's a game design course class thing, and I'm making this tag game for that. Now, to be fair, to say this right away, I am going above and beyond what I need to make for the project with all this pathfinding stuff. I 100% do not need to be doing that for what the project is. I'm doing to because I want to, because now I'm also passionate about this game and I want to continue to work on it after the project is done. But I have to finish a demo. I have to get something playable working by the 29th. So, I mean, I kind of do, but I would like to have a more actual proper demo thing would be cool to have. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, so that's what we're doing here. So hopefully I'll be making it my game look cooler with more blendering to some degree. Yeah, as a general thing, let me just find something real quick. Blah blah over here where I have the project saved. This and this and this. For the project, this over here, it just has to do these things. This shows you how above and beyond I'm going with this tag game. All the project has to be, long story short, I've cut out a few things, but I'll make this really big. It just has to do these things, like a check mark, like, yep, it does this, yep, it does this, yep, it does this. It just has to do these things, and then it's done. And if I submit it like that, it would get 100%. So, yeah, well, if you're taking a break, Speed Racer, for a bit, I'm not taking any breaks yet. I gotta finish this tag thing. I've been going like off on a tangent about all this stuff, but no, I gotta finish this. I'm on a time limit now to finish a demo of this for next Friday, ideally. But yeah, so the game needs to do this. Currently, it doesn't even do all this. There's certain things here that are missing, which is why I can't... Oh, it's fun watching you make art on the track. What do you mean? Oh, how much I was failing at that? Or, but yeah, so there are certain things here that this does not do. Like the characters don't have any animations. They need animations. Ideally, that doesn't mean that I have to put in humans, but I want to. What other parts am I missing from this? When the game is complete, it must gracefully restart. It doesn't actually do that yet. Actually, I think those are the only things that are really missing from this. Yeah, so that's that. And then maybe like an actual like tutorial kind of a thing, so that the people marking this can know how to play the game. You were good? Ah, cool, thank you. Maj is talking about Speed Racer, a game I was playing on stream a few days ago, that he's trying to make like a remake thing of, and I was interested in, it does like this anti-gravity thing with, it's like a racing game, but all anti-gravity stuff, and I'm curious as to how that was programmed, and I'm trying to kind of figure that out through playing the game, sort of, but also just playing it for the heck of it. So yeah, that's that. I'll maybe get back to that at some point. Sorry it takes so long. It's delay. Me seeing your messages. Yeah, a bit of delay with chat. That's latency for you. Yeah. So anyways, though, let's get back to this. I'm doing a lot of going off topic and explaining things. So what we're doing immediately right now is that all these waypoints here that have to do with how the AIs know how to navigate the map. I'm coming up with a system to get Unity to generate these for me automatically. Let me close some of this stuff up. Yeah, and I spent the last few hours just doing a whole bunch of planning and writing up this whole document. That's just a bunch of pseudocode that's basically going to be how this algorithm's going to work. And hopefully it will work. Long story short, the end result should look a little something like... one moment. It should look a little something like this. Well, this is like a simplified map, but like this idea on the other map, where it's just all of these points that are like this, except they're actually going to be connected. So actually the one thing you didn't see over here, it's not just a matter of drawing those things. I also need to do this shabam, this spider web of what points are considered connected to what. I also need the algorithm to do this. And actually, this is where most of the troubles come from. Just drawing the points, getting all those points, it's hard, but not as hard as figuring out all the connection stuff. Mainly for a whole bunch of edge cases, all these edge scenarios that were just breaking. But I think we've got it all figured out now. So now we're going to actually start making it. So over in... No, come on. Come on, over in this scene. So ideally, when I hit the generate nodes button, it'll make something that looks like this, pretty much. But with all those lines that are what's being connected to what. So yeah, now we're starting to actually do that. So I was able to rip some scripts from the game. Ooh, neat. Cool. What do you have any idea what programming language they are? Like, were you able to get them in a way? Like, were you able to get the scripts in a way that it's an actual discernible programming language, or is it just like assembly code or something, or is it like compiled code? I'd be curious of that. Okay, so what I'm doing specifically right now is having so now I'm implementing not this. I'm implementing this. The first bit of that is that I need two things of input, a density and a map size. That's a vector 3. So we are getting that first. So private vector 3 map size. And then we got the float for the density. And then down here, I'm making these be fields in the inspector that I can set in a custom editor thing. I think they were Lua. That like maybe rings a bell. I'm not. Maybe I definitely don't know Lua. But I think it. I want to say that I've heard of it before. It's like I almost like maybe I do. Maybe I might be aware of what that is. I think I've heard that before. But yeah. Anyways. Okay. So. Okay. Let me make these two fields here. So this is vector float field. I have to put in what the thing is. It's density and. I don't think I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. I've heard of it. Yeah. All right. So maps now. Map size. They were lighting and physics scripts. Oh, neat. Interesting. Physics scripts might be like, well, useful for figuring out how the anti-gravity stuff of it is working. Oh, what are you doing? You need a label? Fine. Map size. Vector 3 value. Okay. Blah. All right. This needs a. Can I give this? Does this have an overload option that allows me to put in a label? Yeah. Label is. This is gonna be, I guess, yeah. Density. And then then. Hold on. Then the density thing there. Okay. Cool. Except I'm gonna actually separate these by. Actually, I don't even. Just this should be fine. All right. Let's just see what those look like over here. That's not gonna allow me to read from them in code yet, or change them. I'm gonna do that in but a moment. Over up here. Okay, we got the values there. Cool. Looks good enough to me. Except, actually, maybe I don't want that space there with the map size. Actually, yeah. How they get drawn over there. Oh, wait, are they below my head? Okay, chat's blocking it a little bit. Bam. Over there, see that? Those buttons and that, there's the density. Here's these values. Those got drawn. The formatting of them doesn't matter that much. But, I mean, the one quick little thing I'm going to do is just not have the space here. I'm curious of what happens if I go and put a horizontal break between them. I'm just curious of what that's going to look like. I do something like this. Go over here again. What do you do? So you do that. Oh, you break. You break a lot. Okay. Fair enough. You don't like that. All right. I will not do that then. I didn't need to anyway. All right, so that's good enough. Now I need to actually get the values, or I mean, I only have to do this. This. So now that will actually save them and make it so I can change them and all that. Right, so let me double check that that's the case. And then I can actually set what they are going to be. So density in this map, I'm going to say is 1, and the map size is going to be, what are you, like 25? 25 on all sides. So 25, 25, and actually on the Y, let's say 50. Well, actually, I can just look at literally what's the Y height of this? Oh, it's only 15 in the air? Oh. Then never mind me. Where's... Oh, this didn't save. What? Oh, no, wait. Why not? 5... Wait, no. 15... What'd I say? 25, 25? These aren't changing. Or they're resetting. Why are they resetting? There's a reason for this. I don't remember what it is. Don't I have to do this? Something like that. Ooh, whoop, didn't mean to press that. Okay. Just put in any values here. Nope, that's resetting. Oh no, I wasn't thinking that was going to be a problem. Oh no. Why are those resetting? I have a way to make them not reset if I just, or if I have them be variables in this, then they won't get reset. Fine, I'll do it this way. You know what? Actually, this is fine. I can deal with this. This is fine. If I just make these public floats here, this is fine. I can just do it like this way. And of all things that were going to be a problem, this is not what I was expecting to be one of them, but that's okay. If I just do this and then go back over to the custom editor thing, and then I don't need these to actually be things that are drawn. I just need to know those values when I go to generate the waypoints. Because the other part of this, so it's going to make the numbers up here, but that's okay. Right? Yeah. This is fine because I'm actually going to be getting rid of these buttons eventually because I'm basically replacing it with this. So I'll have density, map size, generate waypoints, calculate paths, cleanup is probably the order I'll do those things. Actually, I might as well just get them. I won't get rid of them now, but I'm going to comment out the code. And then reorder these. I'm going to have generate waypoints, calculate path, cleanup, I think. I'm about to open... Oh, wait. Oh, I found a 3 kilobyte loo file. Ooh, interesting. I'm about to open Visual Studio. Fascinating. Well, if you find anything interesting, let me know. Cool, cool. Okay, then do this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, rid of space there. Okay, that's going to clean this up. Once I have this working, I shouldn't need these buttons anymore. Okay, yeah, so there, that's fine. Pathfinding object prefab. Oh, I need to set you. This waypoint. Oh, no, you're in the assets. It's like, no, I need to find the prefab. Hold on 1 minute. It's going to be, yeah, and it's going to be, wait, which one are you? This, okay. Waypoint. I really need to change, halfway through making this originally, I changed my terminology from calling these pathfinding objects to waypoints. So now I have a bit of this inconsistency where in some places I call it a pathfinding object, and in another place I just call it a waypoint. At some point I should maybe go through and just make all the naming consistent, but that's just gonna be renaming variables and such. I'm not gonna worry about that too much right now. Let's get more of this functionality working first. So anyway, so we got this, generate waypoints. This doesn't need to take any input now because I can just get the values over here. All right, let me actually change them. So density being 1, map size being 25, 25, and 25. Oh shoot, yeah, I need to have special code for this being 0. If this is 0, Unity will crash when I go to run the thing, unless I have some special code to go around that. So yes, let me do that first, because if I forget, yeah, Unity will crash. Oh, let me move me to the other side. I need to remember to do that, not block code that is important for you guys to see. So generate waypoints. So the very first thing I'm going to do, yeah. So first update what all the pathfinding objects are. Oh wait, this is okay. Right, to this I just copied the code here. So right, okay. Sorry, yeah. Just making sure that I'm doing things correctly here. So the first thing I just want to go is if density is equals to 0, do nothing, or just is not equal to 0. So now Unity won't crash. Next thing is that now we follow our algorithm, not this one. This one. This algorithm. So now we're converting all this pseudocode into real code. I'm actually just going to start by copying all this in here, and then we'll kind of do it all one by one. So, actually, it would be, wait, hold on, let me back up on this. Abort mission. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. This. No, stop. Whoa. Just paste this in the middle of here, so it's all not actual code. So, yeah, good enough. Okay, so now I will basically go through all this sort of one by one. So first thing to do is delete all the waypoints from the last calculation. So to do that, I already got all these pathfinding objects, and actually I might as well just do that in here. If the density is 0, I'm not running the function. So in here, I need to, so I got the pathfinding objects. I just have to go and delete them all. So actually, for each pathfinding object, and I'll continue to call it pathfinding object here because that's the name of that script. In pathfinding objects, why aren't you going? I know you're this. Yeah, okay. Then just destroy. Destroy. Just destroy it. Yeah, right? I don't know why I'm like, wait, is this gonna work? I think so. I guess I should be just test each of these things one by one rather than if I code it all and then hope that it's all gonna work. I am gonna run into problems with that. So this basically just gonna delete all the waypoints. No. Destroy may not be called in edit mode. Use destroy immediate instead. Destroying an object in edit mode destroys it permanently. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. You're strongly recommended to destroy instead. I'm aware that I'm going to be destroying these waypoints. I understand this is a very, like, a function you have to be very careful about. I'm fine here that I know how to use it. Hopefully. Turns out the track might not be actual models. Really? Or, like, do you mean just that it's... So either it's incorporated into, like, there's just one massive scene model or something like that. Or it could be, like, there's, like, models for track pieces. Or it's models for the entire track. What do you... Like, are you just not able to find the model for the track or something? Like a spline. I thought it might be a spline, and that's how a lot of that's being done. Interesting. Oh, you mean like it's the track gets generated from the spline. Oh, that would be really neat. Look at what I was working on Discord. Oh, interesting. You got your reticle thing. One hit. Cool. Oh yeah, wait, do you actually have a black dot being drawn? Oh, interesting. How do you have that? How'd you manage getting a black dot to be drawn? Pretty cool. Or is that just a circle? Is that a circle or a sphere or something that's like perfect like red? If so, like that's a cool way of going about that. Cool. Good job. All right, let's have everything delete. Oh, it removed the script. That's not what I wanted. Oh no. I did do this wrong. I think it's in physics resource. Oh, I drew it on the screenshot. Lol. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, if you can make like a circle that's red or like an image, or there's ways of making reticles. Oh, this isn't gonna do this now because these don't have the pathfinding things. If I do this and add them manually, go pathfinding objects, and now go and delete these should now all delete themselves. Booyah, that's what was supposed to happen. And good that I'm testing this in this scene and not in my other scene, because, yeah, I don't want to break my other scene yet until this is, like, working. So now that's going to destroy it all each time, so cool. Yeah. Oh, Damaje, you send the... Oh, weird. Oh, this is code. Code very different from my code. This is stuff with... I sent you on Discord. It uses track pieces. Interesting. Whoa. It's like concrete. Weird. Interesting. I don't understand. I don't know Lux, so this is gibberish to me, but interesting. Also, this might be like... I don't know if this is compiled code or not, and then that might look even more different and weird. It has post settings. Yeah, I see that. Interesting. It reminds me a little bit of like HTML code because it has some like things that HTML does. Or okay. Whether HTML, like different people will say it's a programming language, some it's not. But I just mean that it has some elements of HTML in it. It's XML file. Interesting. Very interesting. I have a feeling though that it's like. I think it might be compiled code, which is different from like uncompiled code, but I don't know for sure. Whoops. Whoa. Okay. Okay. So we did this step. Delete all waypoints from last calculation. Done. Algorithm will start at position -x, -y, -z from the map position thing. How do I decompile it? I have no idea. I don't know if you even can. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. And that's something that can vary on a game-by-game basis. Or specifically in a game engine-by-game engine basis. I don't know if you even can decompile Unity games. Maybe you can. I'm not sure. I mean, you don't have to decompile the whole thing to be able to necessarily find like models and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that I think it's easier to sort of do that reverse engineering on older games than newer games. Like newer games are designed so that you like they try to make it so that you can't do that. Because otherwise, you know, like big games coming out, like people being able to like steal all the source code, like from decompiling the game or whatever. That doesn't work that way though. You can't do that. But older games, the older a game is, I guess you can do that to some degree or something like that. I don't know. I've never modded a game ever, so I don't know how. I'm not the person to get advice from on that. Oh, do you have more? Oh, I see more code. Oh, that's a lot more code. That is something. I definitely couldn't tell you what all this is. Oh, nice. I see bloom. This is the lighting stuff you said, right? Yeah. Well, this isn't really... Oh, wait. I don't know if this is code. Actually, now that I look at this, I don't think this is code per se. I think this is just values. Like, this isn't... This looks like it's just like, oh, here's this variable. It looks like it's similar to being... Something similar to variables or something like that. Because look at... Like, these are only... This is like a name of like a variable or something, a number, and then the end of that. So I don't think this is code. Now that I look more at this. Yeah, it all is the same kind of format. Resources. Oh yeah, resources. This is definitely not code. Resources is a thing where you put save data, effectively. So this might be... So sort of like some save data type stuff. Interesting. That's the lighting for Thunderhead? Ah, that would make sense. So yeah, it's... Well, I say save data. Not necessarily like player save data, but like... like settings kind of It's kind of what that is. Interesting. Can I try these settings on my game? I don't think it works that way. It doesn't really work that way. Nor could I really dissect this. Because again, you're looking at like two completely different game engines from completely different decades. Actually, well, no. Technically, Unity was made in 2000, or Unity started in 2005 when the first version of it came out. Well, that's very different from the Unity of today. But and then Speed Racer, the game and the movie were made in it came out in 2008. So yeah. Anyway, though, so okay, what I'm doing here. So algorithm will start at position -x, -y, -z. So I just need a for loop for loop through z, loop through x, and loop through y, all going up by density until we reach map size. Ooh, oh, for the first time ever. Not ever. Pretty much for like the first time in so long, I'm going to use a for loop that doesn't go up by 1. That goes up by a value that's not just I++. That's funny. So for int z equals negative map size.z, z is less than map size.z. So start from the negative, go until you hit the positive, then z plus equals density. You don't like this, why? Cannot convert type float to int. Oh. And made a for loop with a float. Weird. This I never do ever. Why don't you like this? A local variable function named z is already defined in this scope. A variable z is declared but never used. What? This z is this z. Why don't you like this? What's your problem with this? Oh, because never mind. I put a comma instead of a semicolon. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Very well then. So I'm gonna do this 3 times. Loop through the. Oh wait. No, actually, this is going in reverse. The inner loop is gonna have the z, then the x. Make sure I change everything that I need to change. And then the inner one is going to have, or the outermost one is going to be y. Yes. Okay. Right? Okay, cool. I think so. So, and it goes from the negative ones, all like negative of those values from the map size, all the way to the positive those values from the map size. Got it? So that's this bit done. I'm not going to run this. Like, if I run this now, it's not going to do anything. Although I'm curious if actually, if I go print... If I print just nothing, I'm curious how long will it take to run just that? Because that's going to take a while. I'm curious. If I put... Oh, actually, funny enough, it is, from the density being 1, it is going up by 1. Here, let me do something. The console behind my head, so you guys can kind of see just more of the inspector. I usually just do this when I'm not needing to really be doing stuff in the console. It's still being blocked by chat a little bit, but less. You can make out pieces. The main thing to care about is that this density value here is 1, map size 25, 25, 25. Actually, I can make this 15. Then the buttons that we got here. So I'm going to press this, and we're going to hope that Unity won't crash. Let's find out. Oh, wait, what? This just didn't run, or something like that. Or this didn't get here. Oh, no. This didn't run. Why? I mean, but this did do the destroying thing. Oh, what? Oh, oops! I have not in there. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay. Should be like this. There we go. I like a hair in my eye or something. Okay. Bueno. There we go. That's it. Yep. Okay, so how long is this going to take? Okay, yep, that is taking a while. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. And behind my head in the console, it printed that message thousands of times. Okay, cool. But actually, that wasn't bad. That wasn't too bad, actually. The one change I might make out of a more of a personal preference-y kind of thing is just that on the Y position. So right now I have this loop through X, loop through Z, X, Y, blah, blah, blah. I might have the Y specifically start at 0 and then go up to map size. And I'm going to only do that because... Let's wait for this to... I think I'm going to basically purposely make my maps in a way that, like, the center point of the world is here, and, like, it matches, like, with where the ground is, but it doesn't go below that. Like, I don't think... I'm going to basically design my levels so that there's no map down below the... Sort of the... Where's the grid? Let me bring back the grid. Why can't I see the grid? Oh, it's this. You know, this grid, yeah, just let basically this be the center of the world. And so with the Y specifically, I'm only defining this height going up. But then for the X and the Z, if this is the center of the world, then go down this way, up and all around that way, right? So that's just one little change I'm going to make. I could, you know, if I wanted to, then just move this down so that the halfway point is in the middle of the map, but I'm not going to do that, so I don't need to. So I'm going to do it this way instead. So now, if I click this, this should, in theory, take half the time. Yeah. One thing I also know is that printing up all this stuff to the console, like, printing things to the console is actually, apparently, not good on performance, apparently. So, okay, that didn't take too long. And if it was doing something that wasn't printing to the console, it would finish even faster. Like, what's just a random line that I can do? Let's go like, so int, I don't know, blah equals 0. Just a line that is meaning nothing. Yeah, it's not being used. If I do that, I'm curious about how long will that take to run. Let's find out. So, generate waypoints. Oh my god, it finished immediately. Oh my god, it's finishing immediately. It's still running though. Wow, printing a bunch of stuff to the console actually... Okay, when I said that takes a hit to performance, that's a lot more than I thought. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, perfect. Or like, it's cool how much of a difference that was. It went from, you saw how long it took to run, like 10 seconds, to running immediately. That's how much of a performance hit it was taking to print like 1,000 messages to the console. Fascinating. Interesting. Okay, so with that, okay, next line. So at the position that this is, so imagine now these XY positions being positions in the world. Do I make this maybe like a -1? Actually, one thing I might just do is make this a -1, just to make sure that there's a bit of a buffer room on that ground, but that's just make it like go through a little bit more. But shoot a raycast down. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Okay. Shoot. Wait, first. Hold on. So I want to shoot. The first step of this is shooting a line cast down to -y, like negative the map size, to see if we hit something. So, okay, so basically to recap, our first thing that we want to do is just say, are we inside the map? Or are we out in the void? And this mainly covers if we have a map that's not box-shaped. Like this plus-shaped map right here. Imagining these being the edges of the map, and that goes up really high, rather than it being flat, right, like how it currently is. But out here in the void, if we're kind of, doing these calculations in a box, but like out here... yeah, we just want to see, are we inside the boundaries of the map? So do that first. But the other thing I just thought of that I'm actually not sure how this works. How can I, like, the condition when we're, like, in the floor, or we're, like inside the wall here, I'm just realizing that I'm not too sure if I know how to, like, will a line cast count as a hit if it starts like inside the wall and just moves to another spot that's still like inside the wall. Let me just Google that real quick. So Unity test if point is inside collider. Ah, cool. Okay. Okay. It's a good simple way of doing this. Use the sweep test on my rigid body. I use the distance and direction of my teleport location and use as a ray to send out. I tested what my raycast state got assigned like this. Sweep test. Okay, hit the test dot collider dot balance that contains. Okay, so you can. Oh well, okay, but hit to test. What? Sweep test and collider dot balancer. You can use triggers to if objects are colliding. If the collider is sector of your object in. You can create a script for your object that sends out values using on trigger enter. Yeah, I know what that. Okay. This isn't maybe what I'm looking for. Side vector 3 closest c dot closest point. Because closest equal point if point is inside. Not clear for. But the problem with this is that like so some of these solutions that I'm seeing have to do with like I know what object I'm testing for if I've hit. I want to test if I'm inside this collider. I'm more wanting to test am I inside like because I don't know what I'm going to be testing against. It could be like the ground. It could be a random wall. I just want to know if yeah, is there a way to check if a certain position has a collider on it without putting an object on it to test if they're colliding? Collider dot bounce, but I don't know the collider of what I'm testing. The bounding box doesn't rotate with collider either. Instead, it expands and contracts to contain the shape. Fairly sure that's how it works. Yeah, that's physics.check sphere. Physics 2D is not what I'd want. Oh, okay. So returns true if there are any colliders overlapping the sphere divided by position and radius. Does you could okay. Okay. Line casts work. Okay. If line casts work with this, that's fine. Okay, that's the only other thing. If I just wanted to know that if a line cast like starts, if I do a line cast from inside the object to another point inside the object, I just want if that returns a hit, that's fine. I'm good with that. Yes. Okay. We'll try that, and then if that doesn't work, I can try this that check sphere or whatever. Okay. So shoot a line cast down. This could be a rake cast. I don't know what's better on performance, a ray cast or a line cast. I'll just do a ray cast for this because I just need to shoot it down, so it can go to infinity. That's fine. So I need to go. I need an object to save the information about the hit if it does hit. So there's like raycast info, raycast hit called it hit or hit info, and then go physics dot raycast. So I'm casting this from our position, the position new vector 3. I'm going to be using this vector 3 a lot, so I might as well make it a variable. Vector. Actually, I'm going to put this beforehand. So vector 3 position equals new vector 3
X, Y, Z from this. I'm hoping that's fine. Except, in fact, one thing I'm going to do, because this is usually a better thing to do for performance, is rather than making a new local variable there each time, make a variable here, and then you keep changing it in each iteration of the loop. Yeah, so that's better for memory or something like that. Okay, so then I make the hit info, and then I go raycast starting at position, and then go to, in fact, I kind of want to call this like cur position, just so I know. How do I send a blend file? In what, like Discord? You should be able to upload it just like any other file, I think. If the file size is small enough, which for a Blender file, I think it is. Oh, how do I save blend file? Just Control S, like how you save in any other program. Works the same way. The file type of when you save a Blender model file, the file type of that is called a .blend file. That's just, yeah, what that is. Yeah. Just like how when you save an image, it could be like a JPEG or a PNG or whatever. When you save a Blender file, it becomes a .blend file. Yeah. You also might notice a .blend1 file or something like that. That's a thing that has to do with like autosave stuff. You can ignore that basically. So curve position, in fact, you can disable it making those. That's a thing you can do. But okay, max distance. I could set a max distance, but I'll just let this go off into infinity. Might as well. Do I have a layer mask? Ooh, shoot, I want this to ignore people, to ignore everything that's not ground. Oh, I didn't even consider that. And like certain hazards and all that. Right, so I should make sure that everything, all the environment stuff is going to be on this environment layer. So yeah, only do these checks for stuff on the environment layer. Okay, I forgot about that entirely. I need a distance though. I need origin direction is going to be vector3.down. And then layer mask. How do I do layer mask stuff? To just test the environment layer, isn't it? Well, okay. This will just, it's kind of hard coding it to be the environment layer. It'd be nice if I could. There's a way of making this better, but whatever. This will work for now. Why don't you like this? Oh, because I didn't rename it twice. Let's go a bit faster. I'm being slow with a lot of this. If, actually, I'm gonna put this in an if statement, basically. And actually, I forgot a step. I need out hit info in here. I put that in the right place. Nice. I just guessed of where, in what of the spots this need to be in. I'm pretty sure I have this. Right, yeah, origin, direction, out, hit info, float, max distance. Oh no, that is wrong. Because it's gonna treat that I need one of these that gives me ideally so an origin, a direction, the out, hit info, and the layer mask, and that's it. Ray, out, hit info, max distance, no. Origin, direction, float, max, no. Come on, no. Well, it doesn't have one for that specific set of options. Fine, I will make a max distance of negative y, negative map size dot y. Fine. Map size dot y. Wait, or oops. Because that's its length going down by map size. That should be fine. Okay. So if this hit, well, if it hit, I now want to see. Actually, let me go straight to the else. What happens in the else? If no hit, we were outside the map. Mean doing nothing. Okay, never mind. So we don't do anything in the else case.
if we hit, we are inside the map. So good, got that. If we hit the ground, so first now I need to say what did we hit? So if so we hit one of two things. We hit ground or just anything in the environment layer. Shoot, I need to test for darn it. I need to test for two things. Hold on. Need to set up some layer stuff. So all of our pathfinding objects, I actually want them to be in the. I guess I'm making a new layer now. Actually, I want to rename this to minimap profiles. That's something I meant to do before, but that's not going to affect what we're doing here. So I need another layer that's called waypoints. On the layer waypoints, or singular, I guess, whatever. So then I'll make the pathfinding object here. It has no colliders on it, but I'm just gonna put it here anyway. So now I need to do a raycast that looks at both of those layers. Okay, in theory, I could hard code this. I can map this out. This is not the way that you're supposed to do this, but I can because of the way that binary stuff works. I believe the binary number. Wait, does it go the? What way do you go? Don't you go so sixes? So wait, what? Hold on. What is it? 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was this to be the sixth one, or is it? It goes by 0. So actually, it would be this one. And then 1, 2, 3. I'm not doing this math. I could calculate the manual layer mask. Not only, I shouldn't be doing that. That's not the way you're even supposed to do that. But I also have a script where I figured out how to the way you're supposed to do this, and I should just be copying the code from there. So let me just do that, and that'll be much faster and more likely to work. And I was probably going to do the same. This right here, this jumpable. So public layer mask. Let me go to where I'm supposed to be over here. This. Put this over here. Yeah. So this, I guess I'm making this public because that'll just make this easier to set. Or do I? Can I make this private and set it manually? No, okay, I'll make it public. It'll be easier if I just do this. Waypoint and environment layers, I guess. And then test for that down here instead of that. And that's how this is supposed to be. Although let me double check that the rest of this was fine. You just put in dot value. What is this? I don't even remember what I did with this. I did a bit comparison. Okay. I see how that is, but that's not what I need to do here. So dot value, I think. Convert layer map that into an integer value. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I want to leave this being a layer mask, right? No, wait. Or maybe I do want to convert it to an integer value. I'll try that. We'll see if it actually works. All right. Okay. Did that, I think. So now the raycast is only going to hit environment things or other waypoints. That's all I was trying to do. Actually, I need to set up the variable in Blender. Or what? I need to set the variable in Unity. Okay. That's going to be over here, and I just need to check environment and waypoint. Ideally, I do this through code or something, so I don't need it to be a public variable there, but whatever, it's fine. Okay. So, Now, I need to test if the thing that we've hit is ground or the waypoint. So if hit info dot is it like dot game object or dot collider dot game object. I'm gonna have to get this game object multiple times, I think. So I'm actually just going to save it in a variable. Go like game object. The thing that we hit object equals this, and then if hit object dot so it's, how do we know if it's a ground object? It's ground if we wait. Oh right, we need to wait, hold on. Actually, doesn't matter if it's an air one. Wait. Oh no, it's if we hit ground or another waypoint. Okay, no, I was thinking, so the other waypoint that we hit can either be a ground waypoint or an air waypoint. That's fine. Sorry, that's fine. Okay, so if we hit ground, so this is it. Whether it's a what's the difference going to be? So what layer it's on could be a difference, but the other thing is if it has a component, the component, what's it called? In fact, I think that's all I need. Let me go the pathfinding object component. Let me actually do this. Dot get component pathfinding object. And actually then I don't need to go dot game object. So I do this, if this is the ground, this thing will return null. So I can test if, so actually I guess I'm going to invert these, but like how I have it in my pseudocode. If this is true, that this is like hit a waypoint, else hit ground. And this would be like that this if being false is if we hit nothing. So this should work in theory. Let me just print these values and just get an idea that at least both these are working sometimes. So hit waypoint and hit ground. Wait, this is only gonna say hit ground because I don't instantiate. I don't have any waypoints instantiated yet. So actually I do need to type a little bit more. So I need to invert these basically because of how I now have it in my code. So that's fine. So now I guess I'm going to do this part first. So if we hit another waypoint, actually no, I want to do the ground code first because that'll be easier to just test real quick. So, yeah, I'd rather do it that way. Okay, so. So I'm actually going to put this, I'm going to take back what I just said and just have the pseudocode here be up here just so I can like see it. So did we hit ground or another waypoint? Let's kind of delete that stuff. All right, so when we hit ground, I mean, I could just like invert these, but you know, ideally I don't do that. So this is hit ground, and then I'm going to go spawn waypoint. So I need to go instantiate. Actually, I'm going to save that game object. Actually, I'm going to immediately get its pathfinding thing. So new waypoint equals, and I'm going to actually rename this to waypoint as well. Just, yeah. So new waypoint equals instantiate transform dot position. And that is not it. I'm so used to doing that with instantiate. That is not where we're instantiating this. We're instantiating it at cur position, and the parent will be transform dot position, the object that we're on. Shoot, wait, I need to put the prefab. I completely forgot about that. The prefab I have as a variable up here already. It's this. Whoa. So the original object, the prefab that we're instantiating it, hold on. I need to look at these, see which one of these I need to copy. So the object, and I need an object, a position, and a parent. If I need to put a rotation, then like, okay. Object, position, rotation, parent. Okay, so position, and then quaternion dot identity is a rotation of 0, 0, 0. Yeah. Why don't you like this? Oh, that's not. Just transform. Yeah. And then dot get component pathfinding object. So we instantiate this waypoint that will have this code on it, this script, this pathfinding object, and we're just getting that immediately to save this. So we don't need to save the game object itself. Well, yeah. Then this new waypoint. So we spawn the waypoint. Did that. Now name the waypoint based on its position. So this is more just to have it like in the inspector so I can see the names being where they are. So its name is going to be, and I'm going to name it like this. So it's like waypoint space XYZ. Waypoint plus, where is it? Cur position. I can't just print cur position like this, right? Does this, do you just print this like this? Or, no, we're going to find out. I'm at now a point where I'm going to test the code. It should, so now if this is working, it should just instantiate all of these objects, all those pathfinding objects. Let me just go to the prefab though, and I just want to set something up on it. This waypoint. I just want this, I'm going to set this to the green dot. Everything else should be the same. So, wait, not in play mode. That's not what I want. No, hold on. Nope. No. Nope. Okay. Pathfinding objects. Let's change this to waypoints because that's what it is. What this should be. Waypoints. Okay. Generate waypoints. Please work. Please don't crash Unity. Here we go. Okay. It's doing things. Yeah. Oh, sort of. Good enough. Wait. Okay, well, good enough. Whatever. I'm actually surprised that at least they spawned fast. Uh-oh. And all of these are named. Okay, so this is how these are printing these vectors. And yeah, I'm fine with them having the brackets in there. That's okay. Fascinating. So it didn't spawn any, like, down too far. Oh, it didn't. Oh, I don't have these walls. Oh, the walls aren't considered environment. Technically, they should be. So now it will spawn some of these points on top of the walls, but that's not necessarily what I... that's fine. Yeah. Okay. And actually, I probably should, to do this more properly, these walls should be, like, taller. I mean, really, they should be really tall like this, but then, I'll just do this for now. That's fine. Okay, so if I do this and actually generate this again, it'll actually have less waypoints, I think. No, it'll have slightly more. I don't know. Okay, so this shouldn't be what happens. All these upper ones shouldn't be how this happens. Or... I need raycast to hit trigger object. I think that's what is happening now. Unity raycast hit trigger. Please tell me I can do this. I thought I could. Wait. So yeah, it has his trigger property. Oh, query trigger interaction. That is a thing I have to set. Right. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I was getting a bit worried there for a minute. Query trigger interaction. So this dot collide. Yes. Okay. Whew. I was worried for a second because if I couldn't do that, or if that was going to be a pain to do, that would have sucked because that's like a big thing behind how this works. So now this should only generate waypoints like on the ground, pretty much. Or not. Okay. Well, it did generate the other ones on the other bits of ground. Huh. Okay. Uh-oh. Why? Query always reports trigger hits. Why? Okay. So what should be happening is that when, like, this one, for example, casts a ray down, the ray cast is supposed to return the first thing that it hits. So it should be going down and then, like, hitting the first trigger object that is, like, one of the other waypoints, and then it's like, hey, we hit this thing. So it shouldn't think that we've hit the ground for all those ones up, the upper ones. Up here in the console behind my head, yeah, all of them printed hit ground. Shoot. Uh-oh. This is a massive thing behind how my raycast thing was supposed to work. Or behind my whole, like, waypoint system. Why are you not working? No, this should be the one that it is set to. Uh-oh. Why are you? Now I'm concerned. Unless, what else could be the problem? Is it here? Let me test one thing. Let me test something. Is that if I just go, I just want it to print the name of the object that it collided with, because maybe it is detecting that it's hitting those like objects, but something else is going wrong here. Oh, no. I know the problem. Never mind. I know the problem. Hold on. No. I know the problem. It's the waypoints. I didn't set their layer. Yes, this is the only problem, I think. Now it should work. Right? Now I think it'll work. I didn't set up their layers. Yes! I was getting so worried there. Oh, yes. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. This is working as it's supposed to. This is too high. This is outside the range of that I set for the map boundaries. So if I just increase this to 20 and then generate again, that requires actually hitting the button. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I hit the button twice. Well, it's fine. Just wait a second and then it should. Yeah, there we go. Woo! That's working now. Cool. So now all of the waypoints that are on the ground are spawning properly. So the next thing I'd want to do is each of these waypoints has some information on it that tells it if it's considered a ground node or an air node. So public. I could have this being like an int or like a boolean or whatever. Actually, yeah, I'll just do a bool. I was gonna make an enum, like an enum that has two things, ground or air, just for the readability of it. But no, I'll just make a bool. Is air node waypoint, and that will be false because most of them are going to. Most of them are going to be ground waypoints. So I'll have like false be the default, false being the is ground one. So I don't have to set this to. I only have to set this to true for like a small number of them, not all of them. Most of them, I mean. Okay, so we did that. So next, what's next? So the next thing is that, was this generating nodes inside the walls? Because that's the other thing I want to do. So the next thing is that I want it to know if it's inside a wall or not. If it's inside a wall, don't generate. So yeah, like these ones are inside walls. Okay, so that's the next order of business. I'll do that first because that will just reduce the number that get instantiated. So that'll boost the performance of this a little bit. I mean, then we're going to be generating more for the air ones, but yeah, that's how that's going to be. So if we've hit the ground, actually, if we've hit something at all, before we even test what we've hit, or maybe I should do that even before we go down. Yeah, that should be the first thing that we do. Before we do any raycast stuff, the first thing we should do is just like, are we inside of a wall? Oh, my eye. And how do I test that is by going, doing another raycast with a size of like 0. Do that as the very first thing that I do. Whoops, I don't even need to get the return info from this. I don't think it just do a raycast from current position. I don't need the out info. I just need to know that we hit something. Map size Y? No. So go do a max distance of 0, meaning that it's going to be this infinitesimally small point. And then test with the same layers. Ignore triggers, I guess. In this case, yeah, I'm just testing for an actual physical collider. So if we hit something, no, if we do not hit something, so then do all that stuff. Otherwise, do nothing. So this is, I'm just going to put some comments kind of here and there. If not inside a wall. Something like that. Okay. So that should, when I generate this again, it'll generate, it won't put ones inside the walls, simply put. Right. Hey, I think. Wait. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh. Never mind. Why did that not work? Uh-oh. This is an example of a point going wrong, right? This is inside. Actually, even then, this is perfectly level with the floor. Oh, if it's like perfectly on the floor like that, that might actually be a problem. Because actually, I think these ones would consider themselves to be in the ground. But either way, well, these are inside this wall. So these ones shouldn't be spawning. If I go point like 0001 or 0.01, let's just say, if it's not actually infinitesimally small, will it pick up on it? Let's find out. Generate waypoints. These ones should disappear. But hey, wait, they did. Hey, okay. And so did the ones in the ground. Okay. And that's because they were like borderline perfectly on the ground, which I think I'm fine with that having been the case. So now, yeah, nice. Okay, those generate like that. And this will do something where if I did move this down ever so slightly, I think that actually, well, first of all, is that ideally this should have as many zeros as possible. Well, okay, there's maybe a point of overdoing it, but should be really tiny is what I'm saying. And then generate the things again. Here, let me just do this first though. Generate waypoints, and now I should just see those move down by 1 unit. In theory. Bam, there we go. Cool. Nice. And just to run a test here, well, this is, if I increase the density a lot, this will take a little bit, but I'm just curious to see it happen. Generate waypoints. So now they're going to be really close together. And it's cool that I can adjust this density on a level by level basis. So that's pretty neat. One thing I'd also like to check, I'm pretty sure, actually I don't even remember how I'm doing this properly. I need to make sure that all this changing of objects that I'm doing right now will actually save when I go between scenes, because it might not if I don't code editor things properly. I think I have it set up right, but I'm not sure. Yeah, this is taking a while. 0.1, probably too small. Yeah, this makes sense that this is taking a while. But this is something that does not necessarily affect the performance of the game, because I do this once and then it's done. I have to experience this, but not the user. So, yeah. Okay, this is actually taking even longer than I thought. I should have just put this to 0.5. 0.1 was maybe a mistake. Okay, well, I think this might be a good time to take a quick break. I'm going to go get some food, and then I'll be back. And hopefully this will be finished when I get back. So, yeah, it's actually, time just flew by today. I don't know how I went 7 hours without eating, but, yeah. I mean, I ate right before the stream, I guess, but... yeah. All right. Well, I'll be back, and then. Oh, Durango. Hello. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Hi. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Sorry, I was just about to take a quick break for a few minutes. Well, right now, Unity is doing some things that are taking a while to calculate. Although it's my fault because I'm telling it to do a lot of really intense calculations. But I'm going to I was just saying that I was going to take a quick break to go get food, and then hopefully this will be finished when I get back. Because either way, I need to wait for this to finish. I don't know how long this could take. This could take like 10 minutes for all I know. So I might as well, rather than sitting here twiddling my thumbs, I could rant about things on the stream, but let's go get food. And howdy, no problem, take care of yourself. All right, well, yeah, I will go and do that. Either way, though, this is having some nice success so far. I don't know how long you've maybe been lurking or whatever, or maybe you've just gotten here, but I'm making a tag game, extreme tag thing, with some AI pathfinding algorithm things. A large part of their AI pathfinding is with these waypoints that I'm setting up. I had a system where if I set these up manually, it works, and the AI pathfinding, it works with all that. I've been stuck watching you for the past hour, to be honest. Oh, fair enough. Cool. Well, thanks for thanks for being interested in my stream and all that. Hope you've found it interesting and all that. I am making some cool progress, and I'm a baby game dev, and it's reassuring and motivating to watch someone else's process. Cool. Well, that's what I aim to do, to pass on my wisdom from my 6 years of doing Unity things. And yeah, I am, to be fair, I am doing something that is really complicated, that most people probably, in my 6 years of doing Unity stuff, it is very rare that I've had to be programming something this, complicated. In fact, technically, I don't need to. I'm doing this programming to save me from tedium. The alternative is placing all these objects and setting up all this stuff manually, which I could do in theory, but I'm trying to do this programming to automatically do it for me. So there is that. But so far it's turning out really, really well, which I'm glad that it is, because I didn't know if I'd be able to do this when I started doing it. I was hoping that I would be able to, but yeah. Yeah, I can barely follow on what's going on, but it still helps somehow. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, right now, because it is, okay, this is definitely something very, complicated and confusing. I'm only understanding what I'm doing because I'm the one who's making it, and I'm the one who's spent the last few hours just planning. I in a notepad document, I wrote all this pseudocode that is just me planning the code I'm now actually in the middle of writing, and having some problems here and there, because when I'm going to write some of the, turn some of this code into real code, some little things here and there that's oh shoot, I have to do this. Oh shoot, I forgot this thing. But overall, it's going good so far. Long story short, what I've just done is that all these little green dots, I spawned them through code. And all of these green dots store information on them about where they are in the world and what things are connected to them. the end result of this, each of these little green dots will know which other green dots are right beside it. And then the AIs that are running around the map use that information to get from point A to point B. So that's the long and short of it, but there's a lot in between there for how it works. Especially a whole lot of these edge cases. These doesn't happen that often scenarios, but I still need to account for them for the AI to not break in those scenarios. Yeah, so there's been a lot of stuff there. But right now, we've just gotten it to... Oh, God, this is still going on. I'm surprised this is still going on, but I guess now I've learned my lesson to not set the density to 0.1. Oops. I don't think I need the density to be that low. The density at 1 works fine. I could probably have the density be even higher than that, potentially. But, yeah. Anyways, though, I'm probably gonna go take a quick break, get food, and I'm gonna hope that this is done when I get back. If this isn't done when I get back, then I can force close Unity with Task Manager, and then that should be fine. But I'd like to see this finish if it does. Yeah. Anyways, I keep saying I'm gonna go take a break, and I keep not doing that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot, but it looks like it's coming along. I'm gonna grab food too. Sound good? Maybe we'll come back at the same time. I'm gonna be streaming. Today is Friday. Wait, today's Friday, right? I'm gonna be streaming all weekend, just doing this basically. No. Well, okay. Actually, I have some other schoolwork to do. It'll be mixed in there somewhere as well. But the time I spend not doing that, I'll be doing all this cool pathfinding stuff. And then hopefully, it'll be cool, and we'll continue to make more cool progress with this. But anyways, I'm gonna actually go take a break, so I can actually start my break before this finishes. But anyways, all right, I'll be back. See ya in a moment. Blah.
Hey, I'm back. Hi. Oops, wait, lab coat. 1 second. Didn't mean to take that long. My bad. And this is still going. Also, I think he's eaten the whole kitchen. I mean, just good once you're back. Okay, I will at you. Is in the thing. How do I blah and how do I do things? Blah. Okay. I'm back. Yep. How long was I was gone for longer than I intended. How is this thing still going? I thought for sure this would be done by now. Oh, hi, welcome back. Oh, hello, Drogo. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to force stop this. I'm surprised it's still going. Very surprised. Like, wait, is there some other reason, like... Setting the density to 0.1 should make it take... In theory, that would be making it take, 10 times as long. Because it's making 10 times the points. But I guess not. That might be more exponential or something. So let me just kind of do a little bit of this. Just kind of do a little bit of that. Come on. I'm good. Uh-oh. Can you close, please? Thank you. Oh no. OBS good? OBS froze there when I did that. Fun. Oh boy. Unity, what you doing? Okay, so let's not do that. Let's not have that happen next time. So, lesson learned, don't set the density to 0.1. Doesn't like that. Alrighty then. Yeah, oops. I gotta wait for that to open. Yeah, oops. So now I gotta wait for Unity to open again. Un momento. And hope that doesn't crash again. I don't know to what extent OBS being open would making that go slower if, OBS is taking a bit of the CPU, but Okay, are you opening, or I also just do a thing over here? Are you opening? Ah! What is going on? I'm frozen. OBS is frozen. Ah. Uh-oh. What's going on? Excuse me? Unity, could you not? Oh, I can't even scroll in, oh no. What did I break? No. May I open up Task Manager again? No, why is... Could you not? Since I'm even opening up this, it's like slowing things down. Fine, I will open up Unity manually. Something's taking up all the CPU, and I don't know what it is. Well, other than it probably to do with Unity. I don't know. Me force closing Unity, I don't know if that's causing other problems or whatever. Let me just kind of go and... Oh. Okay. I'm hoping OBS doesn't, like, crash or something. That could happen. Nope, come on. Can you just open Unity Hub, please? I didn't click that, or maybe I did by accident. Come on. Come on. Come on. Are you gonna open up or not? Maybe? I mean, I don't know if there's anything I can be doing in the meantime while I'm waiting for this to fix itself. And I can go back to coding things with this. I guess the last time I checked it out. It was working. Let me close this as well. This was when I was explaining my line stuff. Okay, let's just... now I have to remember what I was doing next with this. What is the next thing that I'm doing? So, where did I leave off? This part. So naming the point, and yeah, okay, did that. That was working. Okay, so next thing, I wanted to see if I could change the icon of the point. I'm guessing it's not as simple as going new waypoint dot icon or something. No, I'd have to do some more funky custom editor stuff, I imagine. So fine, I guess it's fine that I can't do that. On the pathfinding objects, at least, is air waypoint. Yeah, that's good. I can maybe do it that on the end of them, like at the end of all this. Go and wait. Actually, would this be maybe something in here? Over here, is there a way that I can go like? This is the no, the tools. If I go like this, let me just see if there's a way I can, if I can find how I might change that icon thing. So I go this dot game object. I have the icon.